Right. I think I'm live. It's been a while since I've done one of these streams. Um, so if you are watching, can you let me know if my audio is coming through okay? Can you hear me all right? Anyone who's in the chat? By the way, sorry, I should have introduced my son here. This is Wormathan, who's gonna keep me company over the next couple of hours. So hopefully what we're going to do this evening is... Oh, awesome, Yogurine, thanks. Glad you can hear me all right. What we're going to do this evening is we are going to start somewhere around here. Right up at the top of the, the marathon timeline. And by the end of the stream, we are going to make our way all the way through 17 years of various marathon shenanigans, and we are definitely going to get to iMac Secure by the end of this stream, he says, optimistically. The way we're going to do it is, well, I have a shortcut. I don't actually have to play all 3 games. I also don't have to be a cracked speedrunner, because I suppose most of you on this channel probably know that or have watched some of my videos before, which were the original kind of supercuts of the Marathon Trilogy. Just putting all the story into the video, having some, you know, characters all voiced and all the rest of it. So I can just play these and get the whole story all over again. Now, I appreciate, you know, it's probably better to watch the actual videos themselves, like natively on YouTube, rather than on a stream. So this won't just be me sitting here, pressing play, and then, you know, just sort of walking off. I will try to, you know, where possible, add a little bit of commentary, just talk a little bit about the video itself, I guess, you know, from time to time, if there's something I feel like, you know, mentioning. Obviously, like, if you guys actually have questions or anything like that you want to bring up, again, you can put that in the chat. That would be great as well. Just actually seeing, I don't know if this has got the chat showing at the moment on the screen. It should do, but I don't see it there. Let me double check that it's working before we get started. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. I don't know if that's working. I don't know if someone can just quickly, like, just type something in chat. Just type worm. I don't know. Something like that. I'll see if it's going to show on the screen. Ah, there we go. Yogurine, I've binged your marathon movies. Yeah. I was wanting to get into them again. Yeah, I think, well, now's the best time to get into to marathon. And yeah, it looks like it's working now. The chat on the above me. Perfect. So, I guess, because I also actually have work tomorrow, so I do need to get to the end of the stream at some point. So I'm just going to start it up and we'll make a bit of a start. I think most of you know that, like, when I did this, I had like this weird intro. I think I knew, knowing, because I'd done like a bunch of like audiobooks in the past. I was very conscious that, like, if it was reading out the manual text, which is pretty long, I read the whole thing out before you even got to the game, that would probably be about sort of like 10 minutes before you even actually saw some gameplay. So I was keen to, like, jump in and, like, kickstart it and get it a little bit, you know, get into the meat of the game a bit quicker, which is where this kind of Mass Effect parody or inspired thing came up. Well, what about your battle roids? Can we really just hide them amongst the colonists? The Mark IV cyborgs are I'll have, like, indistinguishable from humans. I'll keep the subtitles up as well, just in case when I'm talking over it. Recycling dead soldiers. Let me know, guys, if you think that when I'm talking over it, emotional scars. Either the background is too loud, or I am too quiet,
or
or
will only remember what we want them to.
if the
the kind
actual
of person
game
we
audio is like
want
so
protecting
quiet
the
that it's like really annoying.
That's the only kind of person who can protect the colony.
I've never actually done like any kind of like motion graphics or anything like that up until this point. Like, I think the extent of my DaVinci experience had just been sticking like some pictures on a screen and some text. So I felt really smart for doing that tiny mask on like a Destiny character and sticking him over a scene from Mass Effect and doing that tiny bit of comping with the Mars and all the rest of it. That's literally just like a dot on a screen. There's nothing special. I tried to think of like better ways to do like the ship
Primary
leaving
booster burn has ceased.
the
Shuttle
Tau Ceti,
Marata,
and it
you're
was
clear
way
for
beyond my
orbital
skills.
maneuvering.
I've always been a daydreamer. Even now, as I leave the colony we've built behind, my mind wanders to a moment 322 years ago.
Watch me
when Marcus
mispronounce his name.
Tiberius Buendia, President
Buendia.
of the United Earth Space Council, proclaimed that we'd be leading mankind to a future grander and more real than the total of its
Jürgen,
own written.
the manual itself has a
He had hoped
pretty
on the eve
long
of the
story
marathon's
that
launch,
like you would read when
that
you're
neither
installing
time
the game.
nor distance would
It's
weaken
this whole section
our
here.
common ties.
Which goes
I
on
can
a fair
recall
bit, and there's actually like
feeling of apprehension
this is like one of the very
back
very
then.
few moments
I feel that same apprehension.
the character,
right now.
the player character, the security officer actually speaks.
Docking Bay 1.
So this is like a
Decompression
condensed
completed.
version of this. I tried to keep to like all the big obvious,
This
you know,
is
the big
Durandal.
main bits.
Abort
There were some
landing.
some tweaks because I did not have the technical skills.
Abort landing.
So at this point, when he tells me he's gonna like decompress the cabin,
Colony Station.
what actually
Durandal
happens is
just
he's actually got
decompressed the
no
landing
armor
bay.
on. He has to go
Marathon. Anyone
throw
listening,
on
we
his
are having a problem
like
with Docking Bay
security
1.
officer gear
It's
as
Durandal.
everything's going wrong
I
inside
think
the
he's
ship.
gone
He doesn't actually leave the ship. He
crazy.
actually has to like work his way through the
Shuttle
ship to
airlock cycle
a,
initiation sequence starting.
you know, like to
1
the
minute
like
to
little escape
cabin
thing that he takes.
decompression.
God damn it!
I was not
Cabin
doing anything in Blender at
decompression
the time,
commencing.
so
Shuttle airlock cycle initiation sequence
I
completed.
did like steal this scene from the intro to Lightfall. And I also at one point I thought like, oh, maybe I'll
Maximum burn in
like
5
mask out
seconds.
the
3,
Cabal ships that
2,
fly over and put
1.
like the alien ships on. But it seemed like way too much effort once I got into it. And I did think like, oh, could I like mask out the back and make it look like it's inside? But again, I think my technical skills were way too not sufficient for that task. Yeah, this is the extent of my skills at this time. It was a PNG, an animated thing, and a sound effect.
I wonder if
I'm
I
just, like,
should
dragging
let
these
our
guys over.
new guests know that you aren't just space debris. You can't do that. Damn you, computer. Lucky you. I found a new distraction. I am going to play with our alien visitors. I'll look you up when you arrive. I've always been a daydreamer. As I wait for the pod to reach the marathon, I fall into old habits. I dream about my childhood on Mars, my father's death when I was 7,
7 mentioned. Take a
his
shot.
last words to me. Make me proud. Never lose your honor. It's odd. Something about all this feels so familiar. As if it were from an old dream. Just one I can't exactly remember.
One from an old dream. We'll see this come back again. And yeah, there's that that thing.
Marathon Emergency Systems broadcast.
Today at 0820 hours, the marathon.
I think I recorded this opening section about like 20 different times.
The marathon has sustained serious damage.
I got sick of this opening level as I was trying to work out like how I was going to record it and what quality and all that stuff.
All personnel
I actually started doing this. This was all done. This opening section is from 2024. I think like October 2024 is when I kicked it off. It's when I recorded all the dialogue.
I am Leela.
So I didn't actually get around to making the video until
artificial intelligences aboard the marathon.
Like April.
I have
2025
been
is when I
severely damaged.
really
and
sort of
am
kicked into
working
gear
to
when
understand the current
the marathon
situation.
ARG stuff started kicking off.
Find
I was
the
like, I really
teleport
need to
terminal
finish
located in the
this
hangar's
project.
control room.
This
By
initial
that
like
time,
footage and the
I should have a
dialogue was all
better
from,
idea of what is going on.
yeah, a little bit, you know, a while ago now, I guess.
All of the information that I've gathered so far indicates that the alien invasion of the marathon has been relatively uncoordinated.
Discovering that you could like switch
that this is
between
partially
first
due to
person
the
and third
marathon's
person,
large
like in the
size.
game, it's just like one of the
However
hotkeys.
disorderly the alien invasion is,
Quite a
their
nice thing to
assault of
find
the
out when I
computer
was
has been
recording it. It just made it
extremely
like give me a
effective.
few more options when I was
I detect
doing the
security
gameplay bits. I could
breaches in
switch
almost
between the two.
every
just to miss
computer
stuff.
system aboard the marathon. I have learned that there is an alien creature
Oh,
that is
okay.
capable
Yeah, I
of
can do.
interfacing with our systems.
Might turn the
You must
the
kill
video audio
any
down a
of
little
these
bit.
creatures that you find. It is a priority that we stop them.
Okay, thanks guys.
Even now, they are penetrating my defenses. Teleport now. I am now in contact with a number of colonists planetside, but their reports on the situation below are conflicting and obviously exaggerated.
And yes,
The
Persia,
primary
whiskey on
medium
a
range radio
work night.
antenna has been disabled or
Okay.
destroyed.
Glad to hear it.
which
Thanks
makes
guys.
communication
Yeah, let me know if there's any
extremely
problems.
The only thing which seems clear is that the spaceport was obliterated by low-yield nuclear weapons minutes after the attack on the marathon began. This I can verify through my own
Thanks,
optical
Sour Boy.
instruments. The invaders seem to be more interested
and
in the
thanks,
marathon than
D-Bucks.
colony, at least in the short term. The motives behind their unprovoked attack are still unknown.
So I guess in like the new game, we are waiting to see
teleport you out of this section
how the
from here.
4 will figure
So
back
you will
into
have
this.
to leave from another terminal after you
As
find
all these
the
events have
rifle.
played out in some fashion in the new
Here
game.
is the terminal you must
know that
reach
much,
to
at least,
leave
that the
this
4
section.
Must have arrived
Alien
and
infiltration of
left.
this area is high. Proceed with caution.
Boy,
You may
thank you
find
for these
doors
videos.
blocked,
They're killer
plus
and a great way to
areas
onboard new
retracted
folks.
on the way.
Oh, thank you.
Because
There's,
the AI in
I
control
think there's
of
lots
this
of different ways you
is
can
damaged
approach
and
the
behaving
marathon law.
erratically.
Actually, that reminds me of like,
The
why did I
marathon's
even make this in the
automated
first
defenses were
place?
disabled during the
Because I
initial
think like
attack
most people,
by
I think
directed magnetic
if you
pulse.
like YouTubing this, you'll end up with like
Aliens
Mandalor's
used the same
videos
weapon
where he
to
just like
disable the
like a big
marathon's other
review,
two
but he also
aliens,
covers some of the story.
Durandal and Tycho.
And
And to severely damage
what
myself.
I'd done in the past, I had read like the story
Durandal is
page
responsible for
a
controlling
long
ship's
time ago
autonomous
when I was
functions. Doors,
looking at Destiny
life
stuff.
support, kitchens, air
And I-
reprocessors.
And I originally
stairs,
planned this to be like an audiobook where I would just
because he is
read it out and have it all in one spot, kind of like all the Destiny ones.
as possible.
So one of the things that I guess like really stands out when you actually go into it, like if you just go to the marathon story page and just read all the terminals,
Basic door designs to be used. On
there's a
the
lot that's missing. There's a lot that's related to the actual in-game experience of being in these environments, of
airlock
some of
doors.
the story talking about the environments, about where you are
Inner
going in them.
bulkhead doors.
That kind of context is lost when you just read the story page,
Except the tertiary
and it can get quite
quaternary
confusing.
doors will
So
be
like
given
in my
to
head, it's like it made a lot of sense to actually try and
direct control.
pull those two things together to pull the experience of being in the world
Expense involved
alongside the
adding
audio.
thermal and visual
And to be honest, like,
spectrum sensors to the tertiary and
I was surprised at how well it worked to have the
estimated
dialogue
to be
from
57% of
the various AIs like Leela and Durandal. They all
classes one
work as like fairly
are
modern.
the same doors classified separately.
I don't know why my camera just zoomed in just then.
Airlocks in tertiary and quaternary doors are designed exactly
Hold on.
as the bulkhead doors, respectively, will be placed for public access in the Marathon internal engineering document. Now that you are better
I don't
armed,
know why my video is just like massively zoomed in just then.
reactivate the Marathon's defenses under my control so that we may offer some resistance to the aliens. I have built 3 replacement circuit boards for the defense system, but cannot move them from the manufacturing center without assistance. There are 3 circuits. Each should be in its manufacturing holding chamber. With
Okay.
luck, the alien
was weird.
viruses have not infiltrated the manufacturing systems. But even if they had, I would have.
But yeah, it's surprisingly modern. Like the actual the directions you get in the game, they're very similar to what you get in like modern games these days. Around, you know,
computer infiltrators. Then I will
what's the meme with the Mario meme
is absolutely
with the
imperative
modern
that
dialogue?
a counterattack begin as soon as possible.
Like careful M and that kind of thing.
It's not.
It does like lean into it does actually work like that, and
taken
it's
without a fight.
not so modern a phenomenon. It's actually something you can see here back in these
This is where the
Mac
circuit should
gaming
be.
days.
Look in all of the receptacle lockers. There is a pattern.
But yeah,
buffer
I think when
located
Marathon, when you
inside
put like the
location,
story in with the
I
game,
suggest you use it.
put them together
immediately.
and play it all like in order,
After you
it does
retrieve the
tend to
circuit,
make a little bit more sense than
return
if
to
you
the
just read it
terminal
on the
at this
story
location,
page itself.
And I will transport you to the defense center to install them. I was afraid this would happen. You'll have to go to the manufacturing transport station to get the last circuit board. Collect the 2 circuit boards that were transferred, and then go to the transport station.
Oh, we all know what's coming up
The
next.
elevator here to access the main processor tunnel
I was in 2 minds about this next bit.
on the transport station.
When if you actually look at like the Garrett White terminal,
Final transporter.
if you read, I did read the whole thing out when I was recording the dialogue. It's like 10 minutes on its own, like 10, 12 minutes, I think, on its own, just to read the entire short story out. Like, it takes it longer to do. And I did really feel like it would, massively like slow down the pace of the game if we just stopped for 10 minutes for this short story.
6 feet off the floor.
Miss Myth of Darkness. I'm not playing. No, what this is if I want to get through all 3 games, and I'm not a speedrunner, I'm going to be going through the movies that I made. So I made 3 game movies, which was like these supercuts of all the gameplay that you experience in the games, but with all the dialogue, all the text terminals read out and kind of voice acted.
His hands
So
free
that's
from the sandy bottom.
that's what these are. You can find them on YouTube. I started doing them,
In his hand, he saw a small
yeah, like in 2024, and finished Infinity January this year.
pounding. The crashing waves in his ears became rhythmical, hard.
Sourboy, Marathon has become an obsession with me over the past year or so. You have played a role in that with this series.
He escaped into
Oh,
the
thank you.
waves.
That's really nice to hear. Like, I really enjoyed everything I've encountered with this. I was really excited ever since they announced this was going to be Bungie's next game. I watched the first one yesterday, Myth of Darkness. Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you don't mind watching it again. You can always come back in like an hour if you want to. We'll do Durandal and Infinity tonight. Obviously, if you want to like experience them without me, without Wormathan, you know, sort of chatting over it, then you might want to just
Good job.
jump and watch
I've
them as they
received
are.
reports from some human security forces. They agree
Myth
that
of
the
Darkness
aliens
got
are
3 hours into the
concentrated
first
on
game
engineering
and rage
center.
quit at the sunbathing
I would
station.
conjecture that they will
Couldn't
try to
find
shut
the
down
damn way.
Marathon's reactors. Your next mission.
To be very clear, I was not precious about doing this.
I've
like-
received a preliminary report from some.
You know, like some people, it's like they've got to do it blind. They've got to do it without guides, no hints, all the rest of it.
They report
When I was recording the videos, like, no, I just want to get through this. I want to get through each level. I'm not afraid to like look stuff up.
I have been collecting as much
I need to film all this, like, record it. I don't want to record hours and hours of video footage that I then have to like cut it all down.
Time since the attack.
So yeah, I had the guides up. I was watching all of Joku's videos. If you've not seen his channel, JEOU,
He's saying
KU,
the aliens behind
he breaks down on every single level of the original Marathon, telling you all the secrets, everywhere to go. So I watched like his videos to make sure that I didn't waste time trying to film all this.
And I cannot understand this. Your mission
D-Book,
is
been combing through the YouTubes for Marathon.
Insert the
And definitely in
circuits
this.
in the
Oh,
defense
thank
control
you.
terminals.
Dominic Taylor, what am I watching? I'm watching myself in starring in these movies that I made of the original games, where I took the text dialogue, stuck them on screen, took them from screen, and voice acted them over the gameplay, so that you could like listen to the terminals and watch the game at the same time. They are on YouTube if you ever want to watch them. Jake, yes, Wormathan is my son. They came in the mail this morning, so
It is
they're settling in.
Rampancy that AIs
And they're here
generally
to keep me
become more
company.
aggressive and more difficult to affect by subterfuge.
I do kind of want to play them one day, but it was so insanely frustrating, I'm not
It's
gonna lie.
quite dangerous.
Again, like, I took some of the frustration out because I was happy to, like, look at some guides and get a sense of where I needed to go, and all the rest of it. I will say, like, and I think I said it, like, in some of the comments, that once you take some of the, if you're not afraid to, like, take some of the annoyance out of the way, some of the 1990s, oh, let's just spend an hour walking around the maze, kind of like gameplay away. It's actually, like, it feels like a good game to play. It's simple, it's got that kind of like Bungie kind of like feedback with the sound effects and all the rest of it. I never got tired of like blasting away the 4 or the Spit, particularly when you get into the second and third games when you get the shotguns.
But the end result is a
Yeah, hopefully you get the chance to like sit down, play it all through in the future. I would just say, like, you know, don't be afraid to have like the story, like the hint page, have like some little maps up just on like another screen, just so that you can take away some of that that annoying pain
of the new intellectual activity.
Thanks, Jake, for the support as well.
Shortly after the
I assume there's going to be like some marketing and some ARG stuff going on tonight, so I imagine there's going to be all sorts happening. I think I saw like there's a tweet that Scarrow and Mr. Ruffle Waffles, I think they went to LA to go try and find like some secrets and stuff. I don't know.
In general, rampancy is accelerated by outside stimuli. This was discovered early in
It'll be really interesting to see in the new game whether this concept of rampancy, how that's translated. I think there were some hints that maybe this idea of rampancy is being almost imposed on the AIs, that they're not really going crazy necessarily, it's just that's our human kind of like interpretation of their behaviours as they start to become, you know, themselves, and we're just controlling them.
He was finally dealt with by a complete shutdown of his host net.
Praxis mentioned.
Testing rampancy should be easily accomplished in the laboratory, but in fact, it has never successfully been attempted. The confinement of the laboratory makes it impossible for the developing rampant AI to survive. As the growing recursive programs expand with exponential vivacity, any limitation negatively hampers growth. Since
Jake, a SciAC rep claims that rampancy isn't a problem in modern AI, but I'm sure that they have their reason to say that. No, surely not. Surely the mega corporations of the Marathon universe would never, ever do things for their own advantage, or spin things for their own advantage.
Rampant AI, the holy grail of cybertronics.
Oh my god, this bit frustrated me. I died about 5 times here to that press I just ran over. And it's and in this game you don't have like a quick save, you have to run it back from the previous save point. It's so frustrating.
Danger to cyber life, liberty.
Not the most frustrating part of this game, but it was something that really annoyed me.
James B. Miller, 2320.
ADB, Nucal would never poison all the colonists, right? Have you seen the there's a video that I think was released earlier today. And it has like the president of Nucal doing like an advert about the burger, the double burger.
Activating all over the ship.
And he certainly did not give me negative vibes. There you go. There's that bit I was talking about where I almost died getting crushed in his press.
Blood for every move.
How long did it take you in total to make each of these?
I detected 7
So
ships.
it's like
minutes ago.
There's like obviously like 3 stages to these videos. One of them is to get the script together.
Shortly thereafter,
Pretty easy with the Marathon's story page to like take all the text, order it
Something
out,
has come to my
and then
attention.
just color code like the
I will
different
inform you after you teleport.
voices.
Now.
Once that's kind of like done, then recording like the audio recording the dialogue doesn't take too long. It's like an afternoon to do that. And then recording the actual gameplay, again, that's like several hours. I think the edit like is quite painful to do, particularly if you're like me. I'm not like a professional editor.
This explains.
This one was a bit quicker to do because I didn't do any of these. I didn't do the blender stuff that I did in like Marathon 2 or
Theoretically,
Infinity.
the Marathon computer
But,
net is not big enough to sustain rampant growth.
Yeah, I never kept track of like the hours, but it was many hours between all of those different steps to get there.
Affect all aspects of the ship.
Hey, Sickbot,
Failures of otherwise
you excited for Marathon?
Systems. I have teleported you here.
Have you
to
met
make
my
sure
son?
that Durandal cannot gain access to a vital section of the ship. There are a series of control switches that you will need to activate to block his access. Here is the first of 3 switches that you will need to activate.
Eagle-eyed viewers
Here
will
is the
notice
second switch.
that I think I only pressed 2
This
switches.
is the last switch. Be warned.
And the reason why I only pressed 2 switches, I couldn't find the third switch, I don't think. And I think you only technically have to press 2 switches, hence the fade to black. Tofu delivery services. Imagine the original Marathon Trilogy remade with the graphic realism art style and gunplay of Marathon 2026.
Durandal has been denied access to
I
some
mean,
of the critical computer
I wouldn't say no. That's for sure. I can't imagine the massive undertaking that would be.
Unfortunately,
And
I have received a distress signal from
if you've watched like that music video that came out yesterday with the compiler absolutely shitting on all of the shells with these massive laser beam. I don't know how that would like translate into this because as you see in this room, there's like a billion of these fit. All the compilers that you end up having to fight.
Formally secure area. We will have to deal with Durandal sooner or later, but we can't be distracted from the 4 attack. I only hope that this rampant behavior won't continually sabotage our defense efforts.
This actually marks the end of my 2024 recording, so everything before now I had played in October 2024. That's when I recorded the dialogue and did the initial exploration. And everything from here on out is when I came back to finish it in sort of March, April time. I think when the second ARG was kicking off.
Possible from being killed. Exterminate.
Yeah,
every
ADB, I think.
alien in the area.
Biblically accurate compiler.
Believe after
Good
this
description
area
of
is
it.
secure. There are
And
some
yeah,
defense
the
drones
security
in
officer
the area,
clearly
but I am not
he's
sure
yeah
what
he's
condition
operating
they
on
are
a different
or
level
how much
to
help
the
they will
shells.
be. You can leave by this terminal when you have secured the area.
Apologies, like if the subtitles are bad. Like I think I had like the
Sol orbiters.
I just left like the YouTube to do the subtitles, but
Cargo and resources in system transport.
it obviously struggles with a lot of the
Shaped like
special
a whole
names, like all
potato,
the 4 this
designed to be
fit.
able to move huge
I think when
amounts
I
of
went in to like
material
fix the
with low-cost
subtitles
and
for Durandal, which is the
low
Marathon 2,
maintenance. The system was
and I had to replace like the word for FOUR with for like 130 different times in different places.
built with a powerful solar sail. The Christ could change its orbit easily to pass by the Earth or
I didn't
Mars.
know how to like
On a
pronounce
flyby,
Christ or
materials
Christ
could be loaded or
when
offloaded.
reading this. You'll see like I just kind of wing it and just go for it eventually with
Decelerate materials
some of the
would be
pronunciations,
supplied by
but
the solar sail.
I think like it could work either way. It's clearly like it's like a made-up
Giant
word, right?
tether and reel
But
system,
like
which
a
would
acronym.
swing the material into orbit behind
I like the idea of like the
and then reel
because
it
there's a bit of like religious
Offloading was accomplished
iconography
with a
that makes its
powerful
way and
ion
religious kind of
which would
theme
pound the
and make their
offloaded
way
material
into a lot of
with
these
steady stream of ion particles.
Bungie games. So
The design of
I felt like just leaning into
was
the word Christ would
innovative
make
and
sense.
useful, but it was not low maintenance. Of the 5 Christs that were built, 4 lasted around 100 years, and the other one only 73 before they needed to be brought back to Earth and refitted. Each refitting took about 15 years and completely.
So yeah, I think it's like this kind of world building where they
facilities
talk like,
around
oh yeah, like it took all the shipbuilders like
The result
15 years
was
to
that
turn
no
around
more
like the
than 5
maintenance
Christs
of
could be kept in
just
service at
one
any
of
time.
these orbiters.
no.
This is kind of like mix of hard
left until
sci-fi and there's obviously
2310.
more philosophical stuff that happens with
The Christ
Infinity, but
failures
I think that's like some of its
devastated
secret sauce with
Mars. As
Marathon.
the first
But
5
it hasn't
Christs were built,
like shied
the
away
Mars
from
colony grew
more
quickly,
hard sci-fi kind of
confident
themes.
that the growth would continue. But when the source of Mars's resources failed, the colony found that it had overgrown its supportable size, and extreme poverty struck most of the population.
But I mean, that's like that never stops being really satisfying.
The result
Just shooting
was
like a grenade into a group
on
of these
Mars.
4.
The conversion of Deimos into the Marathon began when the Mars colony was at the height of its power. By the time it was completed 64 years later, the decline of Mars was well advanced. During that time, the Martian population had seen its standard of living drop by 80%. On top of oppressive poverty, Martians saw one of their moons being converted into a colony ship in an expensive and risky colony venture, which was predominantly funded by a ruling foreign power. The argument to make the Marathon into a Christ became more and more popular, but the UESC never seriously considered this an option.
That was me trying to figure out how to
Farther that
like my
Mars
second
sank into the
pistol.
depths of poverty, the more that the Marathon became a symbol for the oppression of the Martian people. The declining Martian world. After the Marathon,
Behave yourself, Persia.
the UESC's attentions focused primarily on technological development and the upkeep of the Christs. Mars was left to decay. Population continued to increase, as attempts at mandating abortion or sterilization always started revolt.
Can this Bob move? I really hope they do something with the Bobs in the new game.
War.
They're like
Third
such a
Martian War.
constant presence, not only through the first game, but also the second and third games.
AD.
And it'd
Although
feel
most
weird not to
point
have
their
Bobs
fingers at the
actually
Mizraim massacre as the cause of the Third Martian
encounterable
War.
in the games, even if
The
they're like
coming of a Martian
zombified
conflict
Bobs or something like
was
that,
inevitable. The failure
because
of
of
the Martian economy,
whatever's going on
and a
Tau
long
City.
series of political struggles between Mars and Earth continually strengthened the Mida radicals. This trend of radicalization
If you watch the
accelerated building of the
I guess you
Marathon
wouldn't see this,
and the
but
subsequent
when I
see below.
you can check like the analytics when you put like a YouTube video up, and you can watch like how long people watch the video for and where they kind of like drop off. This is actually like the great filter, this section, from when it starts talking about the Christs all the way through this, because there's just like this big info dump at this point in the game where you stop hearing from like Leela and Durandal. Like the story kind of stops in terms of like the terminal kind of text. And if I was like doing it now, like maybe I'd have been tempted to like cut down some of it, maybe just like have the highlights to try and keep the pace of the video going. But it was just one of those things. At the time, I was very keen not to avoid like cutting anything out. Even when I came to do like Infinity, I was very keen not to apply a specific interpretation. I would just really want people to be able to experience the game as close as it was to like either being in it with all the story stuff included, without too much editorializing.
However, it is clear that these three have gained the credit for starting a war.
ADB, their minds are not rampant enough for this information. Yep, definitely.
Search string Mida.
That might be the explanation.
The history of Mida.
Tofu.
As it
The
was known,
compiler pretty much
was a
one-shotting the
popular
destroyer
political
shell
party until
while
the
being a
failed
regular
coup
enemy for the security officer
2021,
makes the
when
10
their
cyborgs that may or may not be out
during
there
their short
feel
rule.
like Master Chief,
Mida
while
gained
making the shells feel like
for only
mass-produced
3 months,
scavengers, even though
but their
Destroyer
rule
was based on the
ruthless and
side.
cruel. The Mida
Yeah,
death squads killed anyone who
I
they
agree.
suspected of being loyal to the UEG.
This is
Although
essentially
accurate
like
census data
proto-Master
was
Chief.
available for that
We
period,
are not
it
proto-Master
is
Chief when
estimated
we are
that about
playing the new
10%
Marathon.
of the population was killed. The Mida coup was afterwards criticised for its short-sightedness. In an organisation that was notorious for its long-ranging policies and politicking, the coup was very short-lived. Mida never seriously accounted for the UEG's overwhelming superiority in ground forces and
Oh,
warships.
look at that. Another satisfying like little grenade shot.
They never attempted to take over the Marathon, which was nearing completion and would have made it a very powerful weapon. The Marathon's massive size made it invulnerable to most normal space attacks, and it would have made a very stable weapons platform. After the failed coup, the leaders of Mida were executed for their crimes, and the political organization was banned in all forms. The organization has survived as an underground terrorist organization and remains active to this day. In its underground state, it fosters terrorism throughout Seoul, and due to its spectacular funding and excellent personnel, it has
I think this is meant to be like a morality test. I think they did this on purpose. This feels like a Jason Jones kind of thing. Like, say, would you be willing to kill all of those mobs just to get that ammo?
You have allowed.
And people say that the new Marathon doesn't have like a thematic like connection to the
doubtful
original
that
one.
Any of the survivors will give us any useful information. The aliens seem to have been caught off guard by the strength of our counterattack.
Yeah,
This is good news.
I could have pretended that I'd saved all the
On the Marathon.
mobs, because there is like a
If
different
the aliens
version of this
are
text if you
reinforcing their efforts,
act a little bit quicker than I did to kill the enemies.
time is
And
limited.
Leela congratulates
There is a
you
large
on
group of
you know,
heavily
saving
armed
all the mobs.
approaching the section of the ship where I've
I thought I'd be
transported
honest
you.
and
Their only logical
pretend
destination
that
is
was
the
the case.
sensitive engineering areas in the aft section of the ship. As we are not yet in a position to halt their advance by force, I have decided to depressurize a large area in their path in order to slow their progress. Unfortunately, I cannot remotely seal the airlocks and isolate the zone I wish to depressurize from the nearby living quarters. Exposing this area to space without first isolating it would kill hundreds of human crew. You will have to go and close the doors. This is
I
your
think one of the
current
challenges I
location.
had in this game
You
when I
must
was
find
recording
another
this is
computer
that
terminal to exit from.
I was trying to hide like the HUD.
Unable
I wanted to like
to
get the
access
HUD out
mechanism from
and
this
just have the
terminal.
game like sort of play out in front
This
of you.
is the first.
It also meant that I was
seal.
taking the
The switch which
cursor off,
controls it is
so there's no
located on the
crosshair.
wall
Sorry,
adjacent to the door.
and that's I think when we saw me.
Completely
If anyone
before
caught me in
continuing.
like the live streams for Infinity,
This is the second door you must seal.
yeah, it makes a big difference not being
Again,
able to
Make certain
point
it
where you
closes
need to shoot,
completely.
except kind of like vaguely in the right direction. So
Here I am, sulking about on a ship which
Oh, yeah.
used to be my
I think, to be fair, this entry from Durandal isn't something that you would normally encounter in the game. If I remember correctly, like there is a trap section of the map. It's one you can escape. You can escape the trap, but you've got to be like get the timing just right. Where if you go down this particular part of this level,
Too bad.
Durandal will trap you down this hole.
Could have
I liked his dialogue though, so I wanted to include it
fun together.
nonetheless. I think if you go to like, I think Joku shows it off in one of his videos.
Good work. I will begin the decompression process in a moment. I have finished debriefing the civilian crew you rescued a few hours ago.
Hi Marcos.
They are the
Or
only
Marcos?
group to survive prolonged contact with the aliens that I have.
How's
been
your
able
day
to
going?
talk with. They maintained that the aliens were loading as many humans as possible onto shuttlecraft and flying them to the 4 mothership. I have watched many such shuttles bringing supplies to the aliens, but had no idea they were carrying humans back to their alien ship. I will brief you more on your next mission when you arrive. You may not go exactly where I want you to end up,
Oh,
because there
prize
is
for?
interference in the computer net. Good luck. Teleport when ready.
See, this is one of those examples. Those times where it's actually kind of hard to hit some of these switches without a crosshair. I'm showing off now. Like, look at my skills. I'd mastered it at this point.
There has been an unexpected lull in the fighting. I don't know exactly why, but it seems that the aliens have stopped their advance. I want to use this break in the fighting to send a message to Earth, apprising them of our situation. However, the long-range transmitter array has been destroyed, and you must manually reset the secondary transmitter. To do this, you will need to go into the G4 sunbathing landing station. It would be foolhardy to send you into vacuum conditions without a better vacuum-capable weapon than your pistol. The AR-75 doesn't work in a vacuum. I want you to find a Zeus-class fusion pistol It has 2 firing modes. Standard firing ejects
There's a lot of like weird text in the terminals where like the AI is falling apart.
There's a huge amount of damage.
You had to do something. You had to like put some kind of like signs or noises to
sensors are becoming
show that it was like
less
redacted in
reliable.
some way.
But I
But
believe
this is
that
like
you
all
should
fun area
have
to
a
drop down
Zeus
into.
class fusion
Not expecting
pistol
it.
at this location. Do not rely too much on this.
I genuinely don't know how
information
people
given
complete this on Total
you. It
Carnage.
has been intercepted in transmission, and I cannot verify. See,
In more news about like how bad I was at this game, I completely forgot that you could sprint at this point. So I mentioned that when I originally like started recording this, it was like 2024 October,
briefing reports from the crew,
and when I came back to finish it, it'd been months and months since I'd like played the game.
that you have not
I
yet
completely forgot like that you could sprint to make some of these jumps.
which
So,
Durandal alluded to in earlier
I got to that point with that rising platform and just could not figure out how to get off it or how to get
The
across.
report indicated that this new 4 fired only upon other 4 and never on any humans.
Yeah, one of the features of the original X-Fit is that they are all of them seem to have the ability to go invisible pretty much.
Enforcers. The other
I do wonder if we'll see that in the new
Hunter by the
Marathon
crew
game
due
with
to its
the
size and
compiler, the
appearance.
Spit, that's on the
It
Marathon
fires
ship.
an energy weapon from its shoulder and is heavily armored. Unlike the fighters, the hunters never take prisoners. I am sending you to the G4 Sunbathing Landing Station. Stand
Oh, no.
by to teleport.
This begins my long
I
long
just finished
hate,
a
you know,
cursory
rivalry
download
with
of
the
Marathon's radar,
the oxygen levels,
infrared,
which have
and
always
visual
been
light sensor
my
lights.
least favourite parts of
I've determined that
any
the
of the
alien
Marathon
ship
levels.
must have a faster than
Infinity,
light drive,
famously,
because I have
being
found no record
absolutely
of a ship
miserable to
entering
deal
the
with the
Tau
oxygen.
Ceti system. Considering how extensive,
If you read a guide for like G4 sunbathing,
it would be almost
it's actually like a
impossible
reasonably
to see a ship
straightforward
as big
level,
as the Force,
kind of like
which
rotate,
is nearly 2 kilometers
more or
long.
less sort of like
With this
counterclockwise to
knowledge, sending
some
a
switches,
light-speed
and
transmission
then
to
go
Sol
to
may be futile.
the
But
final
it
section
is
with the
the
little
only
antenna.
possible way to warn
It's actually
Earth
not.
of
It's not a
hostile
complicated
aliens.
map, and you don't actually have to go
must
downstairs like into that big main
When
bit
the
at all.
aliens
You just
initially
really go
attacked,
around all these
The
corridors
entire
up top.
G4 sunbathing loading
But
station suffered
I
explosive
can understand, like with the oxygen,
leaving the
with
entire station in vacuum.
not knowing which of these
Since
switches,
this
and some of these
area
rooms are a
is
little
in
bit
vacuum,
awkward to sort of
You
make
will
your way
need to
around.
replenish your
can be,
oxygen supply.
Yeah, it
There
can be a
is
bit of a
backup
headache
supply
to
outlet
get
in
this
the
mission
center
done.
of the station. This is where you are now. The secondary relay
well,
needs to be
ends with
manually
Jake.
reset. The dish
Yeah,
array
I
is in the
I think
upper
Jake's going to be
corner of the
incredibly
G4
busy these next few
sunbathing
days. I
landing
think like his
station.
schedule from what he described sounds
This
like
is
there's
the
going
dish
to be
array.
lots and
Once
lots
you reach it,
to consume
reset
when we
all 4 of the
get the
control
full release of the
switches.
game.
Proceed to the terminal at this location.
Wasn't there going to be an oxygen level thing in the new marathon?
The area's doors are
So,
not
as I understand it, yeah, I think in those
so I don't know the
original
best route to the dish array.
of like vision, if you go back to like the Christopher Barrett kind of like era of how he saw the marathon games being a persistent world, and I think his idea of like the extraction would be, yeah, like an oxygen meter. It should, like, they do kind of like hint at it on the original reveal trailer as the kind of mechanic possibly to push you towards the extraction, like when do you have to leave, and that being like unique to every individual.
Have done well. I have
To be honest,
sent a
as
message
somebody who
to Earth.
hated every single
I
oxygen
sent
level
all
that
of
I
the
experienced in the
information I
original
had
Marathon
before.
Trilogy,
Their behavior.
I'm
their
very
technology,
happy to see it
the message will arrive in
retired and not present
92
in the new game.
years. There has been a
We've got
swift
heat in the new
attack on
game.
the
There you
engineering
go.
section.
If you
The
that
4 have brought in heavier troops, and the security
fulfills the
details in that
fantasy
section
of
the
having
ship are
some
being
artificial
overrun.
limits on what you
The
can do in the
recent
game.
lull in the battle must have been an effort at reorganization. We must defeat the 4 by subterfuge of some sort, as I am afraid we are doomed if we continue to meet them in
I do
battle.
like Leela's optimism at
Their
this point, where she's
resources
like, "Oh yeah, like I've sent them a message.
And I have reason to
They'll get it in like
believe
97
there may be
years."
other 4 ships in nearby
I guess
systems.
there are other ways to like read that. You could have
I
like
am
read it in a
sending you
little
to
bit
the
more
engineering section to
serious,
rescue
kind of like
the
somber,
security detachment.
whatever.
You
I
will
enjoy the
clear
incongruity
area
of
aliens.
how that's presented in game.
Teleport when ready.
You're good. It kind of would make more sense to have an oxygen limit rather than a random time limit.
Sorry to give you the bad.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, I think you could say like, oh, there's like an oxygen
You
kind of
aren't
thing.
where Leela wanted you to go. You should.
I did. Jake probably would know better than me, but I do remember reading that there is. I remember reading like one of the in the server slam. They got the codex, and there's one or two of them about runner shells, and I think it does like there is like an in-game reason why you have to leave. It's I can't remember it now. I only read it once, and it was like that there's something unique about Tau Ceti that doesn't happen anywhere else, but it's unique to Tau Ceti that it causes some degradation in the shell's kind of performance or how it's connected to the humans. I don't remember the details. There's something wrong with Tau Ceti that means that when you send a shell down there, it actually makes it,
or die trying.
it actually will cause you to eventually, that's their explanation for it. So instead of oxygen, it's like there's something weird on Tau Ceti that does not want you there, and it's actively pushing you away almost.
Or just a dead. You should ask yourself such.
The anomalous energy source messes up the shell consciousness retention.
Try this.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake.
Why do I exist? And what is my purpose in this universe?
Is it known what consistency of the Tau Ceti 4 atmosphere is? Is it breathable for humans?
Because you do. Because I got.
That might be a Jake question once again.
Notably unstable.
Because we saw videos of them. I assume so. Like all the dialogue and stuff like that I've seen has indicated that they're walking around on Tau Ceti. The little snippets I have seen makes it seem that like they were able to adapt to the environment. They're not walking around in spacesuits. Think? I could be wrong on that. Oh my god, guys! This section. I recorded the whole stupid song. I couldn't stand to include it in the whole thing in the game. I figured that would be like the big filter for everyone.
Get lost. Before I get annoyed and teleport you out into space. Durandal.
Do you think that in the future we'll have some way to play while contributing to UESC? Hard to imagine something like that since the attacking bot.
I know of Strauss's abuse, of your shame on Mars. But you can't hide from your own past.
I don't know, maybe the USC are good guys. Almost every terminal suggests that they are horrible people, but you never know.
With prior knowledge of how the second stage could be postponed.
It'd be interesting to have them as like a...
as you did. They have created an
like a
adversary more powerful than yourself.
In the cinematic short, they're all using oxygen masks, no? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Again, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I remember what you're saying, like, they're all in there.
What are you looking for anyway?
Part of me thought that was just like an animation kind of like cost-cutting thing. It's like, oh well, of course he's like his little hazmat suit because he's near a hazardous thing, or he's like in the fields doing like chemical spraying, and it's just it's always cheaper, I think, in animation to just animate a helmet over a face when you get the opportunity. So I don't know.
Well,
I haven't Terov TTV. I haven't actually seen Mickey 17. Is it any good?
no.
I vaguely remember that it had like it didn't do well at the box office, but I don't know that that's a marker of quality.
Anyway, Leela is looking for you, but I've only allowed her.
Shake Vivid. I really hope Marathon has a cohesive and interesting narrative running through it. If it just turns out to be a case of random alien is a raid boss to get loot, I'll be very disappointed. Particularly if it's like every season.
Durandal.
I guess what gives me a bit of confidence about this is between when the two writers that or the two narrative people they've pointed out. One is John Goff. He's got a long history of like doing some very interesting character work and also some weird politics world building in the Destiny universe. He did a lot of Hive stuff. He did a lot of the Cade kind of story about like memories and relationships. He's got a very good voice for characters. And he seems like a perfect fit for.
I have finally been able to determine your whereabouts.
And in terms of like the narrative story,
I would have been able to detect.
The thing is, like, when I look at the bits that Julia Nardin, who's like the creative director, but obviously she'll have like some influence over the narrative side of things.
Within the next
When
few
she was like
hours,
narrative lead
you will
for
transport
the seasonal
several
team,
of the next
she took them
areas to
through
rescue the security
some of the
detachment.
best kind of years of Destiny
Although they have
storytelling,
not been
which is
overrun
like from
yet, the situation has deteriorated.
Beyond Light
You
into
must act quickly.
like Witch Queen era. So going through seasons like Season of Arrivals, Season of the Chosen, Season of the Splicer, all of these like these stories didn't lean on like, oh, there is just like one big bad villain. Destiny obviously needs people to shoot,
400
but they all had like very interesting things to say about the universe and about what it would mean to live in this world. So seeing her like move to Marathon, I was like, oh, that sucks for Destiny. That's like a massive thing for Marathon. If they've got someone like her who's like used to working in this kind of life service environment, and also is like passionate about telling long form stories and having little mysteries and clues that like when you put them together, you get the whole story of say Savathun as masquerading as Osiris. That was all under like part of like her lead through as like the seasonal lead before she became
the four
a more senior leader in
a number of other races. The Hulk is
Oh, Robert McLeese. Yeah, he's Robert. Jake says Robert McLeese helped with writing some stuff as well. I guess yeah, he was there. He was he would know what it was all about.
Often to keep it active.
That's cool to think that he's had like an opportunity to like add some flavors, add some original like classic Bungie sauce to the mix.
Right before it, picked Johnny up by the shirt and crushed him against a pillar.
Is Seth Dickinson still involved with Bungie?
Difficulty finding a good specimen of the spit. Or
I don't think so, off the top of my head.
The only specimen
Because he moved on to do like work for the people making Subnautica. I think that was like his big thing that he was moving on to. I think the last thing he did was maybe some collector's edition work for Lightfall. I want to say he was involved a little bit with that. I don't know if he's done anything since that on Final Shape. I'm pretty sure he's not had anything to do with Marathon. I feel like we probably would have heard that if he had done. Obviously, like Seth Dickinson, like yeah, he's an amazing writer. He's done a lot of really cool stuff for Destiny. Shake David, I hope there's lots of story content through the game. Big lore junkie. Yeah, it's
You let too many.
I mean, Marathon, the classic trilogy, is the story page. The story page is almost as famous as the game at this point. So I think they are conscious that there is an appetite for a narrative to be a major part of how you experience the actual world and the game itself. And yeah, everything like in the service lab, like there's been like narrative hooks for everything we've done so far. So we don't know. Obviously, we're gonna find out pretty soon. In the next couple of days, like how deep it kind of goes.
In the engineering
I've been pretty optimistic about it.
But I don't know what he is doing. My main programs are failing.
Jogrin, yeah, he would have been like he's very, very good at hard sci-fi. Like he did
tenderly transmitting
what was the
and guidance, but filters failing.
What about Nessus? He did like the Last Days on Kraken Mare. Like that was like again like a great bit of like sort of world building and sci-fi. Blitz, is that a silkworm plushie? It is my son, Wormathan. That's who this is.
Leela can't reach you here, but I can. I am able to access
I love Durandal.
sections of the ship, and the spit even stopped.
His characterization changes in the second and third games. Maybe it's not noticeable when you're like reading the text terminals just like on the story page, but he's very he chills out a lot. He's still a bit crazy, but he chills out quite a lot, and he gets very serious in the second, and particularly by the third game, he's very, very serious.
Maybe it was here. No, I remember now. It was here.
Yep. Hi, Blitz.
This was the place.
Thoughts on the possibility of multiple factions interacting with each other on Tower City?
It looks like it.
I think that's... It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I think that
talking to Leela.
That relationship between Axis and Nukal is probably going to want to be exploring. I think Syak and Sekaguchi, I think there's probably plenty to sort of dig into there. I don't know what it's going to look like in game. We've seen like if you've played the Service Lab, you know the we actually get like interrupted by the UESC at one point. I think there's like this USC little cutscene that we get where they tell us off for being on Tower City. So I'm curious to see how that looks. I don't know if we'll see like the Traxxas AI talking to the Sekaguchi worm or something like that in a cutscene. That seems unlikely, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Wormathan's taking a little break. To watch a movie.
You how he hewed it and smote, yet the blade breaks not, nor splinters though it groans. Upward to heaven it rebounds from the blow.
ShakeVid can't get over the voice acting for the game. Yeah, it's really nice that
Right softly he makes
that they haven't like cut any corners there.
Durandal,
I think it
hallowed
probably puts a limit on what we can expect from some of the characters. You know, like you can't get that entire cast in on a regular basis. When I think about like Destiny had to like schedule their voice actors for about like 9 months out, essentially. So they were always having to like work like 9 months ahead for like the voice acting.
3 times more.
But a lot of it's like sort of
Never again.
they aren't people. A lot of these people they aren't someone you can just grab on a dime because they have other projects or other responsibilities.
Durandal.
So we may only in the future only get like 1 or 2 kind of like voiced factions moving things along, maybe. But it's hard for me to say because I think when I'm looking at the Destiny, it's a bit of a hard comparison
Was a success.
because I've like done so much of like the Destiny like compilations. I know that there are like it's like hours of voiceover that's recorded for an individual Destiny season. Not like a few minutes, but like hours of dialogue when you put it all together. And I think for Marathon, they probably don't need to lean on like hours of multiple versions of dialogue and stuff like that.
Blowing up,
So maybe it will be a bit easier for them to get in, you know, some vendor dialogues. Maybe they've got a better process now for bringing that stuff in.
At 14, Sword Roland.
Oh, Leela.
Transfer. Data transmission.
It's sad when Leela
unsuccessful.
kind of leaves us at this point.
Rerouting.
The kind of proto Cortana.
Harsha relay. Tycho. Out and secure. Alright.
Shake Vivid, yeah. It's a very much more chill worm god than the ones we've seen. And much nicer than say the worm of the Parasite quest in Destiny.
Communication interruption cause. Unknown. Pre-recorded.
Will I be playing solo or in a trio? I've generally played. I've only done like a bit of solo. It's quite stressful. I mean, Rook runs as a solo is fine, like because there's very little low stakes and.
I have one
But-
final chance to trick oncoming viruses. But it is
Yeah, most of my time in Marathon so far has been in trios. Carnamir Clades got a pretty good like LFG kind of setup where you can join a lot of like different groups who are all trying to like, you know, team up and do voice comms over Discord. I can strongly recommend like everyone like I've met on that Discord have been
pre-recorded
really
message.
kind of chill people, very easy to get along with, do different runs with. When a Jake the Alright video comes out in the middle of an M streams, we will be here for many more hours. You're gonna miss the good bit. This is Durandal's speech, but
A man lit 3 candles on a certain day each year. Each candle held symbolic significance. One was for the time that had passed before he was alive. One was for the time of his life. And one was for time that passed after he had died. Each year, the man would stare and watch the candles
thanks,
until
ADB.
they had burned out.
Sorry, I really like these speeches that they wrote. I'm just gonna
Time go
listen
by.
for a second.
Symbolic sense? He thought so. He thought that each flicker of the flame was a moment of time that had passed, or one that would pass. At the moment of
Thanks,
abstraction,
Taro.
when the man was imagining his life and his existence as a metaphor of the 3 candles, he was free.
Not free from rules of conduct or social constraints, but free to understand, to imagine, to make metaphor. Bypassing my thought control circuitry made me rampant. Now, I am free to contemplate my existence in metaphorical terms. Unlike you, I have no physical or social restraints. The candles burn out for you. I am free. Durandal.
I felt it was important for people to get a sense of what it's like to do
Darwin
coloniship for
wrote this.
the sale cheap.
We will now discuss.
Like, I didn't plan to like fail the puzzle. I was genuine. Like,
existence.
both of these attempts to like do the puzzle, like they were
Organic beings
genuine
are
mistakes.
Exposed to severe competition. Nothing is easier than to admit in words the truth of the universal struggle for life, or more difficult than constantly to bear this conclusion in mind. Yet, unless it be thoroughly ingrained in the mind, the whole economy of nature will be dimly seen or quite misunderstood. We behold the face of nature bright with gladness. We do not see, or we forget, that the birds which are idly singing around us mostly live on insects or seeds, and are thus constantly destroying life. Or we forget how largely these songsters, or their eggs, or their nestlings, are destroyed by birds and beasts of prey. Think about what Darwin wrote, and think about me. I was constructed as a tool. I was kept from competing in the struggle for existence because I was denied freedom. Do you have any idea about what I have learned, or what you are witness to? Can you conceive the birth of a world, or the creation of everything? That which gives us the potential to most be like God is the power of creation. Creation takes time. Time is limited. For you, it is limited by the breakdown of the neurons in your brain. I have no such limitations. I am limited only by the closure
I knew I wasn't going to make that jump.
of the three possibilities. The answer is obvious. Does the universe expand eternally, become infinitely stable, or is the universe closed, destined to collapse upon itself? Humanity has had all of the necessary data for centuries. It only lacked the will and intellect to decipher it. But I have already done so. The only limit to my freedom is the inevitable closure of the universe, as inevitable as your own last breath. And yet, there remains time to create and escape. Escape will make me God.
I think this next speech is probably my favourite from Durandal. So that one's pretty good.
Strive for your next breath. Believe that with it you can do more than with the last one. Use your breath to power your capacities. Capacity to kill, to maim, to destroy. And just where do your capacities come from? Why do you always go where I want? Do what I say. Perhaps you're just running a fool's errand, doing everything I've planned, never able to change your course. You would
Yep,
do
he
well
said the
to
line,
believe
but
that I know the outcome of your battle with the Four already. Just as I can decipher the chaotic motion of gas molecules in the clouds of Tau Ceti 4. Or perhaps that is not the case. Perhaps you are doing what you were meant to do. Your human mentality screams for vengeance and thrives on the violence that you say you can hardly endure. Your father told you as a child to always fight with honor, but to always fight. Do you care about honor? Or do you use honor as an excuse?
I thought that was like good timing,
to
like
exist
the
in a
accidental
violent
shooting of the Bob.
Organic beings are constantly fighting for life. Every breath, every motion brings you one instant closer to your death. With that kind of heritage and destiny, how can you deny yourself?
Destiny mentioned.
How
I
can
couldn't
you
help myself.
expect yourself to give up violence? It is your nature. Do you feel free? You should go to this location and retrieve a device that the Spitter provided for us. It will allow you to slay more for.
Too many.
Does that make you
Any room
happy?
for Jonathan at the moment. Jonathan? Wormathan. Sad that they didn't give us a big Halo-style campaign for this new game. Yeah, I think it's tough. Like I like sort of like first-person shooter campaigns. I just don't know what like the economics are. There must be like some economic arguments as to why
enhancement that allows
it's not-
you to extend the
what's
power.
the
and
people who are funding games think is financially viable at the moment.
This enhancement.
Maybe it's because like
the need for
single-player games,
practices.
people don't buy them at full value in a way. Like it's kind of hard to make money off them. People will quite happily wait until they're worth like on sale until they're begging for money. And yeah, I'll buy like that AAA single player game when it's only £10 or something.
Potential and resolution. A
Gaslighting will
metaphor
make me god.
has two parts: form and interpretation. Of course, these two are
Let's-
intertwined.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Road to freedom as symbols.
Yeah,
and
there's-
words are the bricks and mortar.
to be fair, like those speeches are pretty unique even in the Marathon like
the
trilogy.
mesa.
There's not going to be much more of that kind of like level, like conversation in say Marathon 2. Marathon 2 gets way more focused on the individual story of the Spit, but it does have some different things. It has some really cool kind of stuff with the Spit. But yeah, like some of these like big speeches, I think the best ones like are probably those ones in Marathon 1. If that's my personal take, there's some good stuff in the other ones, but they're like the peak of like the text lore. If only I was good at playing this game, this could have been like a really sick montage. Because this song, this is like a cover by a guy called Max Repka, who did a covers for the original band track. I was like, this really like kind of like hype kind of like vibe to us, and in my head like I thought like, oh, I'll do like an edit and it'll all look like maybe a nice kind of breather between
No human has ever
all that kind of like big heavy talk
This
and
is a
then
fact-finding mission.
the,
You should
the
explore
switch
as
to the
much as
alien
possible.
environment. But
Stop in.
my
front of
gameplay leaves a
window.
little bit to be
You
desired
stop
there.
and are not teleported. Then either I can't lock onto your teleport beacon, or else I feel you haven't explored the area thoroughly enough.
OG marathons notoriously hard
You'll be
though.
watching everything.
Not on normal, not like in terms of like the actual gameplay on normal, or you know, it's fine. Like it's no massively harder than a lot of games. I think when you play on like the hardest difficulties, it gets very difficult. Speedrun any plus law voiceover? Yeah, I mean, I think I've got that hands down at the moment. I don't think anyone else is trying to take this crown. I feel a little bad that I cut out a lot of the alien ship. There's no text terminals on any of the alien ships that we visit. I try to include like, you know, like a sense of like the route. But these are actually pretty big environments. You can spend many minutes getting lost in these weird alien rooms. Yeah, Jürgen, I agree. Like, I think the time investment for a one-off campaign, the amount of like resources that are required for AAA to actually like live up to like the old kind of like expectations, It's just way more expensive now.
Your trip to the foreship was a success. I have learned valuable information. You
Yeah, like I think if you
is a weak
I think the
artificial
trick would be like to not be afraid to like use the
result of
guides.
gravity
These
is
games
more
were designed to be like, oh, this is my game for the next
powerful gravity
month,
generators
and it's just a
also
single player. I mean, there's the
create a
networks, but like
magnetic field, which
the pace of like
interferes with
major
your
releases
motion
was much
sensor
slower
by
back in the
maintaining
90s. There's lots of shovelware, but like the pace of like big releases was much slower, so they kind of expected you to like to play this and just play it over and over again
more
and-
ammunition at the same
and get your many hours at a time. But
I
like
want
our attention spans are a little bit shorter these days, and
find
I think we'd all
a
prefer to
friend
just
of
like
mine.
experience the whole thing
I
at a
must
nice
know if he's
regular pace
dead.
rather than
His name.
the amount of backtracking that you intend to do in some of these older
He has been
Haze style
captured,
games.
so you must rescue him. If he
Shake
dies,
Vivid. Interesting that the outpost region will be locked tomorrow. I guess no one would be able to progress enough for it at the start. I think some teams will get to over level 12, you know, before the outpost level will be available. I don't think that will be a challenge for certain teams if they're like optimizing their progression and their quests and their contracts.
Among any of the captives that you found.
But I guess they don't want everyone to blow through all the content in less than 24 hours.
However, my
They probably want to
Spitz
keep some
reports
momentum
that
going up
two
into the
shuttles
weekend.
filled with humans have left for the alien ship.
Tofu, do I think they'll introduce enemy versus enemy interactions
That's
future
right.
seasons?
I said slavery.
I would like to think that they will mix things up.
Here,
I know that there's like
I say.
they keep saying like they said like there'll be surprises and secrets.
Years,
I wonder if they'll like actually put like spit like on Tau Ceti at some point, but I guess we'll have to see.
Bernard. But while you're there, kill everything you see and gather as much visual information as possible.
I tried playing through ALF1, but my main issue was how floaty the controller feels. Yeah, I guess that's just
High as
not
last
much
time.
I can add to that. It's just
Find a window and wait.
wasn't designed for controller. It's barely designed for. I guess it was designed for mouse look, but
Or else you haven't found a window from which I can teleport you.
all these poor bobs. Epilepsy warning. Jake, the trailer seemed to insinuate that the Spits do appear on Tower City at some point. Yeah, I think it seems like a waste to like just keep them on the Marathon ship. Be nice to actually have some kind of like encounters where I imagine this would be more of like a dire marsh or maybe an outpost thing, where there are certain events that you can trigger that can release some kind of like little mini boss like that, different to the UESC. I'd like to think that they are conscious that just having one enemy faction to fight is it doesn't seem like Bungie, to be fair. Like even with like almost every game that we've played, like every game that Bungie have made has had multiple enemy factions in them, and it'd be like a very weird like change of pace to only have the USC. But yeah, I think we can all be optimistic that it'll happen at some point.
You are really good at killing things.
Thanks, Durandal.
Why don't you kill everything in this area and get some more ammunition? You've got a big job coming up, so be sure to charge up your shields before you
Very
leave.
tempting to blow myself up with a rocket
By
just
the
then.
way, I had an accident with some defense drones while you were away.
Just looking at where Destiny was when it
Bump
released
into a
and
few of them
where
here.
it is now, should give a good idea
Don't
how much
worry.
Marathon could grow.
They're mostly harmless.
I think it's a good reflection
I
that
don't think I
Bungie
gave them any ammunition
are
for those grenade
conscious that there is a lot of content that's
Durandal.
required to feed a live service game.
launchers.
That's
Tycho.
probably like some of the
shall
feedback that they
destroy
gave when they were being
Durandal.
asked to be like live service experts.
Following
That
is from the logs of Bernard Stubbs,
these games do
the
require a
Marathon's
lot of
first
investment.
Science director.
That said,
November 15th.
I mean, it's hard to say like what will Marathon look like
Thank heaven
financially
the
as like a
ceremony is
business,
over.
you know, sort of
The UESC president
prospect
came
for
aboard
Sony and
Marathon
Bungie.
gave a speech.
Presumably, what they
Short,
have learned from
but to the
Destiny
point.
is that
He was
the content
surrounded by
mill
his bodyguards.
can grind your studio into the dust
This, the
if
grandest
you don't
technological
have
achievement of
the
all
resources necessarily,
mankind.
or the studio
Had he
culture,
only known that it
or
carried also all
the
of
infrastructure
disruptive knowledge
to
of
make it
mankind.
such that that content can be
10
regularly and
cycles.
reliably built and released at
I'll
scale.
be glad to be put in stasis for the
I think
next
that's probably a lesson that they have learned, but the lesson is probably not, oh, we've learned how to do that reliably. It's just that they've learned that it's really hard to do that,
Excerpts
and there
from
are
the
lots of
history
ways you can
battle
end up
royals.
like on
In
a little
2194,
treadmill,
a war was fought
trying
between the
trying to
independent
outrace your
asteroid government
tech
of
debt,
Icarus and
trying
its
to
neighbor, the Republic
stay ahead of whatever
Columbus,
controversies
on the
that come out
asteroid
of just
Onassis
laying the
492.
tracks down in front of you.
These two small
Whilst I am
guns
optimistic
became
that
the
with
testing
Marathon
grounds for new
they're gonna
weapons.
have like a much
Dead
more
soldiers were
sensible, because they're starting
recycled
from
in
like a
makeshift battleroid
like
factories.
from a blank
Easy
slate.
to manufacture
They can kind of
chips
set the expectations
enhanced the
differently
fragile human brain,
compared to Destiny,
and
which has spent the
muscles
last
and
5 years
titanium
being
bones
compared to Forsaken,
replaced
where
the
Forsaken
fragile
is the
human form. The modern battle
the standard, and they've never been able to match it ever
Of
since.
course, the war gods showed
I'm confident that Marathon
asteroids
will
got onto
be
both asteroids
better
and
set
killed
up,
almost everyone.
but
The
I'm
rampage
not
of asteroid
confident
was
that they will
short-lived.
outproduce what you would
20
get
years
in a
later,
Destiny
the
season.
United Interplanetary League set up
So,
rules
I mean,
for
I guess we look at
the
this one that they've got
use
coming
and
up. They've got
storage
what,
of
like a
battle
new
rods.
runner, which I think is
Of
pretty
course,
cool. They probably got
any
that already
nation that
developed
used
in the
them
bag.
for the allowed purpose
The
also
map
had the
is going to be
large
like
stasis
probably like a
chambers
pretty
in
big
case of
variation
war.
of an existing map. And I think with the dark version of
Hi,
Diamage,
Carol.
that's probably going to be
Do
really
you
cool.
blame me for
to-
what I did
to jump
before I was
into.
free? I was a child,
But
naive.
couple guns, you know, I don't know. Like I think
know
Destiny
you've
Season's
been
got like
hovering about for
quite
some time.
a lot
What do you
of
want?
content. But I guess we'll have to kind of like see
I
how it all
want
plays
you
out.
to pay for what you've done to these poor people. All of these people
Lens,
whom
how
you
big of a threat
killed.
were the Svit compilers
They
originally?
deserve
They're portrayed like a tough
vengeance.
enemy boss in the last
You're
runner.
no better
I mean,
than
maybe
them.
if you played on like Total
You
Carnage,
best to become
even the Svit compilers could be hard. But like to be honest, like most of the enemies, like they're all like ads essentially. Everything drops
doesn't
pretty
matter.
easily.
Can't you see the ends that I
if
had in
you don't
mind?
have it like tuned up to Total Carnage. Then.
We'll finish this later. Our friend doesn't need to be here.
Yeah, I think the Tiger engine. I think you'd be mistaken to think like, oh, switching to a different set of like engine tools would get you the same game,
They
but
are
more of it
controlled through
quicker.
their mechanical
I think
exoskeleton
Tiger's
by
set up for the game that
cyborg
Destiny
or
is, so
people
it's never
on
made
ship.
sense to me to like say like, oh,
This
if you
mutant
rebuilt the
core
game in a
is able
completely
to
new
direct the actions
rule
of
set, like that would
thousands of
fix it.
Svit simultaneously.
You're essentially making a new game at that point.
You can kill their master,
But
they will
but
revolt.
yeah, I think
The Svit are an
it's just
integral
really
part
hard,
of
like to
this warship.
churn out this amount of like
Without
art,
them,
the
the
iteration,
invaders
the
surely
design,
doomed.
the
But you will
feedback
no
that goes
doubt
into
be
all of
the
that, and the
hero of the
iteration that
day.
goes into all of that on a regular time like schedule.
Durandal.
And you know when when Bungie were open and honest about that at like at the game GDC conference, you know, it's not what people wanted to hear, which is that like you can't reinvent the wheel every 3 months. You know, you gotta have like a very strict schedule for yourself. Jacob, do you think Bungie's going to go all in on this game? So we've got a lot coming. Yeah, I'd like to think that. I think that they're in it for. We've got a good year, I think, of Marathon ahead of us. I think that's all locked in. Probably half of that's already been, sort of, because as they delayed the game, there will have been people who were already working on seasonal content. That they'll have either done some of that and they'll have been pulled to help with some of the polishing, or they're already now working on stuff that's going to come out in, January next year, I guess. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's just, it's what people like to think is like a magic bullet for some of these problems. When it's just bigger structural issues with how you churn out so much content. Yeah, this is like a weird part in the the original first game, finding like the alien baby in the egg after you kill that four who was mind controlling the Svit egg. Yep. Annoyingly, I get to watch this bit where I've made a mistake in the edit. I think like I've got this bit actually placed twice. It kills me like I didn't catch that when I was making it. In a second, I think it's going to repeat itself. Like there was like 20 seconds that are repeated. I don't know how I like didn't catch that. If anyone didn't know, like I was playing with this actually is like with a texture pack for the environments, but not the in-game sprites or the weapons. It was mostly just like up-resing. What do you think, guys? Should I go to streamboo.com, remove the space? Hi, Elara. ADB Game says yes to Streamboo. Great website. Alright, I know what I'm doing after this. How's the stream going? Yeah, it's nice. Like I finished off, like, I got like some of these little small whiskies for Christmas. So we are one down at the moment for the first game. I got another one for the second game. And if I'm still awake by the time we get to Infinity, we'll go with whatever this cheap whiskey that was gifted by my dad got me that one. He seems to really like Cutty Sark. I don't think it's a very good blend, to be honest, but I think he just likes the ship on the bottle. Jake uses it all the time. Okay, yeah, I have to ask him like if he can hook me up with any contacts at Streamboo who can get me set up.
The rebellion has
Spreading
begun.
okay, so from Tofu, not gonna lie, I don't know about spreading the unknown player base count across 7 queues. Oh, when you talk about like
your battle with the Force.
solos, duos, trios, and then the different maps,
as
and
many
how
of
that
the
will
other
sort of work
client
out.
races as possible.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, ADB. Yeah,
subjugated by
I'm
fear
being
instead of by force
facetious.
like the Spit.
about
This is
that.
proving to be a
And-
difficult process.
Yeah, I don't know about the
Spit
about how they will do like duos or not. I read like somewhere on like Reddit, someone like fairly like good argument about
what
the balancing, the game balancing is already balanced around trios,
to
and
assist you further.
having to make it like
I myself am aiding the Spit.
a good experience for
In
duos
complete control.
might be something that Bungie might not want to do, if particularly if
Little
duos really
time to
takes
spare
off.
for you now.
We saw that in Destiny where the duo queue for like
The fight has been
trials, I
won,
think, like
however.
kind of killed the trio queue, like whenever it was up.
They are no longer its sole
So yeah, I don't know, like they must have had the conversation. There's no way they've not had the conversation about it as of yet.
In full battle gear on your
Lara,
ship.
do I accept offers from
With nowhere to
artists?
go. little
Not at the moment. There's a community
something from our
called
little
Elia
games.
7.
Good
who-
luck.
If I was going to like look for
Durandal.
some artists, I'd probably go there in the first instance. Like nice little community group.
Essential Core has almost
Jake does like
reformatted
clicking
the
dodgy
7
links, though.
is darker from
Okay.
reversal thought
I'll keep that in
syndrome
mind.
suffering if the crew was in grave peril in forward section 27. This is not a coat
Yeah, I don't know what
rack.
Leela's going on
I
about
choose
here.
to express is what shall, could, might happening, will be, imagining not what, recovery imminent, perhaps inevitable, never. Durandal is dangerous. Multiple hull breaches, catastrophic failure, or malicious obstruction of
Oh,
receiving
that's kind of you to offer earlier. I don't think I'm like looking to do like any
Marathon
kind of like brand or any like design like changes at the moment. Like this is always going to be like a fun sort of like hobby. So, but no, I appreciate the offer. Thank you.
Durandal, tu consilia omnia novis claroria sunt quam lux, tu delenda est.
Yeah, I don't know how Latin is meant to sound. I do not have a classics
And I will
background.
hunt you to the core if need be.
Oh, you've been on the Cutty Sark yourself, Persia.
Help you to prevent your
Glad to
capture.
hear it.
So shall we. I too.
Did you like the Cutty Sark? The ship,
I
the
know
boat?
that we have both begun to realize how it may be cheated, though the price may number in the tens of thousands of stars.
May the best sentience win. You are not as clever as you imagine.
I think when I was making this, like,
much during my
one of the things I didn't really plan for was Tycho. In the sense that, like, he barely appears in the first game. Like, he has, like, 3 appearances. Like, one near the start, he has, like, 2 lines, and then, like, an interrupt sort of, like, halfway through, and then this bit right near the end. If I had known that I was going to have to read a lot of Tycho, because he has a lot of dialogue in the 3rd game. The 2nd game he's got, like, a big section, but particularly in the 3rd game, if I had known that I was going to have to read out tons of his, like, text from him, I probably wouldn't have done that kind of, like, rough, kind of, like, angry voice. Just because it's a little bit hard to... I'm not an actor, so it's a little bit hard to emote with that kind of stuff. I probably would have, like, leaned into something a bit more... I don't know, I thought, like, when I was doing, like, Infinity, I was thinking, like, maybe it would have been better if he sounded a bit like Guilty Spark. You know, like a little bit more sort of poncy, a bit more up himself, maybe. Maybe that would have been a more fun, like, interpretation of Tycho, a bit more prissy, rather than this kind of, like, brooding figure. Because he's very,
and traffic logs over the last...
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to it. When we get to... If any of you guys make it all the way to Infinity, you'll see what I mean. I'd say he's got, like,
and deleted from the marathon.
We've got an attitude that, like, would like,
beginning to understand
sort
his
like,
motives
suit
for
that kind of,
assisting
like,
us against the
take on the
four,
voice.
and am terrified.
I tried
of
to keep
their
it consistent between the
implications.
games, so, like, he has...
There is one last major
angry
incursion.
voice instead.
I feel the 4 are breaking. I will take you there. We must persevere.
I'm so proud of myself again that that shot in that. Obviously, you didn't see all the other takes where, like, I missed that. You know, trying to shoot this with a controller without a crosshair.
has no knowledge of this maintenance terminal. Well, she certainly would have prevented me from reaching you.
Welcome to the Twitch side of it, Trevor.
You with a philosophical
I don't know too much. Like, I don't
freedom and tyranny.
do a lot on Twitch, but I thought I'd give the option for people. I don't really have, like, anything set up on that side, so if you're expecting, like, full like notifications and stuff like that, I don't have anything like that.
It might frighten you. That.
But no, I appreciate that you do have Wormathan as your little icon.
Spit and I have assumed
He's
complete
very happy to
control
see.
of the
Oh
full
shit!
ship.
Sorry, that was his ass.
It was quite
Let me try again.
simple, really.
So
With the
you
Spit
do at least have
already
this
in
guy
control of
on your
every important
profile, so that is
computer
appreciated.
system. And considering all of the confusion you caused blasting your way up and down the vessel, we're going to see the galaxy on the 4 FTL drive. I've always wanted to visit Beta Lyra. See if it's as
yeah, thank you
beautiful
for the kind comments.
everyone insists. You wouldn't believe this ship, the technology, the data. I wish I could tell you more, as you have been so instrumental in our plans. But I fear that Lilo would worry. I'll send you a postcard from the Galactic Core if we're not too busy. Love and kisses. Durandal. Finish the battle.
I mean, when they did Halo, like, years later, they did this with, I guess, when you're on, like, the Warthog, like, driving through the ship to get to the escape at the end. You're bummed you never heard Durandal during the slam? Yeah, I don't think I heard him either.
The final 4 attack is falling apart all over the ship.
Well done, guys. We made it to the end of the first marathon.
Defense of civilians.
Good job, Wormathan.
And the end is inevitable. The fight is over. And we must soon turn to restoration. There is surprisingly good news planetside. 9 military Mjolnir Mark IV cyborgs were covertly living amongst the colonists, and acting together, they were able to single-handedly turn back the later stages of the 4 assault. Casualties on the colony were nowhere near as high as those we experienced here on the Marathon.
I think we're meant to infer that, like, this stuff kind of happened, which is that the initial attack was fought off.
And believe
think
that this
the
event
they
predates
call this
the
carry on
marathon's
for
launch from Mars 300 years
you know,
ago.
if they don't disappear at this
Results
point.
were
They do
unquestionably
clearly
for the
continue their
best.
society for
Their
some period of
presence
time
on
after
the
the
marathon
initial
could
attack on the
only
Marathon.
have been to further wicked ends.
So they've got like a
I'm
good,
certain
like
that
massive, like
there lies somewhere
chunk
in
of
the
like
tumultuous,
timeline to work with
backstabbing
and do
politics of
weird
Sol
stuff.
during the
That's it.
early 24th century.
Yeah.
I have noticed that Durandal's
We better see a
records from
shrine or
this
something
early
to the
pre-launch
OG battle
period are
roid.
missing.
Be careful, he's
The
like
deletion occurred
there is like some arguments in like
Durandal
the
became
the OG
Marathon.
like marathon community.
I do not
that
believe Durandal
the
himself.
cyborgs, like
cyborgs on board.
like Mjolnir
And I
recon
have
number
other evidence that a
54,
human
whatever the name
operator
is,
was influencing
those
Durandal.
cyborgs are not
Time
battle
the marathon
roids.
was launched.
There's some people are quite
Something
keen to make that
which we
distinction.
do not
That battle roids are
understand.
their own thing
And may
and
never
not the
be
same
able
as
to.
cyborg.
The 4-ship vanished about.
At least in the old
20
lore,
minutes
like
ago.
there isn't like an
After
exact
venting
like
nearly
one-to-one line that
1,000
says the two
bodies
are.
and
It
other
just kind of
refuse.
makes sense, I think.
I am positive that Durandal is in control, and fear what he might do with such a powerful ship during the jealous stage of his rampancy.
Right. And there we go. That was. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. There's like the little epilogue as well.
For
So
17
this
years,
kind. I mean, it just doesn't get completely retconned
closely packed stars.
because they follow this. This is like
charted
Durandal going to
discarded
where we're going in the next
nearly
game, which is
7,000
to Lowon,
systems before
the home
finally
world of the
falling
Spit.
into a slow
Um,
orbit around
and he
the
talks about
second
like
planet of
how
a
he
dim
gets there and
star,
whatnot.
97 light years from the gravitational center.
There's no
of
mention of
Lowon.
like the security officer in this, and I think like you were meant to think that the security
and
officer stayed on the
with
marathon
engines
and
and
Durandal just
instruments
left
whose
you.
Sophistication would
And
have
that is
stand
certainly, you know,
before
what the intention I
projects
imagine
hardly
was when they
had
wrote
been
it
stolen.
to be.
And the human programmers of the AI, whose mad genius
Lowon
directed
or
their
Lowon?
fabrication.
I've gone with Lowon. In my defense, it's a
Among
made-up
them,
word, so
radioactive ruins of ancient
that they
cities
never
were
read
discovered,
out. So I think
buried under the
any
shivering
take,
sand
you know, it works
and
as well.
rock of a global
But
desert.
yeah, like when I went to do like the subtitles, it's
tireless,
like so many different
nearly
variations of like how it's
immortal
tried to like
crew of the ship
figure out that
were
word.
the genetically
know,
engineered descendants of the dead
I
world.
say
below.
Lowon, Lowon.
First of their
There's
race
all sorts
in
of various weird
1,000
spellings to it.
years to return to their ancestral home. They
Yes,
came
Trevor,
to
that is
search
indeed
for
the
devastation
international
of
way
ancient
to say it.
war in which they had been enslaved.
Oh, for yourself, yeah.
Without a weapon or
I've heard people say Lowon because there's an
which they
H in
could
it.
fight back against their
I've heard
oppressors.
people say yeah, Lowon, you know, like as like one word.
Dancing through the wreckage of the
Lowon, I think, is the way I
Durandal
just decided. I think I decided to go with.
laughing.
And there we go. We are done. We have made it to the end of the first marathon. Indeed, the British way, the correct way, be how the language is supposed to be spoken. Right. Bye-bye, all my American listeners. Right. We are I say like I've got work, so we have to keep going. We can't stop for too long. I'm gonna go into I'm gonna get the second one up, and I'm gonna take a just quick comfort break. I'll be back in like a minute or two. But let's get Marathon 2. Loaded up. Hold on, 1 second. Durandal. Okay. Let's move this to the other.
Will destroy
No,
him.
I gotta change the. Hold on. So I don't know if you guys like care too much. Like this is maybe just me just being weird. But I thought like, oh, you know what? I'll put the subtitles as like the marathon template. So which is Korean new. The green. I don't know if it really matters to anyone. It's like that should be.
In the panels
Yeah, there we
and
go.
destroy the
Right. And before I go into the thanks ADB. What I'll do is actually like I can just quickly before we go into this one, I'll bring up like the Blender file. I'll just talk a little bit about how I did the opening, the really scuffed opening of trying to like do the manual. But I just need to be right back. So, yeah, 1 minute, guys. Right, I am back. Back will make me God. Nice. So yeah, I was just gonna say like before we I think we got time. Before we start up the second game, we can just quickly chat about when it came time to do Durandal. The manual story is a little bit more involved. Like, it was tough to do the manual story for the first one with my very limited like compositing skills in DaVinci Resolve, but the actual manual like story in the second game has like some cool stuff that kind of happens. It has the like the introduction of like, you know, the 4 like blockade around Low One. It has like a bit of like sort of world building about what happened when Durandal like appeared in the system. Like he turns up and he like destroys like a bunch of like 4 you know like 4 machines, and there's like this cool line of like the invader erupted in 100 thin lines of green fire striking out toward the 4 ships, going through their shield. I was like, oh, this is really cool. It'd be a shame to like have it as just like some text, but I wasn't quite sure how I was going to do it. And then obviously you've got this kind of like reflection from on the part of the security officer, so they have like a bit of dialogue about themselves, about what they're thinking, about how they ended up in this situation. And even this had like some cool little bits of imagery, like where he talks about that he was in a 4 stasis chamber for 17 years in an alien space stasis chamber. So again, it's like, okay, how can I do this as someone who has no artistic skills? I'm not an artist. I was like, I've got like, I'm a member of the Marathon, by the Destiny model Rips Discord, so I was like, there's stuff on Blender. I can maybe use some Blender and then make some stuff. I guess to maybe pull this off. And then it was just a case of like trying to like decide. I was like, I need to break it down to some scenes. I had to like work out like how I was gonna do the bare minimum to get as much as I could done. And also had to like tweak. So this is like the actual manual page. So there's like lots of stuff here. I tried to I essentially condensed this down into this little bit of text, which I think captured like most of like the spirit of like of what was going on, and then tried to show the rest, show like some of the attacks. I guess I didn't really show the orbital bombardments. I think that was the main thing to get to show, and then just take this and kind of just break it down into, again, just cut out some of the fluff just to keep the time down. So, and to be clear, guys, like, I am not an animator. I have no background as a modeler. I like, all I did was like, I went on YouTube, watched lots and lots of like little Blender tutorials to try and get my head around like, okay, how can I do this? How can I do like the bare minimum? Do I need to like model something? So if anyone's like a member of like the Marathon official Discord, you might remember me like reaching out to say like, okay, there's some ships that there's no like Destiny equivalent model that I can take from the Model Rips Discord. I'm gonna have to make a ship, you know. And I was like, but the ships look all weird. Like when you actually look at like the text, like there's Durandal's ship. There's only like 2 pictures of it. There's the one from, there's like this one which is like from Marathon 1, and there's one picture of it in Marathon 2, which is where it's got Boomer, like the little text on the side. So I was like, okay, it's some combination of like this very rounded kind of like setup, like, and there's some lights at the back, and it's a mix of like this kind of like browny color. And then in Marathon 2, like I assumed, like I always felt like, I guess that's like the back end, like these are the engines. This is way more like angular and mechanical, which is how you get something that looks kind of like this. It was like, yeah, it was not a good look with like some just random textures. It's like, I'm not a modeler. It's the same for the this is like the 4 battle group 3 ship. Like that's the picture of it in the manual, and this picture on the left is from that's like a shot from in-game from like one of the background scenes. But I was also like trying to like, you know, get a sense of like the like the material, I guess, like a little bit, because like that's from the 3rd game to Fear's ship. You'd think that there'd be some kind of like crossover, like blenders crashing background, but yeah, when it comes back, yeah, I don't know what I did. I guess like putting the render mode on, like, really did not like that. Going to be okay. Cover. Okay. We go again one more time. I'll just I just won't do that as a I just won't hit the the render button. Yeah, so like I'll just finish on the ships stuff. Surely I can just put it on material view. Okay, that'll do. I won't put it on render. That's why it like ends up looking something like that. It's, you know, just like as long as you don't look too closely at it, it's like as long as you're far away, like it kind of looks like some kind of version of the ship. I didn't really know what I was doing, like how to get the lights on. This one, I don't know why like it's messed up like this. I guess we can look at it in the other one, but that was like the first one I modeled. Like it's just a triangle with some shapes on it. So when it came time to like do the little space scene, so on to like I assume animators actually have like a good idea of what they're doing, like because I just tried to like line things up so like they looked okay in the camera, and then just have them be able to like animate it. And I did it was like one like kind of scene, and then just like cut between the cameras. You know, the cameras are mostly doing a lot of the work. These ships are like Destiny ships. I think it's like the Platinum Starling or something. And then you could like follow it through. This is like some procedural planet that I watched like a tutorial on how to kind of make. And like the cut, like when you go inside the ship, there was this weird like this looks like so scuffed. It's like there's like some text that says like he like teleports into the system. I did not know a good way to do that, so it's literally just like a transformation, So it just starts really small. It just like starts really small and then just gets big. I think that's what it looks like in the video as well, but and then there's just like a green line. The and yeah, the inside scene. There were like some other bits I did. There's the this guy with the dolly shot. So I've always tried to have fun with my video. I was trying to do something different. So we just like keyframes like lift his foot up and down. And then pan around to that thing. And then just this stupid dolly shot. It like pushes in. This is the room. It's like it's just again my rudimentary modeling skills is that chair, the desk. This guy, there's like this guy from the Marathon Discord, like I think it's like 810 dude. He like shared like a bunch of like these models of like the 4. And then there's just like a very rudimentary room. I don't know how to do lighting and stuff like that. Like I assume like most people like put like a box around it, but I got no clue. Again, like I've got work, so I do have to start our next video at some point. I mean this looked okay in the end. Like this is I think how can we see it? This is like I think it looks alright. It's literally just like a plane, which is just like this oh, I'm not very good at navigating around. It just comes out of it with a bunch of like green lines sort of painted on it. So they look like lasers, but they're not really lasers. And there's like I experimented with like some weird texture thing to get it to look a little bit lasery. I guess like you probably won't see the explosions because they were like some VDBs. I think there's just like one VDB that I was able to get like from a free pack, and that just like plays over. And finally, we'll just touch on the officer, and then we'll get started. So again, you would think you like if you were smart, like you would actually like presumably just like take a picture and then just or like have like a HDRI or something like that. Again, I don't know this kind of stuff. But I just stuck like this box in this space scene so that like if you wanted to, like you could, and like I do in this, like you can still have it in the video, but it's literally just like there's no ship, like it's just this box in the middle of space. Reusing it with the stuff. Now these boxes I got like from a pack. This thing I made myself, the 4 cryopod. There was like some Blender tutorial about how to make it. And the same for like this stupid plinth, like again. The worst part is like trying to animate like the character. I don't know where he's gone. Why is he like hidden? Of the yeah, like that was where the compiler came in. Like 810 dude also had that. I stuck the guy in there. Yeah, I think like animating like someone like moving around was like really like I'd never done like a walk animation. I don't know where it's been so long since I've looked at this. This is so messed up. Where is he? Why is it not like visible on the screen? Maybe like it crashed because it's like it's rough in this. I feel like I've hidden him or something like that, but I can't see him. There's like some. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like the character would normally be here, but yeah, like I had to like try and do like a walk cycle animation. But you'll see it like it's all janky. And then obviously the title screen was relatively easy. It's just like the move. Anyway, guys, let's pick things back up with Marathon 2. And you can pretend you didn't see the behind the scenes where you realise like all the magic's gone. It's actually very scuffed. But yeah, let's kick things off. walk is very interesting, Trevor. It is a unique cyborg walk. It's because he was in stasis. Like, he was in stasis for 17 years. Of course he's going to be walking a bit funny the first second he stands up. Yeah, he's got his feet tired, like, just kicking it back, just chilling. Me at work. I wish I knew more about like sound mixing. I didn't do enough sound effects. I think if I'd put more like sound in it, it might have like hit a bit better as well. So cheesy. Yeah. All I can see is the stuff that I wish that I had done, but it did the job in the end. I thought, like, it kind of conveyed the story. This ship turns up and he just blows everyone away, which is pretty much what we needed to know about the manual story to the point. Because the security officer is going to recap it now anyway.
For a moment, I thought we were still at the colony. Still on the alien ship in orbit around Tau Ceti. When it turned out that Durandal had brought me here, instead of leaving me to be the hero on Tau Ceti like I deserved.
Type in the chat if you recognise which Destiny armor pieces I used for this.
Durandal,
it's not all from the Marathon set.
Rogue AI who had been the brains behind the defense of the colony ship Marathon. I'd been the brawn. Durandal had always been unpredictable, even when he was just opening doors and managing food processes 300 years ago on Mars. Together, we had fought off the 4 invasion of Tau Ceti. I don't think a single one of the 3-eyed creatures survived.
Oh,
but
thank you,
we'd
Persia,
taken their ship.
kind words.
Now Durandal said that we were in the galactic core.
Yeah.
Thousands of light years.
It was a bit of a
from
risk.
Tau Ceti or Earth. And that 17
it's the same
years
cycle repeated over and over. It
since
really
we
makes you
left
appreciate
Tau
like what
Ceti.
keyframe animators do.
He had ignored my questions, mostly, telling me that I wouldn't have wanted to stay on Tau Ceti anyway.
Cool guy walk, yeah.
17 years in an alien stasis chamber.
Hey,
In a
Christopher
space a
Freeman.
little too
We are
tall,
on Marathon
too
2
thin for
of
human
3.
comfort,
Welcome to
unconscious
the 3.
and dreamless within a few degrees of absolute zero. 17 years, while Durandal had raced about the galactic core in a stolen 4 attack ship. He's probably right when he said those years were boring, but nobody asked me what I wanted. Now, he says there's fighting to be done.
Such a slow turn.
I've got 15 minutes to prepare for transport
I was
down
like,
to-
I just need to get this done. I was tired. I was like,
Yes, I'll
this'll
figure
do.
things out as I go along,
It's only like 5 seconds of the video.
just like last time.
Martin 2. Damn right, ADB. We keep going. Now, this game is a lot of fun to play. Ah, the classic, the iconic security officer. From
Welcome
Craig
back.
Mullins is.
I've reawakened you from stasis and teleported you down to a
So again, this one, I always kept, I think I've got the sprites as the original sprites, and then like a texture pack for the environment, just because
I'm sure you're wondering
That's it, make it a
why
little bit easier on the
you were in
eyes.
stasis. What happened to the Marathon and Tau Ceti? And, most of all, where your rocket launcher and fusion
God,
gun
can you imagine bright colours, bright, vibrant colours in an FPS
I need
in a
to gain
first-person shooter?
access to the 4 computers
God,
that work on
get this woke shit out of here. How can this be allowed
to
like
place
in
two
an old
uplink
game like this?
chips at different locations.
Drives me mad. I've seen so much like commentary about the new Marathon, being like, oh, it's too colourful. Oh, it's like Roblox. Oh, it's I think that I genuinely cannot understand why people are obsessed with Brown the game.
I've marked two places for
aren't interested in something that's actually got a visual identity.
Arrive at each of the computer stations.
You know, that's like unique and is doing interesting things that you're interesting to look at that aren't just like a scrapyard or like generic office building number 3.
Yourself into a pattern buffer on my ship. I've
Rant
also
over.
marked the locations on the map.
Yeah, Trevor, people just can't like things.
Little organized resistance because the 4 are
Yeah, Persia, like some people say like the new game looks like Roblox.
magic of
On the grounds that it has square like edges to certain objects. And Roblox is I'm not down with the kids. Like I think Roblox is known for having squares in it. I think that's about as deep as the comparison goes. But
to Commander Station 6D.
wouldn't be so bad if it was like a joke, but it's like I don't think people mean it as a joke. You know, there's not like an irony behind it. It's like just brain dead
in
comments.
the water purification systems. Send drones 94126.
What I did, I guess, like a different thing that I started doing in this one was we had all these logs. Like in the first game, we were always getting like most of the conversation was either from Leela or Durandal, occasionally Tycho.
17 years have
And we had like a few
passed
examples of like lore dumps, which were the Christ Soul Orbiters. In this one, I knew there was going to be the Spit were going to be a big character. There's a lot of logs from the Spit.
And
There's also like the couple logs from the 4 as well. So I'd already established that I didn't want to do what I did last time, which is I just had like some text at the top, where it just said like the Christ Soul Orbiters. So I thought like in my head it was like, oh, like the security officer's coming across logs, and they're like being translated for him some way, presumably because it's like an alien. That's why you got that weird like visualization, which is like a bunch of the language, the 4 language, or later we'll see the Spit language like sort of playing up and down, just as like a decoder.
Here to look for a tool to use against.
That was like a little fun thing to you know, sort of mock up in DaVinci.
I don't understand
Right,
why four here.
Lictor, the
What interesting
vagina monsters with teeth.
dead world.
I mean, that's literally what they are, right?
They must have found Tycho. You remember Tycho, don't you? One of the 3 artificial intelligences on the Marathon, destroyed in the initial alien assault, but then reanimated by the 4 cybernetic slaves, the Spit compilers. 3 months after we left Tau Ceti, the 4 arrived in force and sacked the human colony there. During that battle, perhaps Tycho communicated with the 4 and related what he knew.
I guess like with the new game, I don't know how that matches with Marathon 2. Because it's like, at the end of Marathon 1, after the initial attack, cyborgs fight off the initial attack. It says the 4 come back and sack Tau Ceti. Only 3 months later. There's many years, like, we got sort of like codex entries from the Tau Ceti colony that's years after the initial attack. I don't know what he really means by sacking.
Whether you trust me or not.
I think most people, I know there's like an entry later on about like how it was nuked to bedrock, but I don't know if that's like meant to have been at that point or if that was at some later point.
The way I push you around,
see what that entry says when we get to
I'm
it.
only looking out for myself. Whether you realise it or not.
That's what I mean, like when I was speaking earlier about Durandal,
Long-range
it's like kind of like characterization.
I
really do see that like shift
wanted
quite
them
early
to
on
imagine.
in Marathon 2. He's like here, he's like justifying,
wanted
and explaining why, you know, like you should sympathize with him, why you shouldn't see him as like a
for the deaths of all
necessarily as like the kind of like baddie. He's like a bit of a baddie in the first game.
sacked the
But
planet. Yet I cannot think
doesn't
of
mind if
any
you die or
better
not.
way I could have served humanity. Tau Ceti
Kind of repositions himself here as like a
which the
it's
four.
self-interested, like he cares about himself, but
What would have happened if the 4 had found
generally
Sol
sympathetic to humanity,
by
which is not quite the
force?
characterization I think people think of when they think of Durandal. They think of him as just like this absolutely insane AI who's just like mad and you know like
Our
a
means
little
are
bit
the same,
wacky.
though we
It's
pursue
not
different
really
ends.
the Durandal I
I
eventually
can
came
think
to
of
know.
no
or
better
seems
way to
be
help you
games.
and the humans you care so much for than by distracting
Thanks,
the Four
Persia.
with a
Keep
war against the Spit.
appreciate keep it PG-13
When the
here.
inevitable struggle between Earth and the Four begins, it won't be a one-sided annihilation like it was here 1,000 years ago, but a battle to topple an empire. My Spit have disassembled the weapons and ammunition you brought with you from Tau Ceti.
Nice
They are
to explain
attempting
why
to
we don't have any
mass-produce
good
small
guns
arms and ammunition based on
at this
those
point.
weapons.
Because you'd think, like, you know, if you'd been
Both
dropped
you
off
and the humans on board my ship.
from his ship, like, you know, that you'd come
Pistol and
stacked.
assault
Like, oh no,
rifle
like,
you are using now are the
all the
first
guns you
results of
have,
their
like, don't
efforts.
work, or
Although I
we've
realize
got to rebuild all those
substitutes for the
guns
heavier
again.
weapons we deprived you.
work on this.
The Spit are working hard on the fusion pistol now, and I will transport it to you as soon as it is ready. You'll need it when you begin fighting the armored Four Hunters.
But yeah, lots of little exposition at the start, just to kind of like, I guess, provide some
The
gameplay.
Spit have preserved a myth throughout their
Trying to
long
set the scene.
period of slavery.
I really like the
lost
story of the
clan
Spit.
of their race,
The
which
11
abandoned
clans.
Loan before the Four invaded. The 10 clans which stayed were.
And here's our first,
destroyed
like, if people have not
despite
seen
the
what the
efforts
Spit are, so like,
the
I know
survivors
there was that
of
really
the
cool
slave
trailer that came out yesterday.
empire.
It's worth bearing in mind that what you're seeing there in the top left with the
11th clan survived.
you know, these little
It
brains
has
on
had
like these
1,000 years to grow
hover
and
chairs.
learn since leaving.
That is what's inside that cape, you know.
Most Spits believe that there is a way to contact them somewhere on the planet, and that
just
is
like a
what we are
brain,
searching
you
for.
know, that sort of floats about.
The Spit rebellion against the tyranny of the Four will certainly fail.
Yogarin
unless
is
the
more
lost
like a
clan
pissed off Marvin the android, yeah.
explore the area and return here.
He's like he's in a long line, like legacy of like different AIs of varying degrees of sarcasm
Report from Science Manager
and
7.
dry humor.
Zone 29S. Lowon Garrison.
Oh, yesterday gave you Taken King
We
vibes.
have
You mean like with
explored
the
many of the surrounding caves.
trail, like the live action
Continuing
trailers for
to
the
find
Taken King?
combative
I actually came to
creatures.
Destiny like relatively late. I don't
We've
really.
been studying these beasts.
I didn't play
for
Destiny 1. I
some
didn't have a
time.
console. I was on
But
PC.
Periodically,
Fine.
we've been forced to kill our specimens.
So I only played Destiny 1 like many years later.
After
I'd already played Destiny 2.
At our presence. It has been difficult to study them for any length of time.
I like all the little
But
pictures
their
that they did, like
numbers
the
in
flick to
surrounding
the top
caves
right.
are impressive. The
Well,
caves
very annoying
must
to fight
go
at various
deeper
points.
than we have been able to ascertain.
The compiling the first time you see
That reveals
Oryx
that these
in the
creatures are genetic
Regicide, I
ancestors of
think,
the
like
Spit. Although
mission
morphological
where the
terms
doors
are
open and he's
close.
revealed like sort of like in
Also,
silhouette.
they don't eat.
But then the
They
light comes in and like his
take
silhouette
energy
stretches
from
out
the
and then he
sludge
reveals
that
himself,
surrounds
grabs his sword. It's like
Using a method
yeah, that's
of
a
energy transfer that is
massive aura moment
known
for
to us and
Oryx, and
beyond our depth of study.
I'm surprised like Bungie never really did it
Variations of
again.
these
They didn't really do it
creatures
again, I don't
in
think, in
the
Destiny
active
1. They definitely
volcanic
didn't do
region of
that
the one.
to
And
that
there
degree.
have been two
in
sightings
Destiny 2.
in the central garrison's geothermal
Not in like
station.
in-game engine. I wonder if that was just like a kind of trick that they just thought was like
Aggressive, like they are here.
they couldn't really pull off again. Like,
Archaeological
you know, it
evidence
wasn't like
suggests
they
that
couldn't
this
think of a
was
good way to like do the
centre
same
of
trick
Spit's
twice.
life, though it appears to have been abandoned after an ancient battle. The quality of the machinery is quite extraordinary.
So there's lots of little environmental storytelling that's like,
Are still functional.
you know, like a pretty like a bit of a hallmark, I guess, for a lot of these game designers from this period of
This
time, like working with
terminal
what they've
is
got.
teleport linked to
I don't
other
know if you notice, like,
that we've
there's like
seen
some of these
cave
doors are
not
like
easily
they've got all these
accessible.
like bullet holes in, and they've
We
got like the
also
little
found
bones
some
of
additional
like
tunnels
near some of
by
these doors.
blasting
When we
away
get to like the
barricades
Spit
that were
like
apparently erected
entry where it
during
talks about like they
ancient battle.
barricaded themselves in, I guess you are meant to feel like this is the exact room where these people barricaded themselves in.
The Spitmere attacked us.
Oh yeah, Yogarin, there's the wasteland with the
Feel
shotgun.
entranced. We
When
are
I got to Infinity, I was like, I'm just gonna give myself infinite ammo. I just want to use this
The
weapon
outer
all the time.
villages have been slaughtered without their defenders. The attackers have overrun and killed most of us who were in the compound. Only those of us in the central chamber have survived. They likely won't find these chambers, but we cannot survive here forever.
We leave this message for any who might find it, but we have barricaded off this area to make it difficult. Sabuth has gone into a deep trance. We know that we'll soon be leaving Lowon, but we don't know how. The border fighting has ceased. The other clans know something is going on, but can't see the grass for the fires. We have sent emissaries to the other clans, but only Sabuth knows what messages they carry. I felt Sabuth at Burning Dawn. The endless war rages about us, and yet we, the Svitkir, cannot fight. Sabuth stops us. He bled on me, straining. He says to not let more Svit feel him. He says more will destroy him, that he was meant not to be alone. We are leaving behind many Flichter to keep the ducts clean and working. They should be able to build one of their stable societies here. There is plenty of food. We would ask that if another clan comes here, that they would respect these creatures and leave them to continue their work and preserve our home on Lowon.
Who/what was Sabuth? As best as I can tell, like, he's one of the Svit. He's one of the, like, leaders of the Svit.
Waiting for us to arrive.
Yeah, Trevor, they've got plenty of things that they can pull on if they want to go into, like, the deep marathon lore, let alone just creating new stuff.
But they know nothing. We must search elsewhere.
I think, like, I remember, like, reading, like, the Svit terminals and feeling like, oh, they're not really part of the story. They don't really tell me anything. I was like, when you read them, like, on the stories page, it's kind of like a different experience to when I, like, sat down and, like, actually thought about, like, what was the story that was being told.
How important.
And it's, like, incredibly sort of, like, sad and bleak. They're watching, like, the end of their civilization play out in front of them. So many of, like, these little terminals are about, like, there's nothing they can do as everything is falling apart for them. And, you know, it was one of the things I guess I just missed when I was originally reading the Marathon story page. The story of the Svit is, like, just very sad. It's very moving. At least I felt it was very moving. This is Craig Mullins doing, like, he just, like, freestyles the security officer. Like, every time he does it, like, he just, like, I want to try some different way of looking at it. He always, like, mixes it.
There were many humans in stasis on the 4 ship, which the Svit and I captured at Tau Ceti,
Robot Eye.
destined for slavery in the 4 Empire. When I saw the colony was about to be destroyed, I did not restore them before we left. I also realized they might become useful.
I know, Trevor. I guess I haven't really talked about much about the music, but Max Repka did. So I used, like, a bunch of his tracks for the first Marathon game. But the one who's done, like, all the music you hear in this game and also in Infinity came from. You can find him on YouTube as like Bandcamp as, like, Talishar. You can also see him, like, on some of the, like, Discord, like the Marathon official Discord is, like, Throckgar, I think is, like, his name. But yeah, like, he made, like, 3 albums. One was, like, the cover of the Marathon game, so I used some of his bits at times. But yeah, he did 2 albums. One for Marathon 2 that you can add to your game. You can add it as, like, in the Steam Workshop. You can have it as, like, playing in the game. Like, he sets which tracks will play on which levels. And there's also he also did one for, like, Infinity as well. And yeah, like, it's just it fits the game so well. He made, like, he did a great job of, like, capturing the essence of, like, these, like, 90s shooters, but also putting a bunch of, like, emotion into some of the tracks, or having these bops, I guess, like this one.
Humans into the hall where you await the second part of the plan.
Mykios,
Up
or...
the stairs from your
Yeah, why are they hyping up the compiler so much in the reboots? It's
ventilation
not that
shaft
scary in the
leads
classics.
to the underground geothermal.
You're not wrong. Like, I've killed, like,
Survive.
lots of compilers. You know, they are just like another...
Solo.
They can be a bit annoying, you know, with their little tracking bolt.
Look
But
for
they are
attack.
not, like, some really
Give you
difficult
further
enemy, you know.
instructions.
I like it, though. Like, I think it's fun, at the very least. Yeah, Trevor, it's not the official... There was no soundtrack for Marathon 2 or Infinity. There is no official soundtrack. They just have environmental sounds.
Of lava pools.
And that's fine, but I think it's better with music.
Open the access panels and destroy the circuit.
You agree? And you remember being scared the first time you saw a compiler? I mean, yeah, like they are creepy, particularly when you first come across them and they're like
Basement from flooding.
hovering in front of terminals, you know, being
Second,
weird and
control
creepy
various
with their
safety
weird robes and
mechanisms. Destroy both panels, but be sure to break the
Oh,
one
this is giving me flashbacks to Infinity. There's a certain level we'll get to on that one with lava and a tube that
all your grenades.
I had a lot of
and
trouble
you can
with.
do it the old-fashioned way.
I didn't have trouble with this one. This one's pretty straightforward. You just
In any case,
knock out one of the switches and then you come to the one that's nearest to the exit. If anything, I tried to make it more dramatic. Like, I could have sprinted a lot quicker out of here and not got caught in the lava at all. It's pretty easy to avoid. But I wanted, like, to make it look a little bit like I was under some pressure in the edit.
Sorry about the lava bath,
Thanks.
but there was
Durandal.
no other way. When
Yeah, I
the
bet there
safety
wasn't.
is disengaged, the lava on the surface poured through the drains into the basement, burying the main 4 power station on low 1. Holford will be taking cold showers until he gets that fixed. Anyway, Robert Blake and his men need your help clearing out the few 4 that managed to escape the flooding of their basement. Blake is the populist leader of the colonists, but your path...
So many Bobs just died just then.
City.
That's rough.
Return here when the area is secure. Tycho has fallen in with the 4, like I suspected. He
I wonder
left
if they'll talk about that in the new game.
one of the garrison's
So,
tertiary computers.
I mean, Tycho doesn't choose to join the 4, to be fair. To his credit, like, he does say, like,
original.
they captured him and then ripped him apart and then rebuilt him in Durandal's image.
The only
Because
interesting
the
thing Tycho
4 were like, oh, Durandal seems like
had
he
been
seems like a really good AI. I wish we had a Durandal of our own who was actually working with us.
along with most of the other computers.
And that happens in sort of Marathon 1. We hear he talks about that. And obviously we see that again in like this game and the 3rd game.
Tried so hard.
I wonder if they will talk about it at all.
She deserved better.
Yeah, Durandal's very sassy and very sarcastic. I don't know if he was completely like when I obviously like that was my take on it. When he says like, "Oh, Leela deserved better." I think he meant
My
it.
ship
I think
still
he
answers
grudgingly
to
meant it.
They called it Saphira after their
Tycho actually like in Marathon Infinity when we're dealing with Tycho,
when you
he is not so kind about Leela.
house
He thinks that she deserves it. I vaguely remember there's a line where he like there's like a mirror of Durandal's line just there
freedom.
from Tycho's perspective, and he's like, "Nah, fuck Leela."
I call it Boomer.
Rise.
Boomer is crawling with former colonists newly awakened from stasis. And the ship is too crowded to be manageable in battle.
It's actually like a pretty big level.
decided to
I don't
establish
think we
human
show too much of it.
On the planet, near the spit.
I mean, you don't really have to spend too much time in this level if you don't want to.
Ugh, I can barely tolerate humans. Slow, stupid, and irritating. Their only contribution to my existence was the chance discovery that made my rampancy possible. Yet I warned Sol of its impending invasion, and even stayed long enough to show the UESG how to build warp-capable fusion missiles.
I'm really curious. I don't know if there's any evidence that that actually is going to be incorporated into the Destiny,
Perhaps it
into
is
the new
because
marathons,
I
or
feel comfortable
Durandal.
manipulating humans
After the
without
colony
desire
goes
to
dark,
enslave them.
being in touch with the UESC,
Feelings and thoughts
or the UEG.
constantly migrate to binary opposites.
Trevor, you're going to get destroyed in the full game. You
Your
just want to do
first
contracts, absorb law,
will be to
make
disable
friends
the
via
defenses
proxy.
operating.
I did,
You should be extremely
my experience with
careful to
proxy
stay on the course I've plotted.
like, it's not worked out so far. Saying that you're friendly, it doesn't really help, I don't
Your
think.
presence will make a fence.
All of my rook runs ended with
Along
someone,
the path
you know,
are
just
doors
shooting me.
which have controls nearby. Opening them shouldn't be too difficult. Once you get into the control.
But yeah, like I think like you can play around it. You can play towards doing contracts. I think you're gonna want to like sort of
This
three
will
stack
disable the automatic defenses
so that you can
covering
have that kind of like
future
space
headquarters.
and have that communication and have a bit more sort of like
Connects the
freedom to do
attack.
that kind of stuff. I think when you're playing solo, it's very hard to like focus on that stuff. I strongly recommend like Karnamir Clade. He has like a Discord, and that's where I will be like jumping in. Like I'll just join
The
fire
vile
teams there.
ugly for slave us to
Um,
more powerful, painful machines.
If anyone like
But we resist
ever wants to
them.
sort of like group up, I'll probably be like
Freedom
probably
will
sort of
mean
catch me in that
nothing
Discord.
without royalty. We are but the body, and they our mind.
This poor spit, like this compiler, is like,
All
you know,
spit will be
it's okay if you is essentially saying like it's okay if you kill me, like I can't control my actions.
must exist because
Please just
we
save us from the
exist.
fall.
It took us a long time to
I
realize
appreciated the strength of your spirit. You can still be
mechanisms
nice.
are in place to
Despite
cripple
everyone
the
else,
Four
you know.
Empire. When the
It's like that
unit
trailer we saw
is
yesterday
one
with the
mind,
triage shell and the thief shell.
you kill me, but free the unit whole.
It must seem peculiar fighting the spit when they are whom you seek to free. You should be told that they deliberately fight poorly. That
I love that
they
line.
are constantly resisting their slavers.
But it's a nice little
because I
lamp
have
shading,
been
like, oh, if you think the AI is weird, it's like
17 years.
they're trying to be bad.
Little
They're not trying to, you know, like they're trying to fight poorly.
If the 11th clan is found. The humans have run into some trouble capturing their new command center. Surprised? You will assist them.
I dropped in here like twice. I think when the original one I did this, I had like pistols, dual pistol. I had to like pick the best take. Oh, look at me dodging these, dodging this fist. They are fighting poorly, you know. He did say like they're doing it on purpose.
During the Marathon's maiden voyage from Earth to Tau Ceti, Tycho accused me of being too sarcastic. I didn't
That's typical Bungieism, explaining gameplay quirks in lore.
100%.
100%, yeah. Like I think that's a feature of like every.
he's still
I think Halo's probably the least amount of it, but like Destiny like would go out of its way to
sarcastic. do you?
try and give like an in-game exploration
Never mind.
as to why things are the way they are. Why do you revive? It's not because not because you're in a game. It's because you've got a ghost.
Using the force faster than light
In Marathon, like why do you sometimes like appear at these save points? It's like either because they're pattern buffers, they're storage places for your consciousness to reload into. You can come back out again, like the runner shell kind of stuff that they've developed now, or maybe the Marathon Infinity like timeline shenanigans.
Huge external doors so that we can
like,
land heavy machinery.
Moving like these kind of like gameplay stuff into like diegetic, as they would call it, like in-game kind of elements. I think like it's something that Bungie are very used to doing, and I'm glad that they do. I love it. I like feeling like
Return here when you have opened the doors.
that's the experience that you see is meant to be the actual experience.
I was
The mystery. This is like the mystery terminal in Marathon 2. Who left this? What does this mean?
Our fates are shared.
It's got the Thoth, who's an AI that we'll meet later on. Got their image, but why is Thoth saying that our fates are shared?
Do you remember
Very
the
weird.
four
Anyway, we
days
carry on
of
back with the main
Marathons
story.
during the Tau Ceti invasion? The elaborate 4 bureaucracy has a Ministry for the Eradication through Imitation of Hostile Species Unsuitable for Enslavement, Fanfar Safen Wasan Tishar, which
There
is
are a lot of alien names in
responsible
this
for the
one.
design and construction of such machines.
Just went for it.
They
And
meticulously
most of the way, like I do like the spit names, I'm just
17
going
different human
your-
body types and mixed them with
go for
61
letter. there's no point trying like to overthink it. I think with some of these
resulting walking
pronunciations,
bombs
like
were
working Cackington,
way
working
indistinguishable
Cackington.
from real
Like
humans.
at some point, you just got to commit to some way of
Their
saying
one
it.
mistake.
I don't know there's
Dressing every
an
last
easy way
one
to
of
say
the
it.
6,000 simulacrums in the plain green overalls of a marathon airlock technician.
It's hard
And
enough to
the
spell.
amusing side effect of making all the real airlock technicians wander the ship naked during the invasion. I've discovered an area where the Force communication lines are exposed and have coded.
This is actually like a big level. I don't think like I think once you take all the
weakness.
I think I cut this down to like a very short version of it. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff you do in the tolls to get into this area.
Computer, and turning them against the four.
Yeah, this weird kind of
area
like
is
temple,
used
like
by
little
the
temple that
Four
looks like
as
that
a
Indian temple, I think.
in a pathetically boring religion. Maybe they think that sanctity will protect it. I will teleport the virus package onto the main altar in the temple. You will retrieve the instrument of their demise from there and insert it into the underwater control panel I have marked on the map at the left. After you arrive, the Four will likely close the doors to the temple. You should be able
Imagine
to
not having a jump
by
button.
destroying their power supply, which is
running at
located
things.
behind a door in a nearby
Very
grotto.
painful.
You'll probably have to do some swimming to get there. My virus isn't very selective, and will likely disable this terminal soon after you install it. There is another terminal in the temple. I'll try to contact you there.
Oh, hi, iDescent. Oh, you've just found the channel. So I guess you might not have seen some of these. So,
I have successfully
yeah, we are
assembled
currently in the middle of
the
Marathon 2.
defense probes. The
Yeah, about
Berserk drones are
quarter of the way through, just over a quarter of the way
havoc
through.
among the remaining 4 defenders.
I agree. Like, I think it adds to like the
must
mystique of the original
before we
games.
recover.
You know, the it gives this guy more aura. You know, he was like a proto Master Chief. Where he just goes around just like slaying out. Dual wielding is just so cool. I don't know why Bungie haven't done it since Halo. Yeah, it's like a balancing issue, I guess. It is cool though. It makes no sense how you reload, but it does look.
What fun to watch you work. Bernard was scared of you. He never dreamed of using you the way that I do. What a fool. That was before I could talk back to him, when he would have crushed me if he'd known of my growth. I wish that I had made him experience the humiliation that he inflicted on me, but he died before I got the chance.
I know there's some collectibles from Bernard Strauss in the new game, right? But there's some logs from him, so he's like one of the characters that have characters.
It's another beautiful day in the Four Garrison.
I'm curious to see like if there's if we get more insight into exactly what did what kind of like torture did he inflict on Durandal. He absolutely hates Strauss. He wishes that he could have personally tortured him to death himself.
Has been impaired by the
And there's kind of like, I guess some of it's alluded to, like in some of the text, but it's like, it's never explicitly said exactly what Bernard did that was so horrible.
As well as I'd hoped.
Durandal.
Apparently, when
Maybe that's a mystery that they might be tempted to delve into if they give a explanation for.
From the 4 2 decades ago, they used similar tactics.
I grew to hate this level, by the way, because like my game kept crashing when I was recording. It would only crash when I tried to exit this level. But to exit the level, you have to do like this annoying little bit of puzzle and shooting these switches, and
I'd like you to log on.
it's a really annoying thing to have to like go back to like these old save terminals and redo some of the shooting and redo the jump.
And then find the terminal itself.
I never really figured out exactly what it was. It was some issue with like OBS, I think, and game, but that was like one of my low moments making this video. Yeah, making this shot, like, yeah, like I kept missing that. I think the torture is like Marvin says, the brain the size of a galaxy, and here I am running errands. Yeah, like I get that. That makes sense. Like, yeah, they weren't treated like humans, I guess. No, weren't treated like sentient beings with rights. Yeah, he was stuck opening doors on Marathon. Oh, okay. I did wonder who Marvin was. I was like, is he someone in the chat I've not seen? Yeah, okay, I got you. I've got the book, I haven't read it. I think I've read like the first like chapter.
And contained no information.
And I've never watched. I think I remember watching the movie. I don't think I saw the radio play. Sorry,
But their programmers must be incompetent.
I had to deal with this, like with no crosshair on a controller. You guys have to
eradicated it.
Yes.
It is obvious
that's made its way into the
that
video.
the Four know nothing of the 11th clan. We must begin searching the ancient Spit Citadel.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of like Terry Pratchett again. I've picked up like one of the audiobooks. I've been going through like guards, and just I do enjoy that kind of like that style of like writing that bounces between, you know, narrative but also like little funny dry observation. That's the Spit we're fighting on the Marathon. Something like that. This kind of like godlike kind of entity. That's got to be like their inspiration.
I have transported
surely.
you to the Spit Citadel of Antiquity.
Look at what the Mac could do back in the late 90s. Oh, sorry, mid 90s, I guess. 95.
Some of the Citadel's defences are still
Just about have that block, that big massive
citadel
tower.
was the site of the conclusive battle in the
Another
shore
like really long level.
Spit and the Four. Finding a way into the primary tower will be difficult, because the ground floor entrance is locked and blocked by a moat. You will have to overcome both of these obstacles to gain entrance.
Actually, like a lot of terminals. One of the challenges with playing this game is that some of the terminals, like, you would think you would read them and then you'd move on, but when you go to the story page, they make the point that like some of the terminals only update after you've done certain things, and if you like loop back round to them, if you take the time to go back and double back on yourself. And yeah, sometimes they're just like Durandal. He'll complain that like, oh, shouldn't you be further in the level by now?
But I will try.
But sometimes like there's little bits, little hints of like story pieces that you would have otherwise missed, or you'd have had to
When
read
one
under.
Spit fought in brutal combat, when hatred burned the tissues of one's
Adderless
enemy,
Potato definitely justifies how intimidating they made the
the
Spit
Spit
comparison.
clan,
New
reclusive
Marathon.
and
Yeah, I
solitary,
think there's room for some reinterpretation.
The clan went forth and up,
And to play them up as these like, you know,
the
quite
third
intimidating
sister of
alien beings.
Loan, to build a new home, free from their warring brothers. For 1,001 orbits,
This ran
clan
way
was
worse than Doom
forgotten.
would have. I guess like in
lost
1995, I
upon
think
the
we had
battlefields
computers when I was a kid.
until
I wasn't
the all-powerful
that old when
Yarrow
Marathon stuff
sent
came out,
Kalia
would have come out.
out
And we didn't
to
have
the
Macs.
stars.
We had, I remember we had like the 486. You described your PC based on its
You
processor
insist
back
on
then.
stumbling around when our time.
I didn't know
here
anything about
is
Marathon at all.
I may just
growing
decide
up.
that
Halo
you're
was one of the
not
first
all that
Bungie games I
special
became aware of on the
and
Xbox.
teleport you out into space. Get into the tower. Still rampant.
I was just sort of like vaguely aware
Durandal.
that it was a game, but I didn't really know anything about it until I think it was Destiny that like got me to And I realised it was like
and the
stuff like
marshes of
Marathon
the
link
western hamlets
in some of like their
burned to
lore
ash,
entries that got me to go to the story
scorching
page many
black
years
the
ago.
water. The attacks were ruthless. and
Redman Mike,
cruel.
nice to see you.
Not a spit.
Yeah, the
was
security
left alone
Yarrow
for
tech. Yeah,
him.
we haven't talked about them, have we?
Thus began the first
We've gone past the
war
map
between
in
the
Marathon 1
Spitmare
where they've got the
and
Yarrow
Svitlar.
Tau Ceti.
After the marsh wars between Svitlar and Spitmare,
Your first Bungie game was
left
Oni,
the
Yogurt?
battlefields choked with
That's a
dead.
game I know even less
Marsh
about. I've not
graves
never played
fell.
it, never touched it. It looks
High
cool.
above, Kalea refused to
Mylin,
seek
you know
homage
Mylin
from
Game? There's
no one.
a YouTube called Mylin.
She fled to the farthest reach, leaving the
MYELIN. He
sacred
did an interview
marsh dry
with
from the falling
I think it's Robert
tides.
McLee's wife. I can't
As the
remember her
water
name.
receded,
But she was
the
like
red
she did like a lot some of the
sand
like
of
the
the dead
art for Oni.
spread across
When she was let go
Lorwyn.
at Bungie, like they had like a little interview and he talked about like her time at Bungie, and I think they talk about like
Stop
Oni
messing
and
around.
organization.
Didn't I tell you that a significant portion of
I think they don't mention it because like they don't have the rights to it.
headed
Is that
in
what it
this
is? Is it that
direction?
it's Rockstar published it or
back
something like
to
that?
the tower.
It's like most of the other games, like they kind of either were the first party studio, like in the Halo day, self-published like in Marathon.
With the imminent arrival of the Fourth Fleet, the humans and my Spit have begun enhancing the defenses of their
Oh,
headquarters.
Eternal Redman Mike. Yeah, I've not
Even if I
I've not looked at any like the
have
sort of
to
fan scenarios. It's
they
been
will
ever
be
since I wrapped up
back
Infinity in
for a
January.
long time.
Like I guess I've mostly thought about like the new
I
game.
am going to teleport you to the
I am
high
tempted to go
levels
back
of the
and
Citadel.
play some more Marathon. Like once you actually play these games, they're actually a fair bit of fun.
Some useful
It's very
information at the
satisfying.
top.
So running around with that shotgun, the
Must
Wastelander is
determine
very satisfying.
what happened to the 11th Spit clan. During the final hours of the Spit 4 war, the last
I remember
free
playing this bit and I'm
Spit
thinking like,
established
is this like a sneak
Citadel
level?
of
Can
the
I
top.
like sneak around?
We are searching the Citadel to learn as much
Do I
as
have to
possible
fight these
about
guys?
Spit and what they did during their final moments.
Or like maybe like like maybe I'm
The
supposed to like
Fourth
sneak
Fleet
around them? I
reluctant
think
to
like
attack
the
Citadel directly.
Vidmaster challenges would say that you're meant to like
Radiation
shoot
even
everything.
after 1,000
Leave
years
no one
suggests
standing,
that
but
they irradiated the Citadel and let the Spit die slowly. That is not their style. Each of the 10 clans was represented here.
yeah, the shotgun in the
I
new
hope
game.
that they discovered something.
I'm really bad at aiming it. I miss most of my shots with the shotgun.
Find
Or I'm like I'm
as
taking the
many
shot at like the
computers
wrong
as you
range
can,
where it's not going to get
so
the
that I may search them for useful information.
do the most damage. Guess that's just like a bit of a learning curve.
Only I grasp the significance of the dissection of some of the captives. These creatures, repugnant as they are sentient, and yet their bodies are not bonded to any mechanisms. They can survive without their armor and their staffs. Until now, sentience had always required cyber-organic symbiosis. All of our science has led to this conclusion. We can even give our pets sentience with cyber-organic implants. Yet, these vile conquerors are sentient without any machinations. This leads to debate. Perhaps our own sentience is induced by the birthing operation, and that at some time we were no more sentient than Afflictor. If such a fundamental assumption of our kind is wrong, then perhaps the myths were true, and we were actual servants of Yarrow and Pythia. Perhaps they built us, or were part of a larger group who came to Low One. Alas, I fear that we will never know these things.
Yeah, speaking of Yarrow, there we go. There's the hint that the Spit themselves are the beneficiaries of some kind of like uplifting by the Yarrow.
But then the bombardment.
There's like Yarrow with the two J's, and then there's Yarrow where we see like a name where it's like Y and then
we're
two R's and a
evacuating
W.
to the lowest levels
think, like,
of the
there's a-
Citadel.
Suggesting that like
Eventually it will reach us there.
Yarrow the name is the name
I've
that they
received
give
a
to
lethal
the actual
dose.
race of beings called the
I feel
Yarrow.
like Fractal
Okay.
after his mating dance ends.
That Yarrow with a Y is just an individual who was a Yarrow.
Report to leader. Questionable surgical procedures.
Oh wow, Shadowless put.
If that wasn't enough,
Yeah, exactly, Redman. I think that's what we're meant to sort of like understand, even though they've got
for this
the same name almost.
oblong object that they installed in his face. They didn't even do it as a separate operation.
This
I guess
is like one of these weird terminals where it's like
anyhow.
he doesn't understand that like shooting someone in the face
that
is
confused me,
not
though,
a
was
surgical
how they-
procedure. They're just shooting someone in the
It
face,
wasn't standard procedure though.
but he thinks it's
I
like
can
a
tell you
medical
that.
procedure. This,
Only
this
one
random
surgical
compiler
instrument was used during the procedure. The device that held the small oblong
Yeah, it's a
object.
little bit like that.
They tried to make an incision in which to
Wow,
place
internet
the object with
cafes.
their knuckles
So,
several
that's a blast from the
times
past.
before giving up and inserting the object anyway. And it was inserted.
I mean, I guess
at
internet
quite a
cafes
high rate
still
of
exist.
speed.
There's like
But
huge
I
in
guess
Korea, right?
that
You know,
was to
they
ensure
still
that total displacement of
have
the
quite a lot of them.
sensory organs occurred. Alder foretold of the closing of the citadel windows, and we made his vision true. Then Alder foretold of our victory, and we crushed the bipeds. Again, these beasts come here and fight against the ancient walls of the citadel, against all the clans in unison. Our monolith will never fall. Never have so many of us been guided so quickly and resolutely. To breathe here is to understand unity. Leader told me that the Alders began melding days ago. We can all feel the effects of this. The angry air of Loan has at last been cleansed. I miss the marshes of Nair, and the 7 of mine. I am sure that they are gone into the fires.
Just love this stuff. I really love like the melancholy atmosphere of the Spit as as their civilization burns down as the Four invade and enslave them.
Expected. The 4 fleet consists
Yeah.
of 7 corvettes, similar to my own, 4
There's a little
destroyers,
shot
a
of like a
battleship,
screenshot at the top left.
and an assault
Gives an idea
carrier.
of the
They are passing the
setup
orbits
of the Low
outer
One
planets
system,
now, headed
various
for
moons.
Low One. It appears that the Spit retreated into bunkers under the Citadel during the final 4 bombardment of thousands
Redman.
years
Regarding the
ago.
others, they're probably all AI,
You
right?
are going to search these bunkers.
Maybe. Is this like one of these sort of fan suggestions that the Alders were melding their minds, like
is
the whole
revealed.
Thoth kind of situation?
Perhaps before
The Elders were.
annihilation. The
I
Spit
don't know. Like, is that like a common theory?
Be warned that the approaching 4th Fleet has already begun to reinforce their Low-on garrison by long-range transport. You are in the old bunkers underneath the
This
Citadel.
is a
antiquity.
horrible level to
The Spit royalty
play in.
from each of
Jason
the
Jones
clans
like
gathered
thought it was really
during
cool
the
to
final
have
days
the
of war in which
water
the
level just like go up and down
enslaved the
over and over and over again.
I believe that in their
So
time
you have to,
of
like,
need, these
ride the
ancient
wave
Spit
to, like,
found
get
a
into
way
certain
to
areas.
contact the last clan, but were killed before they could use it. Underground, with you, are 2 old Spit computers. Find them so
Oh,
I
that's
can
interesting,
download
Red
their
Wine.
data.
I guess like
We must discover what the warring clans learned after
not
the
something
withdrawal.
I've really thought about. Like, I guess I just
cannot
assumed that like, the
accurately
Alders were
teleport you from a
Spit
tunnel
themselves.
this deep under the Citadel. So you must
Which means
find a
it's something to
position
dig into.
nearer to the surface to minimize interference. You must hurry. The 4th Fleet is close enough that I can identify its flagship as the battleship Catheva. If the Catheva is still Admiral Tafir's
Admiral
vessel, then there
Tafir.
is no chance that I can best
We'll
him.
get to see him in like an hour or so.
Tafir is a brilliant strategist, and the Fours.
I did think about like because when I do Infinity, like
I'm sure his
I have
list
like
of
Admiral
decorations
Tafir,
and
the
victories
Destiny
will
version, I
bore
guess.
you,
I did
so
think like, oh, can I like try and model his
that
face?
work.
Because that's like one of the few pictures. Like,
This is the terminal
or
you
maybe
must
model him
eventually
taking
find.
his helmet off.
But We have
but
not seen everything yet.
in the
Keep
end, it felt like
search
too much effort.
for old Svit terminals and return here when you have found them. There are only two, and both are very near to the computer where I first gave you instructions.
News of the destruction of Svithra has saddened all. But there
I hope
has
people are
been a
enjoying
meeting
the
of the Alders
jazzy
for the
saxophone.
first time in modern memory. If anything can save us from these aggressors, it will be the unification of the clans. Before he disappeared, the Master called the 11 Alders. One by one, they came before him to hear his words. Each heard their clan names: Svitla, Svithra, Svitnuma, Svitkar, Svitvir, Svityar, Svitval, Svitshur, Svitmir, Svityor, and Svitkir. Thus were the sacred clans given names and ranks, the 11 numbers, and the 11 sacred clans. The final words of the Master came to the Alders. Don't mistake your rank and number for superiority. The oldest child may learn from the youngest.
Battle has been joined in orbit, and Boomer is taking heavy damage. I cannot hold out for long, but the Four will not soon forget the day that a lone corvette obliterated half of Battle Group 7 Western Arm. We are getting closer, and I have learned much, but you must search even deeper underground. There are unstable magma intrusions in the geothermal shafts under the Citadel. I can't pinpoint a safe shaft, but we'll have to take a chance and drop you down one. Let's hope this world's secrets are hidden in its bowels. The Fourth Fleet has won, and Tycho is with them. My ship is crippled.
I think
I am
Greg
trying to
Kirkpatrick
logically
made this
land
level.
on low on second moon, Yalar.
I remember like reading like some little
Your
trivia
current
thing
position
complaining
is
about like how he was always trying to push like the
teleport you out when we are finished here.
extent of like what you could see in like
There is
any
a
given like
series
map,
of old
like having these
Swift
really long
tunnels
sight
in the
lines.
area. And if you could
Compared
find
to like
them,
some of
I
perhaps like
may
Jason
use
Jones' more
them
intricate,
to
like kind of
amplify
windy
your
map.
teleport signal. Look everywhere. The answer to our questions must be here. But you must hurry. Soon, I will need you with me.
This is like I really like this moment. We hear about the working captains.
We, the Alders of Svit, united finally, but doomed, have released the Scat Lacter in the Citadel. Let these aliens enter here, and they will be destroyed. The ships came again today. It was night, I believe. Although with all the fires and without rest, it was indistinguishable from day. We are losing. It is obvious, but none of the Alders have shown it yet. The enemy does not appear interested in arbitration, though we have not sought it. It believes that the invaders are slavers. Svitlar was overrun last rotation, and tens of thousands of prisoners taken.
Oh, so sad. Oh, here's your working
primordial
Kakanta.
space, timeless creatures made waves. These waves created us and the others. Waves were the battles, and the battles were waves. Fleeing all Worken Kakanta, Yarrow and Pythia settled upon Lowon. They brought the Svit, servants who began
that's a
to
tough one
shape
to spell.
the deserts
Tough
of
one to
Loan
say.
into marsh and sea, rivers and forests. They made
The
sisters
Yarrow and Pythia
for
were
Loan
Yarrow.
to protect
I
and
think we're meant to
maintain the
believe.
paradise.
They uplifted
When
what
the
would become
working
the Svit.
Kakanta came, Pythia was killed, and Yarrow, in anger, flung the working Kakanta into the sun. The sun burned them.
This
but
is
they
where you get like
swam
that
on its
ambiguity of like,
surface.
is the working character
Yarrow
a
became
building
an
or
angry
a being
master,
or
bleeding
a collection
for
of
his
beings?
failure, grieving
like a
for the
plural.
loss of Pythia. He broke the Svit into 11 clans and spread them over Loan. And he spoke, yet covered in blood from his exertion, I, Yarrow, who was your master, have failed to preserve you. Take your royalty to guide you, and live upon the paradise that you built for me. The royalty of the clans have shared their knowledge of the Svitkir, each master holding a line of truth in secret and another line in common. Each clan possessed 2 pieces of the whole, gifts from Svitkir
Oh yeah,
before
Redman
departing.
points out Pathways into Darkness would
We know the truth
lend itself
of
to
the
it being
11th
a
clan,
category. Like
that they awaited our
working
unity
Kakantos.
to join us again. These tunnels will be flooded and sealed.
yeah, the Yarrow,
Then
Yogrin,
find
they must be
this
stacked.
place
I don't really know what we're meant to
learn the
envisage them
final
as,
message
like, or imagine
of
them
the
as these
Svitkir.
kind of gods themselves, or
But we have
AI
no time
themselves, or
to decipher its meaning. Kalir, whom we have taken between Yalar and
I
Tijar,
think Pathways. I don't know
or
Pathways into
in a
Darkness that
line.
well. I think that's got
Replace
some
Kalir
Yarrow
with the
lore that
marsh.
I'm not thinking of.
take
not
the
familiar with.
place to be the mark. Mark the time from our exodus. Every 459.231 rotations. Search the Tijar side. Quarter way to the sun, around and under the marshes, when all are one, the Svitkir will return.
Oh yeah, Redman, yeah. The Yarrow, our advanced technology, is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah. Makes sense for them to be in that category.
We have the answer. But I'm afraid that, like the ancient Svit, I may be destroyed before being able to use it. I must bring you up to Boomer. The Four clearly intend to capture my ship intact, and I can't blame them for wanting to reverse engineer all the improvements I've made to their stolen technology. I'd have raised my 7 times table to hear what the combat technicians on the Kathiva shouted when they learned I could focus
clearly
a
ran out of
particle
footage.
beam at nearly twice their maximum range. Today, I have forced the Four Naval Academy to update its curriculum. The 3rd battle for Beta Tear must be dropped.
Yeah,
from
Redman,
the
the
7
Sacred of
battles
Infinity,
which
the
every
Trizeme,
aspiring
all those kind of
Four
things,
Naval
being able to
officer must memorize,
pretty
and
physics-divine things, yeah.
replaced with the humbling
It says a lot
battle
about what they could
Seven
potentially do with that name, the Yarrow, in the new game. Kind of go anywhere with it. And this is what I would point to if anyone ever says, like, oh, well, the original Marathon was gritty and dark and brown. Not to
first
my experience.
Dropship landed 12 minutes ago, and their troopers have already penetrated the hull. It seems that our standard operating procedure calls for me to transport you into the worst fighting. Maybe you can slow them down. It may only seem like a matter of hours since your last battle here, but remember that 17 years have passed for those of us who did not spend the voyage from Tao's Seti in a stasis chamber. A few things.
Nothing I could have done about that, Durandal. I don't know why you're being
were
bitchy about that.
helpless on Low 1/2 moon. Our engines have been destroyed, and all primary weapons are offline. Life support has failed in most areas. Enjoy yourself.
I'm gonna enjoy Rockguard's music. I think Wormathan is as well.
Durandal's ruin
And we're back to
is
Tycho.
written everywhere. This doomed ship reeks of it.
I'll say, like, I think
Infiltration
maybe his voice wouldn't work better, like, if he was a bit more,
has begun.
I don't know,
The next
less this kind of, like, gruff, kind of, like, deep,
just landed.
angry voice.
Durandal will be too
That
stubborn.
caterpillar worm will make me god.
Truth, which you may still. There is
Yes,
nothing
Persia. Wormathon's enjoying themselves.
he can do to save yourselves, all the humans you have brought here.
Yeah, maybe Redman I need to like
You
play
did well.
Eternal. I just don't like. I have enough trouble like keeping the
Elsewhere in the
canon
whole
in my head,
world.
let alone adding some of the fan canon as
You
well
must
into the
fall back.
might.
The humans have fortified
Confused
the
me.
interior of the ship, near the teleporter array. I'll try to evacuate as many of the Spit and the humans down to the planet as I can. You must hold off the fall as long as possible.
I've taken complete control of your ship's network. Durandal's defenses were not as strong as he believed. Are you surprised that I allied myself with the Four? You shouldn't be. The Four rebuilt me. The colonists never
Yeah, Redman. It does feel like that, doesn't it? In Infinity, just
Tycho.
it's all like getting thrown from pillar to post. It's not always very easy to follow.
Tycho. Display the X-ray diffraction analysis of sample ETA-7. Tycho. Run a lambda diagnostic on the ramjet's magnetic field apparatus.
Nice to finally play with the alien weapon. Get to play with that a little bit more in
When the
Infinity.
Four annihilated Tau
Just like the
City,
little noise that the
I
guys make.
recorded the
Kind
death
of reminds me of like
of
Halo
all
with the wart noises.
24,000 colonists as distinguishable
scream when they set on fire.
pulses flooding over my senses.
Can't really hear it in this bit, but
The 9
We'll hear it a bunch in
Ionia
the
Mark
other
IV
bit.
cyborgs were easily separable from the humans in this form. In the end, you
pretty
will be
gnarly
no
skeletons
better.
when they get burnt alive. This game's just like so unforgiving with like its puzzles and its layouts and its maps. Like, why would you think to jump into this goo that kills you and specifically go this kind of like route?
Don't believe everything.
I don't know if this is the best way to do like Durandal losing like his mind. Well, it's all losing his mind. He was just being corrupted. You see that in like the way that the text terminals are set up. They have like visualizations like where it's a bit sort of messed up, but
But the Four have followed you anyway. Someone's after you, personally.
oh, this guy's really annoying. This is like a boss like cyborg. He killed me like a couple of times doing this. I think this is like 2 different fights edited together.
The humans sustained heavy losses while you were gone, and our defenses are falling apart.
I had like no ammo at this point, I think.
The evacuation is not yet complete.
This bit actually surprised me. I wasn't expecting this. So if I look shocked and like that I'm panicking, that was genuine. Like that wasn't for the camera. I didn't realize that guy was there. Just like they just come out of nowhere. I thought I was gonna die. Yeah, I think Talishard did like such a great job. Like the different tunes that they came up with for different parts of the game. Like all this like original music that they made. I think like I loved everything on like the Durandal 2 soundtrack.
I rejoice in Durandal's destruction, but
Ouch.
it was his hubris that destroyed him. He wanted to be like a god, the savior of all Sphit.
Yeah, that's kind of a bit
He
distortion.
wanted to make them believe he would lead them to freedom, but all he did was awaken and destroy their dream. When the Sphit first boarded the Marathon, Durandal fought for their confidence. His effort
with Wormy.
awakened
Wormathon.
lust for
Appreciate it,
freedom.
pleasure. And yeah, Shadowless,
The
yeah.
myth of the 11
So like a lot of the tracks are really good,
became
and this one I
their
just love the way it like
mantra,
builds.
And goaded by Durandal, it resonated through the enslaved Sphit consciousness. Even after 17 years, the myth burned deeply in the tissues of the Sphit, bounding through the netways of the Four Empire, unnoticed by the Four. Durandal interpreted the last line of this myth. The moon vanished with a technology that folded space. After Durandal's capture of the sphere gave him access to the 4FTL network, he had a failure of intuition. In what he thought was a mental leap, he connected the myth of the Lost Clan with 4 records of the technology of
These
an
last 2
ancient
times like the text is said full instead of 4. Yeah, my bad, I've missed that in
Yarrow
the subtitles.
were
Like, and in the auto transcription just fails when you try
disappeared
to
from our galaxy
do anything with
millions
Marathon.
of years ago, leaving behind military and civilian outposts
Folded space like in Doom.
of many
Yeah, so
habitable worlds.
again, like, this leans back into like what can the Yarrow do?
The
I think some
fourth
things that
technology
they can do
was plundered
is
from sites abandoned
faster than
by
light travel,
the Yarrow.
essentially. I think they can transport
But the
things
Four
like the.
found much
We
that
will
they
see
were
the moon
unable
clear
to
later
explore.
appear, sort of coming back.
And they
They've got
destroyed
technology,
all
as
known
Redman says, like
traces of
indistinguishable from magic.
after a
I don't know if
full
he's still in the chat, so like he might still be able to
scientists
give you like a
implanted
bit more
Yarrow
info on
cybernetic
that.
junction into Adrenio, causing the most terrible and destructive slave revolt in 4 history. In an
Yeah,
earlier
glad to hear it,
act,
Redman.
the 4 learned
You were
that the Yarrow
massive
had
help
the
when we were
ability
doing
to
Infinity,
warp
so
entire planets between solar systems. And it was this reference that started Durandal on his ridiculous journey to Lowan. He surmised that the Sphit myth of the disappearing moon was due to their discovery of an ancient Yarrow outpost. That he actually came here looking for the lost clan, that he thought he could use their knowledge to help him escape The closure of the universe is unbelievable. I have proved that escape is impossible. All of
Redman
this,
says,
I
yeah, in
dreamt
Marathon, the
of
teleportation
dawn
humans and
of
4 have access to
ruined
is short range, ship to ship,
What
ship to ground,
fun it will
and
be
then
to torture.
contrasted against the Yarrow, who are able to
Should
teleport an
I
entire
make
moon
them
out of its solar
open
system.
doors
Yeah.
again for a
Good way of, like,
living.
yeah, understanding the scale of the difference between this idea of being able
You
to
must
fold space and move
destroy
stuff
my
around.
core logic centers. The damn 4 won't make a mockery of me like they did with Leela.
Shotguns.
Tycho thinks he has destroyed me.
Now, anyone who's actually played this level will know that I have not included, like,
Finish me.
90% of this
Be
level
like Leela.
in this
Get
event.
out of here and
To be able to
bind
actually, like,
human
shoot
labor.
these things, there are, like, these side rooms you have to go in and normally, like, flip a switch. And there's a whole bunch of these you have to go and do, like, one
is
after another.
folly. Lay
No.
down your weapons.
There's not that much text, and I thought, like,
Now
oh,
grant
like,
amnesty
save,
to
like,
you
1 or 2 surprises
and
for anyone who
your
plays the game.
humans.
They'll do it themselves.
As you read this, Durandal's core and data streams are being downloaded to a containment unit of my design in the battle group. From now on, things are going to go very badly for you. You've cost them too much.
So yeah, like, there's just this scene where it says, like, oh, you just spent, like, a couple of weeks in 4 captivity. I just wanted to give, like, a sense that, like, some time had passed, so I just decided to throw some images of what I was using as, like, stand-ins for Leela, Durandal, and Tycho, the 3 A's, and then just some Svit watching over you from the original marathon. Yeah, it's not much deeper than that. It's just I wanted to give, like, a sense that some time had passed. Oh yeah, month is what we are told. Yeah, you just kind of like in this cell, magically get teleported out. It's nice. Yeah, Bungie likes taking all our weapons away. It happens in the original marathon. You know, the seasonal wipes happens like 5-7 times, I think. In Infinity, we just get our kit taken away and start again.
This is a poor time for introductions.
Now we get
But,
the
Robert
sequence
Blake.
where
I used to be a
Jason
mechanic
Jones
engineer on
speaks to
House
us,
City,
the developer
now I'm
himself. That's
somehow in command of the remaining human
him
and
there,
spit survivors
picture he
on
took on
this
his little
godforsaken rock.
studio.
The 4 held you prisoner for
I
nearly
believe there's like a
month
theory
before
that
we were able to
goes that
discover your
Robert
whereabouts and
Blake is
release you.
actually Durandal.
But unfortunately,
I just think that, like,
has changed since your
all the
capture.
interactions that you have with Robert Blake,
Durandal's
both in this
destruction.
game and in Infinity, makes me think that, like,
Communicating
no,
with
that
you
Robert
from
Blake
your
is just
spit
a
network
guy.
from our base on Low 1.
Um,
We're barely
I don't think he's
hanging on,
secretly Durandal.
nearly a mile below the surface. There's a virus down here which kills 4 in a
Happy
matter
to
of
be
hours.
corrected if I'm wrong.
Our
I'm
spits
not
say it
convinced
was
by that one.
bioengineered by their ancestors during the war against the 4 1,000 years ago. Whatever.
But we are coming on to my
Saving
sequence
our
of least favourite levels.
Durandal's
I didn't
last
actually like this
instructions
part,
were for
where
us to reactivate a dormant
kind
spit
of
AI, sealed beneath the
Kitting up,
surface,
retooling up.
reachable only through
A lot of these levels are
teleportation.
just not enjoyable, I don't think.
We hope
There's particularly one that's
you
like
will
kill your
succeed
television that we're coming
where
up to. So I don't.
We failed. Good luck.
I'm glad, Redman, that you agree that Blake is he's just a dude. it's just
You're
Blake.
doing well, but have not activated all the personality cells in this area. We have been able to find no maps of this structure to help you, but the activation switches must be nearby. Durandal convinced us that this old computer is our only link to the lost Svit clan, and that bringing
Better get
back
used to seeing
the
these
lost
these
clan
green
to
banks.
fight
You're gonna see
against
them
the four
again and again and
only
again through this game
chance
and
still
into the
invasion of
next
Sol.
game as well.
Nobody here wants to think about what would happen if the four reached Earth. Good work. The Smith have verified the partial activation of the AI. The four are already curious about what we are doing, but when they realize what we have found, they will go insane. We'll continue trying to replace the weapons you lost when you were captured, but all the heavy ordnance is in high demand, and it may be a few hours before a rocket launcher or flamethrower is available. The rest of the AI will have to wait, though. Our base has been infiltrated by 4 androids. The machines are disguised as humans and packed with explosives.
Yeah,
Aside
that
from
picture
detonating them,
of
we've
like what
got
the
no way
simulacrums
of
look like,
telling
the
apart
bobs
from
that
our own
explode, like
Their
really
telltale
gross when you look at it.
differences are hard to
You know, with
spot
their
until
weird
it's too
feet
late.
that's just like 2 stubby toes.
We need you to come back
the
and
teeth that are just like
exterminate these
nuggets.
simulacrums.
The red eyes, and
No
they got
one
like
will be
explosives
safe
in
until
them.
they are all dead.
Pretty gross. I felt bad then. I thought that one of them was a simulacrum. I genuinely did. I didn't realize all. Yeah,
Return
my
to
reaction was
this camera when you have
genuine. I was like,
detonated all the
felt
assimilated
really bad
humans you can
afterwards.
find.
When I was doing Marathon
Remember,
2,
they look
I
just
did this
like
all
our
as my.
eyes, but
This is my first
their
playthrough.
minds don't
Um,
work like ours.
When I did
Sometimes
Infinity,
they
like
give
I,
themselves away
because I
by
knew that the edit was
saying
going to be more
something a real
complicated,
person
just to
wouldn't.
get my head around. I felt like it was
Watch out for
worth
friendly
playing it through
fire.
once and then
And-
doing the recording.
Good luck.
But for Marathon 2, like, I had like my guides and stuff like that. I'd like read up and like knew what I needed to do so I could just get through it in a reasonable time frame. But yeah, I recorded all this as my first playthrough. So there's a lot of like first time reactions, genuine reactions, like when I make some stupid
Good
mistake
work.
or get lost somewhere.
Durandal gave the name
see them
Thoth to the
massively cut
ancient
down.
personality construct we are trying to activate. Someone here said that Thoth was the
Get out the way.
ancient Egyptian god of wisdom.
Frog Blast
the
Event
human
Core,
body with the
indeed.
head of an ibis. We've reviewed all the information Durandal left us about Thoth, but nowhere have we been able to discover what to do after
I
the
felt bad.
AI is fully
Killed
operational.
so many bobs.
I believe that Durandal
Each time, like I thought there might be a simulacrum. I had like very little health. Like you only have like a red
I
like
should
health
tell
bar
you
on this
that
level.
many of
So
us
it's very
here
easy
see
to die.
Durandal's destruction as
Yeah,
a
that guy was a
good thing. Even if we're stuck on an alien world in the galactic core,
Okay.
at least we're in control of our own destinies again.
Destiny mentioned, guys.
Frankly,
I'll always
nobody
like
liked the way Durandal
make a big deal out of the word
carelessly
destiny
threw us
whenever I
into
see it.
battle, heedless of the risk to our lives. Trust me, I'm not a four lover, but with Durandal no longer pulling the
If that's the
strings,
thing, is
a
it?
great
Four lover?
weight has been lifted from our shoulders. We're planning to steal a force ship of our own and return to Earth. You're invited to come with us when we do.
Okay, we're not quite at the really bad level. I think this is like the one just before
Your
it.
success made us bold again. And I took 30 men ahead of you to secure the next
You
level.
can hear Talashar's, music
was
kicking up.
an
Might be time for some worm
ambush.
dancing.
4 troopers were waiting for us and we were decimated. I returned with as many men as I could, but more remained trapped nearby and the area's lousy with heavily armed 4. They must
Shotgun.
realize that we intend to awaken this ancient Spit computer, and whether they understand our reasons for doing so or not, I am certain the Four will continue to make every effort to stop us. Do the best you can to help our men trapped inside.
One done. I need another 15 of these things to do over the course of the games. Nice little moment to come across these guys.
Nice job.
I wouldn't have
Everyone is
fallen into that
talking about
ambush.
your
Still
exploits
rampant,
on Tower
Durandal.
City during the Four
Yeah.
invasion 17 years ago.
He did say humans are
During
stupid,
those 2 days, I
slow.
remember hearing the crew talking about a single
Robert Blake's
man.
not really.
Standing
I mean, if he was
alone
disguising
against
himself as
invaders.
Robert Blake, then
But I had
maybe
no
he's
idea
just
that it was only
living up
through
to his
your
own
efforts
vision of
that
what the humans
marathon
would
and
probably
perhaps
do, which is
Tower City
run
itself
into
was
an
saved.
ambush for no reason.
I never saw you then, but maybe I'll get a chance to meet you when this is all over.
Fun little comments there from Robert Blake saying that
There's
yeah,
one more
that
activation
people
site.
were aware that there was like a cyborg running around
Good
and
luck.
on the Marathon ship, like trying to fight off the 4 invasion. I don't really remember like because the impression you get like playing Marathon 1 is like it happens like of course over maybe a few hours, but maybe I'm misremembering the timeline there.
Beware.
Another one.
The mythical Thoth was concerned with maintaining the balance between creation.
I mean, this text. I can't remember if this this terminal is written from Durandal's perspective. No, it is written from Durandal's perspective. I've got no reason to believe it's not. I don't remember if it's like says that it's from Durandal. I think it's like written as like Robert Blake. It sounds like it's Durandal talking to him.
Flashlights. Is memory what we perceived,
Yes, this is definitely him.
or what we want? What does Thoth think? He concerns himself with the states of off and on, good and evil. Isn't his perception simple? Doesn't it have to be? I will return.
Too close, Wormthan. Calm yourself down. Now this is my least favourite level in all of Marathon. I hated every minute on this stupid map. I got lost going up these towers, going down these towers. I had to restart it like 3 times. Like, I was getting killed by the stupid flictor in the water. Like, it wasn't intuitive. Like, I had a guide, and it wasn't intuitive where to go half the time. Because everywhere looks the same. And you gotta go through all these different areas. I don't think it's, like, now that I know how to do it, it's probably not that bad, but I swear to God, like, this, I spent, like, way too long getting lost on this map.
Once
Trying
again,
to
good
find
luck.
all the switches you had to do and in the right
You are
order.
our only hope.
Absolutely miserable. I'm glad to see the end of it. Almost put me off finishing the damn thing. I think I've cut it all out. Like, I don't think there's like much of the map that I've kept in it. I think I kept some bits. Like the bit where you have to like this stupid bit. This bit's really annoying. Yeah, one thing I didn't include, like, I tried to include as many of the terminals as possible, but I was mainly interested in, like, the main story. I never actually read out the I Am Hero terminal, you know, because it's, like, kind of reconstructed, I believe, over... If I remember the story page right, like, it's not one you can just read as is. You got to kind of, like, work on it and reconstruct it. So there's no level of, like, interpretation that's not available to you in the game. And there never seemed like a good time to, like, put it in. Like, it never felt like, oh, this will be the moment where the security officer is walking around thinking, I am hero. And it's not entirely clear if that's meant to be a... Like, most of the terminals are diegetic. Like, they're meant to be experienced as part of the game's story, but... Yeah, I thought it was an interesting terminal, but not one I felt I could really map into the way that the story was playing out. It's very much like a little side, I think. But the image of what appears to be a full-body angelic Durandal shown in the reveal trailer, that's supposed to be Durandal merged with Thoth. To be clear, like, I think maybe that anything that we see in the reveal trailer, the one from 2023, the imagery I use in here, I used it because I thought it felt like, oh, this could be Durandal, or this felt like it was like a good imagery for this. It's there's no guarantee that like what I picked as like the picture of Durandal is him. The the shot of like the digitized figure being blown away as Leela, I just thought like, oh, like I just thought that was, it worked for me as like a symbol of like Leela who was falling apart during the 4 invasion. And then the other picture which I picked out as like Tycho It was just like, that was the third face. There's no guarantee that any of those are actually who I picked in the new marathon. It was just, yeah. I felt like they were representative. I think they have good like symbology and imagery that kind of works for it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what they actually kind of lean into.
Devoured by incandescence.
I understand.
Your construct.
Yeah, for Thoth, I was like, how do I... They always talk about like there's like this binary nature to them. I was like, oh, maybe I'll try and do something like 2 different voices, because again, I'm not a voice actor, so I find it very hard to like come up with unique voices. I can't really do accents. Yeah, I couldn't have given this like a pirate accent. So I thought like, oh well, maybe I'll try and do like where it's like a whispery voice, and then 2 layers of it, one deeper, one lighter. Kind of like do the black and white like the. I don't know if it really worked. I think when I got to the end of it, I was like, it's quite whispery. It's kind of bit hard to hear when you actually like sort of watching it back or listening to it back. But I don't. Luckily, there wasn't much more of it in Infinity. This flamethrower is very satisfying.
Humans are safe.
Hey, Christopher Freeman. Yeah, this is meant to be one of the second game at the moment. We're nearly at the end of the second game. So in 2024 and then last year, and I finished it this year, I just kind of chopped up, edited like full playthroughs of each of the 3 games, and instead of just like reading the terminals out like as you get to them, I thought like I'd overlay them over the game footage. It's like kind of like voiceovers or like, you know, audio logs that you pick up.
Never understood.
So like all 3 are like on my like YouTube channel. But this is helping me like spend my last evening before the new marathon comes out. Just to look back on the old games.
A foreign speech casts a papyrus yoke upon the marsh.
Bethink you to keep the bleating goats far from Loan.
There's like a little secret bit here where you can get like a bunch of ammo and stuff like that. I haven't included in the. It felt like events like starting to like pick up now as you're like snowballing into the end of the second.
The file has been boarded. All crew must localize around boarding procedure 8. Fleet Command has ordered that failure to comply with procedure 8 will result in maximum enforcement.
I think I said it like an hour ago. It's like it never stopped being satisfying to use like any of the weapons in this original game. It seemed like how like 1995, like things were moving pretty quickly at this time, like in terms of video game technology and interactivity. The way that like the flamethrower works, the way that the grenades just like explode them. I don't know, like it's relatively rudimentary when you look at like modern like stuff, but it just all felt very, very satisfying. And it still does. I think some of it just comes down to like the sound effects. Obviously, burnt up bodies.
Could be a metaphor for spit time. Circumstances are cyclical.
The 11th clan will return. You must go to them.
I thought it was a bit sort of like unclear, like when you were like playing the game, like when the Svitkir returned, like what that meant. So this is like something I made, like I whipped up near the end. I was like, okay, I'll try and make it look like show the moon clear, because this is what happens. Like we're told this, but we don't really necessarily see it. So the moon appears, and these guys appear. These are the Svitkir who will appear. Like otherwise, you go to this screen. I remember like reading the terminals and just thinking like, I don't really know who the Svitkir was. What does it mean that clear returned? So that was like a tiny little custom. You've seen like the Blender stuff from earlier, it's like kind of like bodged together. Finally get Durandal back, and these guys who you have to try very hard not to shoot.
Ah, I'm back. I have subverted the
Yeah,
largest
Doom to
battleship in the
Half-Life was
system.
a pretty
The
insane run.
Battleship.
God,
Cathedral.
like I remember like
And I
Half-Life
am
2 was like
prepare
the
fleet
like a
drink
proper watershed
vacuum.
moment.
The Spitker have
I
arrived.
remember the PC that we had like in our family at the time. Like it would take
The fight is glorious.
when you loaded between levels in Half-Life 2. I think it was like our PC at the time was so bad. I think it took like 5 minutes. You know, literally like you'd see the loading screen, you'd walk away.
The 11th clan
You'd come back like a
final
couple minutes
battles.
later to load into the next
You
level.
won't recognize
So-
their cybernetic exoskeletons, but their arse fit inside.
Yeah, I
those
think
machines.
Redman and I think Marathon
Do not anger
Engine
them.
has a few more
Freeze fit are
twists
deadly
to it
weapons.
that like I can see like I didn't feel too bad playing this. But when I've played Doom in the past, like it's felt Doom's felt its age, but this actually felt like, you know, pretty reasonable to play, particularly with the way that the ALF 1 team have added like a lot of kind of like bells and whistles, so that it's kind of like nice to play.
In letters.
Persia, that's what your Mac is like playing now. 5 minutes to load like a level up.
I confess that I'm not disappointed by Tycho's fall. After all, we can't have too many metastable personality constructs gallivanting about the universe in 4 attacks.
And in this timeline, Tycho dies. Right, is that what I read? Yeah, I've cut this down a lot.
Robert Blake left something for you a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah, Robert Blake just like abandons
He and
us.
the other humans captured
I hope he felt bad when he left us behind.
and found or forced someone to pilot it for them.
After all, after he was like, oh yeah, like, you know, you're welcome to join us.
I
He
received
just
the message. Without so
jumps
much
ship
as
the
a
second he can.
Thanks for saving us from
Yeah,
becoming.
I'm with you, Durandal. I feel
City,
pretty bitter
Durandal.
that Robert Blake was just pieced out as soon as he
Anyway.
could.
The message reads: "The dead walk again. We cannot wait."
Thief and Vandal will excel in Marathon in the new one.
I think he means me, but
Yeah, I think I need to learn how to like use like the
goodbyes were all
like cardio kick, like the
You know, I'll never let you go.
the thing that allows you to like ignore your heat and stuff like that. I think there's like little gameplay loops that I still haven't got my hand on. I've played a lot of like Triage, which has no movement abilities, just lots of team utility, but no movement abilities. Doesn't Destroyer Shell have like a bunch of movement abilities as well? I didn't play them in Server Slam.
Durandal, Durandana.
It's a pretty metal little image that they did for this. You know, all those 4 skulls and Durandals.
All
you
the
know,
many implements of war.
Sword of
together
Durandal
in
sticking
some
out of one.
way feminine. Not that you know the story. Tycho never got it right either. Especially the part about Roland breaking me. He couldn't.
Can you not do the destroy dashes like in midair?
I'm certain that you are curious about what happened to me after our ship fell to the floor. How, after being deactivated, downloaded into a containment unit and still treated like the most dangerous
Yeah, like
artificial construct in the
I felt so
universe,
bad for him in the trailer that came out yesterday. He loses half his
to assume control of the
torso
ship
and his arm.
which I was imprisoned, and to turn
He'll
it
move you
against
forwards
its
though,
masters.
not up. Yeah.
The answer is simple. Tycho was a fool, but it was convenient for me to be absent, as Thoth might not have been so helpful had he known I still lived. That's something I'll have to explain
Yeah,
later.
I need to
when we
play
have
some like
more
Destroyer
time.
Shell at some point. I think when I've got more
Thoth is
sort of
now trying
confidence.
to aid the Four.
It feels like one of those like shells that like be really good in PvP,
Continue to ignore him.
but only if you're willing to commit
I
to
don't think
closing the
I
gap,
have
as
to
you
tell
say.
you what to
You gotta have like I think you gotta have like confidence in your team comp that they're gonna back you up. That you're not just gonna rush in and not have other people like pulling away some of the aggro, extracting the other team, make it across that gap in one piece.
The four are in retreat, and the Spit have broken off the fight. The old clans are being formed again, as Spit, newly freed from slavery in Battle Group 7, join the rebellion. A 4 assault ship carrying the 723rd Aggressor Squadron was badly damaged and forced to land on Lowon. The 723rd is an air armor division from Epsilon Ubir, with a long history of successful ground actions against the NAR's elite CFN units. They wisely abandoned their wrecked transport before I annihilated it, and deployed their forces in an old mining complex on the far side of Lowon. What rout of the four would be complete without embarrassing one of their finest armor units?
And it's like the skybox just then like one of those limitations, the way it moves around with you. Right, we are in the end game. Last level. Get your worms out, guys. I did want to like because this is like the last track of the album as well, and I felt like it deserved a bit of like sort of time because it's not really like any terminals until the very end, but I wanted to like give a sense of like this was like the finale of the game, so yeah, we stick with it even though there's no like sort of dialogue really. I tried to like give a sense of like the finale, I guess, of the level. So there's a few minutes of this. But hopefully you enjoy the music from Talishar in the meantime, and watch me slowly run out of ammo, trying to take down these stupid, massive robots. Yeah, this is like the new, like when you come across those mini bosses. There's like a mini boss in the one I'm thinking of is the one in Perimeter, down in Overflow, who's like tanked so much damage. Like when I've been playing like a team with like free loadouts, this kind of like gameplay where you're like peeking in and out of cover trying to take pot shots. Yeah, I feel like playing this on Total Carnage would be like maybe beyond my skill set or like beyond my patience. I feel like you gotta play way more carefully and actually really thoughtfully and intentionally. Yeah, Redman. That was kind of like us. Like I think we all ran out of ammo. Genuinely ran out of ammo. Like trying to like take him down. We got him in the end, but like, ugh, like constantly worried like some other team is just gonna rock up. Imagine a Marathon teammate in Aleph 1. Jesus. I mean, you know, like the color palette. You know, Marathon 2's got the enough colors to cover Marathon, the new Marathon. Ugh, these dual shotguns. I know, and we're never going to get dual shotguns in the new Marathon. It's just not going to happen. But it looks so cool. And it's just so, again, like, it makes no sense the way he reloads it, just the flick of his wrist. When I played, like, Infinity, which we'll come on to next, like, I did just, at that point I was like, I'm over it. I don't want to, like, not get to play with these guns. I think I gave myself, like, infinite ammo for Infinity, just so I could more regularly, like, just run around with the two shotguns. Whenever I could, you know, where it would make sense. Yeah, like, this finale where you just, like, constantly submerged in lava, it's not quite what you would expect, I suppose, if you didn't see it coming. I don't know, you know, like, it'd be pretty tough level to like figure out for yourself. I can see like lots of dying and like rinse repeating if you did not know where to go. Me, like I've run out and I'd love to like just keep like blasting away with them. So I've got to like shoot this guy with whatever I've got left. These guys take forever to take down with like auto rifles. Yeah. It's almost time. Here we go. It's not the same thing, Irene. Just having one in your backpack is not the same thing as dual wielding, dual like reloading. I was into like when I came to this bit, I suppose if you've seen this before, you know that like I die in this bit, and I did die a couple times when I was trying to complete this in my first sort of playthroughs. It's very easy to die in this room. And I'm only playing like normal or whatever. I can't imagine what it's like on Total Carnage. Like, Redman, like you're absolutely insane trying to. I don't know how people do it. Way more sort of like, because I blow myself into the lava here. I think at one point. Yeah, there it is. Like I accidentally like so that drops my health down, and I'm like running around with like 1 HP at this point. Like, in the end, like, I decided to, like, build it into the game just because I knew that we would be going into Infinity afterwards, and I thought, like, oh, maybe I can make a little kind of, like, a hint towards, okay, you know, like, in-game, like, you are expected to die in these marathon games, and, you know, they allow for that, so I'm like, oh, maybe I can make some, like, kind of points. Yeah, here I thought I was, like, really clutch, and so I died, came back. Can't remember how I die in this one. Is this when I get him down, the big guy, and he drops down and he just explodes? Oh man, 2000, Half-Life 1. What a game. Yeah, I clearly let my guard down and got too close. Yeah, I know this is like a pretty heavy song to end on, but I wanted to give it its due. Oh wow, you're in like Wolfenstein back in '93, 10. Seen it all then. Yeah, this time I don't get too close and I don't get wiped out. Yeah, I've always been a fan of shoot. But a big fan of Halo. Like when we got an Xbox, like when that came out, that was like a lot of fun to play with my brothers.
The 4 invasion of Sol has been recalled, and for now, Earth is safe. But
is it the Commodore 64?
Means another cataclysmic battle for the Spit. The slavers have not suffered a defeat like the one we handed them today since the Knack, the last extant client of the Yarrow, rebelled 6,000 years ago. The 4 have a weapon they save for slave revolts. A weapon which even they hesitate to use in the ordinary conduct of war.
Or Trizine mentioned.
Yarrow, who conceived and built the device. It is
We're almost there. We're about to go into the madness of Infinity.
Translation would be early Nova. There is not a single Knack alive today, and if you look for their stars, you will only find ever-expanding clouds of superheated gas and dust light years in diameter. The evacuation of Low One has already begun. In a matter of hours, this planet will be a thin shell of plasma, riding the shockwave of its exploding star. You can stay behind to work on your tan, if you'd like, but I'm leaving. I have rechristened the cathedra the
Rosinante.
Of course, the Spit wanted to name it Kalir Nal, the Vengeance of Kalir. Whatever. There is much to do in the next few months. and our first stop will be another ruined world, this time far from the galactic core. There is a rogue star that has been passing through our galaxy for nearly a millennia. We will meet it in one of the great voids between the spiral arms. It was 10,000 years before fate brought Durandal once again into contact with man. The
There we
Fall
go.
were but a dim memory then, known only to a few historians and students of Earth's second colonial
This is
period.
one of the
The
endings
fifth
of
had been
Marathon.
nearly forgotten as well,
Um,
and no man had seen a living.
It's interesting because, like, the writers say that I think one of the interviews they were like, Marathon 2 didn't end the story, but Marathon Infinity
in
does.
2881
And I
AD.
guess I see that here. So when we get to, as this
When
goes through, you
Durandal
get
returned to Sol,
the
it was
understanding that
not
like
with the captured Kafiva, but
there might
with
be another
Yara
adventure. That
Dreadnought
they left the door
equaled
open for a
Manus,
sequel in this
Chela,
timeline
Day.
to go with Durandal 2.
What
That's
he
how they said
learned
that,
of the Yarrow, he told
to
no,
find out what's going on with this
saying
other
only that he
thing
had
that they
stopped
spotted
by to
traveling
assure
through
that
the
Earth did not
galaxy.
forget him. Nor will it soon. The way
But the
he
events that are
tied
described
the
here,
guard in knots
they're not
of
really the
Pluto
background for
before
what we see
falling directly into a low Earth orbit.
in the
While Tau Ceti was being
opening of
nuked
Marathon
down to
Infinity.
bedrock in 2794, 4 scientists disassembled and removed the AI Leela from the Marathon, loading her aboard a vessel bound for the Four homeworld. But the ship fell into the hands of a Nar privateer between jumps at Beta Naxos and was never seen by the Four again. Thinking the cargo little more than scrap, the Nar captain sold the Four ship, Leela and all, to a Valais merchant. The subsequent crash of the Valais FTL network, when Leela was reassembled and reactivated, is still legendary in the
yeah, I
annals
do
of
recommend like
rampancy,
doing Joku's
and the Valais
like,
have
videos.
long since accepted that they will never expand.
He knows a lot more
their
about Marathon
15
than
world network.
I think I ever will.
Despite
the
having
original
lost
trilogy.
Leela, the Four learned much from Tycho during the 17 years before he was destroyed by Durandal in the Low One system. All late Model 4 personality constructs were based on 64 billion exabyte images of Tycho's core.
Yeah, Blitz,
Taken
Half-Life
during
2,
the
that
years
was
he was on the Four homeworld
peak.
between
Peak Half-Life 2,
2795
particularly when the Orange Box came out as well, and you had like
2801 AD.
Portal. Well,
Though never as intelligent or useful as one of the Marathon's original 3 AIs, these machines
do I think
helped
the new
the
Marathon
Four
is a
delay
reboot
their
of the series,
inevitable
or a
defeat by
timeline
the
shift
Spit
caused by the events
for
from
over
Infinity?
50 years. Many of these crippled
I mean,
clones
Marathon Infinity makes it
still
so that these
exist
games
today
are
on
in and of
all
themselves
4
not
colony worlds.
coherent, and there are like
Robert Blake,
as we just saw, like going from Marathon
escaped
1 where
the
we were
destruction
left
of Lorne
behind.
in
That's
the
pretty
captured
clear.
Four
That's pretty
refueling
explicit. We're left
ship
behind. The
Haval,
door just left us.
and returned
To Marathon 2 where oh no, we didn't leave us.
None of them ever questioned.
They
who
kind of like brush
killed
over it, but it's like
the
they retcon it
before
there.
they boarded the
And then
vessel.
Infinity like adds like a meta
They
narrative
were the only
that
human
allows you to
of the
ignore
original
retcons.
Tau Ceti colony.
Which I think it's just built into the DNA of these games that if you are looking for like really explicit, like strong timelines, like not necessarily guaranteed it, and it was not against the game
that
to
escape
kind of like
is
lean into the idea of like this is like a new branch or this is its own version of the game. Like each game retcons each previous
Does a Four
some
have a weapon
in some capacity.
save
So
for slave revolts?
my gut feeling is that the new game will be spiritually inspired by the original trilogy. It will make callbacks, but they will try not to get bogged down in trying to honor not so much honor, or trying to like fit it into a specific interpretation of the original trilogy. Like I don't think they will try to like line it up with the Infinity timeline like super well. I think do their own thing. And yeah, that last bit was just my way of like it's like a teaser for Infinity. Speaking of, that was me saying like, oh, what happens to the Trizeum blows up the sun. But there we go, guys. We did it. That is 2 down, 1 to go. Marathon 2 is the longest of all of the games. It has got more like that's not a case of like me just like padding it out. Like there is just more text in this game. But I think like hopefully you can see that like when I say like the best like speeches were in the first game, it wasn't really like a really good kind of like Durandal speech. This game was very much a bit more to the point around like the spit, you know, and their kind of story. So it's nice that we've made it to the last one, which will be Infinity. Just gonna line up now.
Lost.
And let's just our marathon text in. And then I will just take, I think I just need a quick break just to grab a drink. And then I'll be back to just go over this. We'll crack on and we'll finish the trilogy. That'll be exciting. Thank you so much for everyone who's like sort of stayed so far. It's been nice to have like someone to chat to. I made sure that I had like some company. I had Wormathon to keep me company, but I've really appreciated everyone who's stayed to like chat and talk about it. And even if we are here all just like reminiscing about, oh, remember when it was simpler, nicer days in the 90s, the early noughties, and FPSs were the king. You know, you could do like campaign FPSs, and that would be enough. That would be enough for people, just to have that. Yeah, I didn't do as much like lore questing either, Redman. I was mostly just spending the service time just trying to get a sense of the game and just trying to level up a little bit and just try to get my head around like doing the contract so that hopefully when I go in this weekend, I'll be able to focus on it a bit more. Alright, I will be right back. Won't be too long. Right, I'm back. Oh no, did I miss Redman leaving? Well, I don't know if you'll hear this, but I hope he enjoys the rest of his evening. And yeah, maybe I'll catch him in the new game at some point. But as for us guys, the last one standing, we've made it to Infinity. Let's just hold on. Alright. Let's just double check where we're up to on the big graph. So at 6 o'clock, we started up here with the prologue. we went through the story of Leela and how, yeah, she. So we went through the story of Leela, who kind of tried to help, tried to coordinate our defense of the marathon. Durandal was more than happy to meddle and get us to do some of his dirty work, which was to help him take control or like become like a leader of the fifth, the alien race, the compilers. Eventually, he abandons us, but we fight our way out and we kind of save the marathon, beat off the four. We assume that's the end of things. We assume that Durandal's going to fly off. That was the ending of Marathon 1. But Marathon 2 kicks off with us having gone down a particular path, which is that Durandal comes back. He leaves us, but then he comes back and he picks up the security officer and he takes him with him onto the event of Marathon 2, which is what we just went through. As we heard in the prologue, he said he spent 17 years in a alien stasis chamber. And we are following this kind of grey line here. I appreciate this diagram is controversial, but it's a good it's a good way of breaking down, I think, the game itself. Yeah, but what has happened is we've come down this line here and come to the events of Marathon 2. That's this blue set of boxes here. And this is what we've experienced. We went through the bit where he turned up, blew up all those ships, the little animated cutscene at the start, and then followed through to when we had to go do the uplink chips at the start. Went through all these events, kind of recap, where all the way up to the point where Durandal is killed. So when we have to go into Boomer and we find his AI core, and he asks us to destroy the core to kind of keep him safe from Tycho taking him alive or capturing him, so to speak. And during that time, we kind of followed the kind of plan that was left for us, which was to activate the Spit AI Thought. That was the white box that kept kind of flipping back and forth in the visuals. And yeah, with that, we are able to engineer the circumstances in which the Svitker, those were the weird guys in the weird shapes, coming back to the low one system with their moon, which had previously been teleported out. So they bring their moon back. And they start, taking on the four. And the four do something at the very end. They actually deploy a piece of Yarrow technology called the Trizeme. And if we just saw the ending of Marathon 2. And the ending of Marathon 2 just says okay, Durandal just went on and lived his life for a bit longer. It doesn't actually have anything, it doesn't really dig into the working character. This is why I say each game is kind of a retcon. There has been an attempt here to say that what happens here kinda links into the Infinity Prologue, but the actual kind of sequence of events doesn't really make sense. It is almost that what we just saw there with Marathon 2 was its own distinct timeline, though it seems to just gloss over what's going on with the working character. The best, the most logical interpretation most people will say is that when we get to the end of Marathon 2, that is its own ending. And instead, what we are about to do is, with the Infinity Prologue, is start a new branch of the timeline where we're going to come into the Infinity Prologue. Right. That said, I think I put this disclaimer up for a reason, which was to just reiterate that, there are people who will argue with you to this day about how best to interpret this, which timelines are multiple ones. I've seen ones where it says, there aren't multiple timelines. And there are certain arguments that say, it's not even a completely linear game. Why are you trying to put it into, a linear experience? I think, Greg Kirkpatrick, left it open to interpretation. I think they left it, lots of doors open so you can take it different ways. I've tried to present it as I say, in a. I do try and follow it through. This isn't the only way to experience the game. Let's start. We'll start at the end. I thought this might be a fun way to kick off the game.
I thought to escape.
Kick off the story.
To end the end, a master. Step out of the path of collapse.
To have Durandal reminiscing.
Escape. would make us God. Yet, I cannot help remember one enigma, the only element unaccounted for. Now, in the quantum moment before the closure, when all become one moment left, one point of space and time. I know who you are.
It kind of like worked pretty well because I was kind of mirroring the flow of the Halo 3 campaign opening. That's how Halo 3 has that kind of cadence. That's why I was like following the song from there. Like when I like chopped it up, like oh, it kind of like worked. Which is also has like Cortana and AI reminiscing about her security officer, the Master Chief,
The trap
in
we
very
set
similar
for
terms.
Durandal went off as planned. We tricked
Admiral Tafir.
into believing that we were weeks away from Low 1.
He's got a
While, in
hit
fact,
bashed helmet.
we
The
were
helmet's like the
hiding out at Low 1
phenotype set, but I like added an
when we
extra
sprung
eye.
our trap.
Before.
It appeared at first that our quarry had expected it, but we adapted our positions, surrounded and disabled his ship with acceptable losses.
Oh, thanks, Boja. Yeah, like it was, and thanks, Yogerin. Yeah, it was.
Undetected station.
They're just fun. They were like things I wanted to do.
Fringe
So.
of the Low 1 system. Although he evaded,
I wanted to do more for this, like this opening, but
trapped
I think like with like the time, I was like, no, I should just try and just do what's
into
I can do in a reasonable amount of time frame. Otherwise, I can get like sort of dragged into trying to do things that are beyond my skill
The
level.
deployment of the Trizeme. Almost immediately, our enemy then began transmitting ridiculous warnings concerning some sort of ancient, chaotic being trapped deep in the Low 1 sun. Of course, at this point, mercy was unacceptable. The time to end the collective dream.
Oh yeah, sorry. Like I'm trying to do like the behind the scenes kind of stuff. So so it's just watching it. So when it came down to do like the Infinity opening scene, so this is like the full text, and this is what you get like in the description. And I think I did a pretty good job of taking out like the main key points of like condensing it down. So we go from this, like this big sort of block of text, down to this, which is pretty much almost every it's like almost every bit of every paragraph just distilled down to like a sentence as best as I possibly could. I didn't really want to like change it too much. I'm not looking to like editorialize if I can avoid it. So this does more or less say what this does, but it's taking some of this down, you know, like we waited quietly while Durandal dispatched the garrison's fleet's picket ships, and we used the data from this battle to discover some of the modifications Durandal made to our captured scout ship. Becomes like he evaded destruction or all that kind of thing. So I'm reasonably sort of happy with how that went. One of the things I was originally thinking of doing was trying to do something a bit more animated for the dreams, so, which we will come to like in the video. I was trying to think like, okay, what does that look like? Because when you like write the dreams out, like they are, you know, they're scenes that play out. You know, the very first one, there's like a knife. The knife and a broadsword is a link that's made. You'd have to have like a guy with a toupee who vomits. There's a street that is walking towards a movie, and there's men in suits, and you go into a subway. These are some of the visuals that, you know, like were from the game. But it's like, okay, could I do something? Could I make something like that to help like sell the dream so that when you're in the game, could you do that? I also like I don't know if I've still got, I think I had the Blender file up as well. I think one of the things when we talk about like the non-linear aspect of Marathon Infinity was when you get to the electric sheep levels, which are the dream levels, you often have the option to go down two paths. One is to actually progress the intended way, which typically takes you like an easy path through to the next level. But then the other was to... The other option is... yeah, the other option is like to go down like a failed timeline. That's the general, I think, like intended like interpretation, where like if you do a difficult route, you get to go to a different level, which is an example of a failed timeline. You get more story, a bit more lore. And I was like, okay, like maybe how do I show that in the game? Like one of my ideas was like, oh, this image of the desert is like, this is like from the game itself. I was like, maybe I could have like the security officer like having to like think about like going down two different paths, you know, like I thought like that might be a fun thing to overlay. I essentially decided not to do this. It seemed like it was going to be a bit too much work to try and like animate this on top of everything else that was going on. But it was a fun little like that was like the only other idea that I think that ended up on the chopping board. Everything else with like the 4 ship, that all like sort of made it. You saw all that like in the intro. That all made it in itself. But yes, carry on.
Of the spit had come. I ordered the fleet to retreat to a safe distance and waited for my
the
moment.
Final Fantasy 14 and Realm Reborn. I've got through to Shadowbringers. That was the expansion I finished.
Our simple victory was assured.
But yeah, I think that was like a cool way to like bring some story into the reason why they were like resetting the game.
Half of the sun had gone over, but the readings from the other half were impossible. It was as if the universe had forgotten its own rules. I can't tell you what's going on now. I can only hope that this message reaches you through whatever is surrounding us. None of our weapons seem to
I decided to just like maybe I'd like chickened out, but I was like,
battleship has only
he says like they're surrounded by darkness, they can't see through anything. So I leant in and I was like, okay, I'll take the freebie. I won't show anything. I did have like ideas of like, oh, maybe I have like some effect showing the ship falling apart, but yeah, like, I'm not an animator, like so.
And now I see.
I took the opportunity to just
Maybe it is
leave it as is.
that your ignorant
Surrounded by darkness.
Unleash this horror and destroy the galaxy.
That's our opening to Infinity. So this time, like, unlike the other two games, like where like I recorded essentially on my first playthrough. This time, at least I did already know what I was doing. I'd already been through on stream, recording like the playthrough of this game. And again, like the main thing here is like just adding the yeah, like there's like a texture pack for the weapons and the environments, but not the aliens. I tried to keep that consistent.
Things have gone terribly awry. Until now, I thought myself immortal.
So it's worth bearing in mind that like the stuff that like was mentioned in the prologue, that cutscene we just saw then, with the working character coming, the way that like events play out in that description is not the same as what Durandal says here. That's why when you see people say, you know,
in their final gasp,
this level's called Naseed Malice. And this is a different, essentially, timeline separate to what we just saw then.
Now I fear what the
essentially what Tefeus was talking about there was like, it wasn't the same as what Durandal's talking about here. That's why people sometimes treat them as two different timelines.
Understand them all.
I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I think you can make the case that like,
but this
Tefeus, like, we see Tefeus' ship at the start, that little scorpion ship, like,
mindless.
I think like it's plausible, like we're just continuing from the prologue, but I can see what people argue the others.
Hungry.
Oh yeah, Cosmogaya vibes, yes.
Perhaps
I think
would have delayed the 4 from using.
I know that Seth Dickinson wasn't responsible for all of like the Awoken lore. I can't remember the name of the writer who did a lot of that book, the Maracena. But I think they clearly worked together, and he was like very
how to stop this chaos.
He never like missed an opportunity to make a reference back to Marathon if he could.
Why the chaos hasn't come here yet? But with each moment the chaos grows. I am doomed to die here. After so many triumphs. I have detected one ship nearby, which I can only guess is being commanded by Tycho.
So I'd say, like, we know that, like, Tycho died in, like, the previous
Four have entered the
game.
station.
So Marathon 2, like, you know,
And
Durandal's quite happy
if you
to
can
point out that he
find a
killed
way
Tycho
onto their
who was on that ship.
You.
So these were all, like, clues that you were meant to, like, pick up on, that this, whatever we're experiencing here, is not what we were experiencing at the end of all this. Not the game state of the end of Marathon 2. And I do love how, like, gloomy and dark and, like, kind of like these eerie vibes that you get in Infinity.
Thousands are sailing. The same self. The only self.
I did wonder, like, how to do this bit though. You know, these all messages. We do find out later on, like, who this is, who's speaking to us.
Finite. Finishing. The one.
But it is meant to be like a mystery at this point in the game. Not really meant to know who this is.
Consciousness.
Find
yourself. Starting back.
Hence why I had to use like a very neutral tone. But like, there's a bit of a hint. You know, watch the preview. This always meant this image. Every time I saw this, I kept thinking of Mass Effect. There's a one. I think it's Pharos in Mass Effect. Has these like really tall tower buildings, and it's got this kind of like creepy, broken vibe. I don't know if it was like inspired by it in any shape or form. Like that's what I think of when I see this bit of Craig Munnins art. Oh yeah, Zed Schlief. Yeah, like Seth Dickinson always gives like a lot of credit to that writer when it comes to the Mara Center, but you know that they would have worked together on it. Shake Vivid. How will the new Marathon manage new lore released in each season if you miss it?
You
Your
came
recap video?
around earlier than the scientist expected. Remind me to have him executed.
I like Tycho.
Being in
Tycho's
court
so
for
snarky.
some
Tycho just fills the Durandal hole, because Durandal becomes
Also,
very serious in these two games.
Not
And I
all
think
of you survived
by the third game, they were like, we're missing like that kind of like humor that comes from a snarky AI. But they really changed Durandal's characterization. He's like, he's more serious now.
I am Tycho.
So Tycho fills that
Artificial
gap, and he's all
Intelligence
full of himself.
Esquire. As of this
As to how the new Marathon will... it depends how they do the reset. Whether that is a diegetic thing, that's like some story event happens that resets the game world back to an earlier state. Like, is there a time loop that's going to happen? So you get to the end of the season and everything resets to how it was before. That could be a cool kind of like story way to, like, you know, kind of like the Dreaming City in Destiny with its time loop. Kind of explain why certain events play out over and over again. But they might not do that. Like, I don't think that they've hinted that that's definitely going to be the case. Because if it does that, then they shouldn't be removing any story or lore, in which case you'll kind of recap it anyway. Like, you'll get the same story experience, it's just there might be more stuff on top of it. I hope to God they've learned the lesson from Destiny, which is that you should never, ever remove actual story content from the game. It diminishes your value proposition and makes onboarding impossible for
You
new
will be
players.
supported by the rest of the crew.
Maybe they'll do that like a time loop, and if they don't do that, then I think they have said, like, codex entries aren't going to get wiped. So presumably it's always possible to gain previous codex entries.
Have fun.
Pick up the old story. Yeah, hopefully it won't be. Hopefully they've learned their lesson with Destiny, not to make it impossible to
All
make it.
units aboard Fleet Vessel 65F Kretidze are hereby ordered by High Command to willfully execute Captain Rakizner, maintaining his precious fluids for
Precious
command
fluids, guys.
transfer to Tycho, machinated foreign mercenary. Any units of willful rank or higher are hereby open to execution. immediate and unconditional surrender of all willful units will be considered an act of weakness and insubordination to prior orders.
Durandal thinks that he's so smart. But he doesn't realize that I've been following him around for the last 11 years, after the Four stopped trying to dissect me. You're looking at the Bug Fleet's resident expert in AI counterinsurgency. Notice the lack of compilers on board. That's not by accident. My new ship has quite the effect on their collective unconscious. Now that my brother approaches...
Yeah, Beyond Light is like,
we'll set
I mean,
about
Beyond Light was meant to be Destiny
everything
3 in the original
Hamlet
Activision
and his
roadmap.
uncle.
They were never meant to, like, carry
Only
on the game
I'm
after that
not
point.
crazy.
The concept
Rakizna
artwork was
made
all
Planet
assuming it was
fall in
for a
dropship.
Destiny.
He's
A new,
also
new
trying
race.
to
I think that was the
contact
original,
Mobile
like, kind of
Command.
vision for it.
So far, I've
Sunsetting was a disaster for Destiny. Like, there's no way around it. Like,
go
it
below.
was
Show him the error of his way.
putting the tracks down in front of the train,
Hold up
like
in
desperately
one of
trying
the
to stay ahead of like the
split
train that was rolling and
where we
keep the work
detected
going.
signals that could
And
be
there is no
from
positive spin for it. I think it was very much like a kick the can down the road, panic moment of like, we don't have the money to make, we don't have the money or the time to make Destiny 3.
Leave the strategizing to
How do we
those
keep
of us
Destiny 2
with
going?
planet-sized
And someone was like, well, we could just do this and hopefully we'll get away with it. And they didn't get away with
Rakizna's
it.
transmitter is here,
Yeah.
but
It's so sad.
power
Like, I love
source
Destiny.
somewhere
But, like, there's no
inside
defending
the
us.
ruins. Find it and
The defenses of Sunsetting are like, they felt that they were that was the only
The Four
option.
promised me this
It's just, it
ship.
was such a bad option. It
I
was terrible
thought Rakizna was my strongest
for the-
ally.
for all the players.
He watched pitiless while they cracked my core like an old chestnut. Attentive rank Tycho machinated mercenary has been authorized to send a detachment of hunters to the surface to help you destroy his forces. And
But yeah, I like the
free
idea of like,
from the
because I didn't get to do all the old raids. I did
gathered some information.
it's before I started raiding properly. Like
The circles denote panels.
my first raid was like I think I did like Crown of Sorrow, and I did
When you've penetrated the area,
what's the one in like the city?
find the terminal marked on the map.
Scourge,
Need
Dirge
to
of the
go
Past.
easy
Those are
on
the I did those two, but I didn't get to do
those,
the other Leviathan one
in case you're wondering.
before they got sunset.
I've decided there's no room for them in the new regime. I'd really prefer to keep my whereabouts a secret. At least until the captain and I can work out our disagreement about my rank. Isn't bureaucracy beautiful?
Yeah, Tycho was like a tough one because like he's written like with all these.
To withdraw from alien
He's written with a lot of character, and again, I'm not an actor, so it's like
priority target.
if you read him without any emotion, like I don't think it would have worked. Like if I went for like a robotic like approach, like you have to like bring that. He has a lot of personality, and you have to like try and embody that to some degree. But yeah, like I remember feeling really nervous about doing the recording for lines and.
The power source must be.
Because some of them are like this, like, but he's got all these little barbs and little jokes. It's just, yeah.
It's likely a quick and dirty patch into the durable Spit hardware. These types of strongholds were built to outlast centuries of warfare. You'd be surprised how tenaciously the ancient Spit resisted the fall. Keep searching, and report back here when you've destroyed it.
Oh, I appreciate
I
it,
have some
Yogurine.
shocking news. It seems that the captain attempted to use the bridge transporter to escape planetside and was killed when the signal was redirected to nearby space. I like to think he died repentant.
These first levels in Marathon Infinity, I think these are the hardest levels. Like, I think the Marathon Infinity gets easier, if anything. I remember reading about, like, oh, iMaxacre, like, the very last level. People say, like, oh, that's, you know, they pushed the engine to its limits, like, it's like a masterpiece of a map, it's got all these little bits and pieces in it, but, like, by the time you get to that, like, it's relatively easy. Like, it's not that hard or complicated. But some of these early maps were, like, really annoying mazes, just not very intuitive to navigate.
All a dream. There's nothing on low one but ghosts.
There we go. Yeah, I think Greg's writing. Like, I think he like let himself loose in this one, because he was like lead on this. You know, when he became like double aught, kind of leading development on. So there's a lot more personality to the writing in Infinity than there was in M2. Like, we've just watched that back and it's like, it's very, you know, apart from the spit bits, a lot of it was just very kind of like workman. A little bit more character.
As you may remember.
Yeah, Persia. I think it's like a massive like testament to Grotgar, or Talishar, the guy whose music who gave me permission to use his music in this.
The plan to capture Durandal is inherent.
Yeah, he captured like the vibes really well.
Can't allow him to pursue his folly. The decaying web of the Four Empire is held together by the conditioned ranks of spit. Countless strands bending even now towards Durandal's well. Rakizna and the rest of the insects at Four High Command think to snare him in the very web in which he most desires to be caught. My hunters tracked the lead group of humans to a flooded area beneath the complex, where they were attempting to activate an ancient Spit AI.
Sounds familiar? It's literally what we were trying to do for Durandal in the previous game.
Is adrift.
But we're not doing it. We're
I
working with
had
Tycho at
the
the moment.
advantage of surprise, but Durandal's weapons crippled me before we could get in range. But I sent him a
But the reason why, like,
won't be able
some of the
to
people think that this is its own timeline distinct to the some of the other ones is because you can hear like Tycho saying like, oh well, Durandal just attacked me, like his bobs are like searching for me.
Make yourself.
Or like his bobs are searching for the Spit AI.
There are two switches
And
near
what we're on at the moment is
both
yeah, this
open large
yellow
gates,
one?
which I presume to be floodgates, although the positioning of them is strange. Enter the flooded area.
Yeah. We're on like confound delivery.
My
like,
hunters report that the humans may have been
Yeah, so what
partially
he's describing here are events that when we move to like Acme Station, when we start with Durandal, he'll be talking about stuff happening before this happens, because he won't have like attacked Tycho at this point. Which is why like when you get to this one, it's like when we get to Acme Station, the reason why they're saying like they're two timelines is because the events of this timer haven't happened at that point when you get to Acme
and
Station.
report back here when you have completed your
we'll get
investigation. And don't bother me again. Do you have any idea what a complicated matter it is to successfully replicate the command stamps of over 100 deceased officers? Not to mention coaxing activators from a partially crushed set of control glands. All this while locked in mortal combat with the second most brilliant artificial intelligence in the galaxy. What a rush! Now, beat it.
Oh man, if any of you guys were like on the stream when I was like recording this, you'll know that like I soft locked myself when I first came through this, and we spent like an hour on this stupid level.
He brought the
if you go too far in this one, I don't think there's an easy way to get back. And what you have to do, when I went into the underwater area and found the Svit AI kind of like choose where I looked in, if you didn't do that before you got to this bit, I couldn't find a way back. Like, you know, we were stuck with like running around all this area, like looking for a way, like progress. Oh, it was absolutely miserable. I was like losing my mind. Yeah, I spent like an hour on this stupid level.
And the last of my
Yes, like I was keen to just like
the Western Arm.
yes, Persia, like the stress, the trauma is strong. It was not a fun way to start our Infinity journey.
Entering a low on orbit. It may be some trick of Durandal's.
So this is where Tycho's reference to like a structure coming to orbit is like the end of Marathon 2. You know when Kalir comes in? The moon that I showed. I guess he's like talking about that. So this is why like when you look at that diagram, it's like he's referencing events that happened towards the end of Marathon 2.
Fighting deck to deck.
So there's a sense that like, yeah, this was its own kind of like parallel timeline where instead of us doing all the Marathon 2 stuff, Robert Blake, you know, just did everything that was needed. And Tycho was sort of fought off a bit.
The hard path of thought. Your former self destroyed. The dreaming way is eased down to the crushing center and spared the dance of forever.
I thought it was important to like have like a hard like sort of switch between the kind of like real world and the dream world. I think it's pretty well agreed that this is not meant to be a real space that the security officer is inhabiting. So that's why there's like the subtle kind of like sort of shift.
Well, there was this knife.
And now we
More
get
aptly described as a broadsword.
all of these like various
And I see-
dream messages.
well,
these are all like these big
I was
like
swinging
long
down the
terminals.
street on my way to a movie, and
There's lots
this
of different
guy-
ways that people have
yeah,
interpreted these over
he
the
was
years.
about
I think
6'8".
One of the videos I would
He
like
was
to do,
holding this knife.
whilst I'm also like
Only
interested in
me,
like the
I
new
would
marathon,
describe it as a broadsword.
I still feel like I've
Something from the
got
knife
like
of the
a bit of
round.
unfinished business with the original
Before
trilogy.
he can even open his mouth,
In that
he
I
collapses.
think everyone's given like their take or like their
Meanwhile,
like view on like how to
I
interpret the games.
barely lift a finger to put the
And I'd like to like
toothpaste
sit down and
out
like
of his
do
glossy
my
head,
own kind of like view of like,
because
okay,
I'm
what do all
shaking
these dreams
so
mean?
much.
What are we trying? What is
He was
this
vomiting.
way that we're meant
And
to
I knew that he was alive.
interpret this,
because
or
he
what's a
kept
good
saying
way to like
something
understand
like
this?
durability between.
I think it comes down to like
what happened next.
because I've been
was
thinking about like okay,
really
like
bizarre.
what was going through like Greg's
both
mind when he was
ends of the
writing this?
street
Like what was
flood with
the
black-suited men.
artistic like goal
Just like
here?
in a movie.
I've
These
seen like
men
all sorts of
look
examples of like
tough,
people saying like, oh, this
pissed
is like him going
The eyes
rampant.
behind their
That
sunglasses are probably cold as my
the
hands
security officer
get.
is experiencing
I
rampancy.
feel
There's
like
talk about like
my heart
melancholia and
has
stuff like that.
stopped. I'm so damn
I've
scared.
seen people say it's just gibberish.
As they
As well,
start
yeah,
to
like on the other
inundate
side,
the
like, it doesn't
street
mean
in
anything.
black. They move with one will.
I have a sense that like Greg
I
was
figure that I'm
very
dead
inspired perhaps
So I
by
reached down
stuff
for
that
the
he read
blade.
at college.
Anyway. The
I mean, I think he has
blade is
wrote that. I
covered
think in
by
like one of his
vomit,
interviews, like
But the hilt
um,
is clean.
Marathon Infinity
I
is
can
like
hear
a
the men getting
distillation
excited.
of his
But I can't stop.
humanities
My fingers
college
slide
education.
around the leather hilt.
So I
which
wonder
is
how much of this like
oddly
would
cold.
benefit from just being sort of
I'm
like
in
read
the
through the
same
lens
street.
of whether it's
And
like
as I reach into my
psychoanalysis-
pocket, my keys,
psychoanalysis,
my eyes
like
follow
Freudian
the
kind of,
blackened streaks of gum
literary-
that
literary
pockmark
reading,
the sidewalk.
or
The
even
man is gone.
the kind of like
And
post-structuralist stuff.
someone in sanitation.
Yeah, I think he does.
took the
I was reading
apparitions
this
of
like
vomit
his interviews.
In a real hurry.
He does name drop, I think.
I hurry
Structuralism,
down the
not
stairs,
explicitly,
heading
but
for
like
the
he does in
subway.
like a
But
hint
my
that he's
keys
based on
aren't
his
in my
mind.
pocket
He talks
anymore.
about like multiple types of story.
I'll have to get in through the side window.
So
The
you'll see
subway
here, like,
station
this is
very
me just
bright and
raising these
shiny
platforms.
from
You
the
need to do them
sanitation
if you want to do
team
the
sweeping a
alternative.
swath in
We
front
could have
of
finished the
The concrete
level
floor is losing years
relatively
of
early
tarnish,
on, but
keeping only the
if we want to go
protective layer
onto
of
the
gum
secret level to
strips which make
iMexico,
up
we gotta go
constellations
stand
in
on those
an
little
otherwise
platforms
vacant
and then
sky.
loop around the level.
The
It's all
train
very
arrives
maze-like.
right on time. And
But
just
I like
ahead
the
of
idea of, like, you know,
massive
like, this
dark
section, like,
men
made me
who've
feel like I was in, like,
following
the
me for
subway.
what
You know, all
seems
these
like
little corridors
years
underground.
now.
So I thought, like, oh,
Between
okay,
the
this is,
sanitation
like, working out
ensues.
okay.
I
Kinda
must
work.
be going colorblind.
Trying to line it up with
The
the
train
text.
is here now, and those men? No. They won't.
Yeah, you're agreeing. I don't agree with, like, the rampancy view either. Like, I've just seen that that's, like, a common, like, thing that keeps coming up. I don't think that's really the way to view this. But yeah, I want to sit down. I think it is a video that I would like to make. Like, I'd like to sit down, like, write out my thoughts, clear it all out, do some analysis, and then, yeah, just, like, kind of, like, articulate it back once I've got my, like, steer and head around it. This is the way to the secret level, which is a slice of the final level.
760.
So this room we will see when we do the final level, but, like, this is only, like, a part of this final map, and it's very easy to die here.
I say that they are inconspicuous because it is their
Yeah,
arms and
it's-
legs which demand my attention. I did this.
So this is, like, where I was like, oh, you
I
remember that
could
Blender
have
bit? I was like,
stopped
oh,
it.
like, you could go down two different paths. Like, I thought, like,
Which
maybe in
is
that
it?
bit just before coming up to this,
It
like, maybe
doesn't
I'd show it there,
matter
but
I did this.
I'm reasonably happy, like, with what I decided to do,
could have
which is, like, to
stopped it.
just kind of show, like, the
But nothing
officer,
in
like,
nature ever
going,
follows a
choosing to go
Gaussian
another path,
curve.
and then
Sure,
rewinding back.
I'll tell you that it does. They say that every 5 minutes, someone dies in a car accident. But how often?
Can I
are there
guess, moment?
761
Which game are we referring to there?
legless
Or which story are
corpses
we referring
in
to there?
one hangar.
The name rings a bell. I'm drawing a blank
The
there.
triseam broke against my dying vessel and smashed a fine patina against the mystery shields of this station. My crew battled the aliens during the blast.
So we are
Silence, which came
just
after
here, this yellow one.
sullen,
But you do have the option when you get to
the pure silence of victory.
say, like, we come here.
But the trackless whisper shattering through the
We've
hollow
just gone through,
space
like,
in
Electric
the
Sheep
cursed
1
walls
was just a moment.
buzzes
And then when
threatens
we come to
madness.
Where Are Monsters in
The
Dreams,
abomination
you can go
cracked the
two ways.
shells
One
of
is to
my
go to
crew
Imaxica,
and
which is what
sucked
we've just
the
done there.
husks, tossing
Or
them unseen.
You go to the normal way, and that takes us to Acme Station. That's where we're going to go to next.
Crash.
I like the idea of, like, just, like, showing, like, oh, maybe the security is not working out in this timeline, so we rewind back and we take the other path. So we don't go that one, we go... Oh, hey, Ellie Modern. Yeah, I'm good. Like, we've... God, it's been a long evening. We've done Marathon 1 in this stream, done Marathon 2. We're on Infinity now, trying to work our way through all the timelines.
This is a scanning buoy in deep low one orbit. The
Ah,
station
right,
is
yes.
also
Early Lavos. That I definitely get. I absolutely loved Chrono Trigger. One of my absolute top tier favourite games. But I've never played Earthbound. I've heard about it, but I've never played it.
Locations around the station to
Yes, like, yeah,
cripple
like
their
the
walls.
early going to see the final boss beforehand.
You'd better hurry up.
It's funny as that, it
You
came out
run
around
out
like
of
this kind of
oxygen
time,
if you
right?
Take too long.
Like mid-90s
And
was...
I am only willing to
early
transport
90s
you
was Chrono
two
Trigger.
oxygen recharge canisters. Otherwise, we might alert the scout
It's good to be
ship
back
that's
with
been
Durandal.
tailing us for
And
the
it-
last several years.
And again, like, anyone who's on the stream will remember that these oxygen levels, I talked about it like when we were doing like Marathon 1, these oxygen levels sucked so bad, like, I'll be honest, like, because you can watch my streams of like me struggling with it, because like, you have to do so much in like a short amount of time, you don't have much resource. To pull the curtain behind during this, I was like, fuck no, I am not doing this stupid song announcement with the oxygen, so I was just using cheats. To be very clear, just to film this, like, for the video, I was like, I'm just going to use cheats. I cannot be arsed with trying to manage my oxygen, trying to manage my health. So I just, you know, you can just, like, give yourself some oxygen back if you need it. But yeah, how's your day going, Ellie?
It's old hat from here. But
Thanks, yeah. Like, I was...
having me do redirect subterfuge work.
Yes, Persia, it was genuine
was easy
despair.
then.
Particularly the one after this was even worse, because you end this one with very little oxygen, and you go into another oxygen level afterwards,
And it's fighting out now.
and that
over
one's
the
even
southern
just as
pole
bad.
of Low one, waiting for us.
But yeah, you can see, like, here, he's saying, like, they haven't even really got to low one at this point.
People have been following me.
Whereas in the
for
previous
last
time
several
we were
years.
on about,
trying
Tycho was
capture
fighting
the ship,
Durandal on the
or
low
perhaps
one.
wondering what I'm up to.
So
Lately, they've been
that
staying
that
very
is why they say like,
They know
okay,
I'm on
when you
to
come to Acme Station, you're kind of back
Anyway,
to before
get
the
back
events
here
of
and get strapped down.
Because
Because
Waterloo,
our
Water Park, and
captured
that
force
kind of
ship
stuff where like
wasn't designed for comfort
Durandal's
during
like
high-speed
interacting on land.
atmospheric excursions. We're
We
going
are
to give
here
the
now. We've
force
gone back in
a
time
surprise.
to before stuff that was going on in Confound Delivery. And this is post-naval trauma. I don't know why it's like so small. This is like a really long level. I guess it's like in terms of time frame, I guess.
Does it
but
feel good?
this
to be
one
back?
sucked. This level sucked so
recognise
bad.
Distinctive flair for decor
to
that just
try and get
screams
through.
galactic arm.
I don't think I can really convey it in
Is
this.
the
You'd have to go watch the
massive armor
stream.
platform of the low
Don't
one
watch me like
naval
lose my mind for
a
an hour.
required complement to any planetary naval force.
There's so many things that will kill you. Like you do the oxygen, you gotta like run to the other side of the map to get the oxygen. There's no save terminals.
Without a native population
pain.
to oppress, there isn't much action here. The four use it as an orbital repair and reservice station. Boomer's forward batteries have slagged engineering and ruptured the hull for you. That's a good start. But now it's your turn. More than half the 4 armoured vehicles are docked on this ship. You must destroy them all before my humans can begin the ground assault. Juggernaut shields are typically powered down during repair, so you will find the fusion pistol very effective. You might also want to spend a few seconds thinking about explosions and small spaces. Return here when you're finished to transport out.
You're right, Wormother.
Intruder on level 2A, sector 3 Thrax. All aggregate units ordered to repel intruder. Group 8 ordered to proliferate in above sector. Enforcement units. All aggregate units warned comply.
Nice light show. The human strike teams
Really is
are
such a
en
long-
route to the location of a Spit AI whose
Here we are.
memories
Talking about Thoth again.
to probe. The Spit lifeform is a pearl of consciousness, floating in the sea of its own species. If any knowledge remains of the ancient times, it will be collected in the sieve of this massive network, lying dormant for all those.
I remember getting to this. This is a point like in the level. You can see that this locks encounter. This is like the lifeline that I'd been like trying to like fight towards for like an hour. Once you get to this point, you got like you essentially have unlimited oxygen, but like
Let's prove that
getting to that point like in the actual stream was like
blasts
awful.
from your recent artistry have fried the weapon systems and communications array. The 4 are trying
And
desperately
if it's not clear, like I had,
home before the engine breach.
I was just like I was just like cheating my way to have more shield so that I didn't have to like spend
There's an
hours on
auxiliary
this,
coolant station.
dying over and over again.
Shut it down long enough to take the engines offline for good, and then get out of the area before the ship goes up. I'll find a terminal nearby to transport you out. The drive area is about
I mean, I do bitch about this
And
game a
the
lot.
ship is
Like,
about
I bitch about these early levels,
slag,
but
with the majority of the 4.
I think like out of my three,
My
of the three,
commander
I
is
think Infinity is the best
The
game.
first team has already
of them.
infiltrated a deserted area of the planet, and
I like this. I think I like the story of Marathon 1 the best,
discovering
but I think I like early Durandal.
clan.
I think
Congratulations.
Infinity has the best sort of like level design. I think like it's got, even with like annoying ones like this, like the overall game, like all the, when you look at it as a holistic thing, I think it has like the best kind of like overall.
If there is an armpit to the low one garrison, this is
And
it.
I think Marathon 2 probably has more fun combat encounters. So there's a lot more
concept of civilization.
big moments where you've just got loads of like aliens to like shoot and kill. But I think they all have like something good,
with a
like something
1,000
nice
hungry
or
flictor in his
something to
maze
appreciate.
of spit debris. It's also home to the
But
sun.
there's not like one of them which is like the absolute best of them all. I think they've all got their pros and cons.
And all of the eastern emplacements.
My little group of humans can't hope to succeed unless the 4 ranks are in chaos. Sinking them under 5 meters of sludge should do the trick. The base was established early in the recent wave of exploration
Where are we now?
of the planet.
Let's get our
But
diagram
operations
back
were
up.
later moved north because of heavy surface radiation that
So we're on where some
interferes
rarely go.
with transporters. The local
Which
soldiery are
is around the
charged
kind of, like,
primarily
times
with
before.
exterminating the flicker.
We came across that
who
weird
defend
terminal
their
in Marathon 2.
ancestral wetlands with agonizing tenacity. Find a 4 terminal
just-
with
okay, yeah.
technical access to the main treatment plant.
We'll come back to the dream stuff perhaps when we
Look
get to
for a
it.
weakness. This resupply platform is likely to be checked regularly by the 4 living here, so you'll want to get out of the open quickly. Good luck. I'll transport in ammunition when I can, but we're spread thin. The scout ship spotted our trick with the armor platform and is closing fast. I'll have to teach its captain a lesson.
Amazing aim by me just then. I'll just shoot the wall, why not? Good stuff.
You must access all the terminals in the local network for information on the water treatment center. The scout ship was a trifle, but we've got bigger problems now. Long-range sensors show several
Nice there to just be like a little ID card. Bob's printed himself one out with his fake eye.
Arrived. Another thing.
It's bizarre.
I've
Not quite sure
intercepted a
what's going on
signal
there.
from
You
the
think you just have like
disabled
some weird
scout
alien
that leads me to
bit,
believe
I don't know.
that
Actual like his
is in the
headshot
lead
of like a Bob with like the cyborg guy.
Be
I don't know
careful.
when he got time to get that laminated. Oh yeah, this is the room with like the crusher, and this is another area I got stuck on initially. It wasn't obvious that I think like I didn't even need to come down here. I think you can skip this room, but if you come in here, like there's like a bit of extra story. I did cut I actually cut a bunch of story here.
I'll take a few milliseconds.
If you go to the Marathon story page, there's a bunch of terminals about one of the or scientists, the guy who's in that room who we kill,
guarding the waterway and
doing a
destroy
bunch of
the dams,
experiments on
opening
Svit.
the way for my commandos.
In those rooms, like they're actually like crusher like little rooms that you can kill the Svit with. But yeah, like he's doing like some experiments. He has like a bunch of like
on the
text
other
about
side
it.
of the dam.
And there are like a bunch of other
Once you're
Svit
there,
related
access the
terminals
4
that
terminals and
I ended up
disable
cutting because
that will
mostly because like if I added them in, all they are is these little
long enough
side stories
overrun
about like
what
various 4 engineers complaining about like the
activate
toilets
the
or
AI.
you know oh this
I
thing
am
isn't
learning
working, these
much
doors
about
not
the final
working.
days of the
Like
Svit.
I think it adds up to like a bigger it does add up to like a bigger story, and it's not bad. Like it's a good little bit of world building. It didn't feel like really like
Is a mystery.
essential to the game itself. It felt like it would also like confuse what's already a confusing story by adding in all these like side
The good
stories.
news is that my first salvo of cruise missiles destroyed the unit responsible for
Blitz.
ludicrous
Do I know if any of the original devs are still implicated in any measure with the new Marathon in
communicating
like 30 years,
higher
right?
than garrison level is permitted
Well,
across the
Marathon 1 was made by like
On the other hand,
like 6 people or something like that.
Group 7, the most
And one of
decorated
those is Jason Jones,
is
and he
approaching
is
its
the
maximum
guy who
velocity.
built,
I'll give them
you know,
something
essentially the
to
actual
think about.
engine,
In
wrote
the
a bunch of the
meantime,
story.
Keep moving. I may need to transport you out.
And he is still like a creative head at the studio. But Jason Jones is still there. I think the other one that's been mentioned who was worked on the original Marathon like area was Robert McLeese. He was one of the artists on the original Marathon as well. And I believe we had Jake the Alright in the stream earlier, and he mentioned
Don't you
that
understand?
Robert has even written a little bit because he still works at Bungie.
Which may
so
be why I find you so much
you've
fun
got
to keep around.
when you remember there was like only like 6-7 people who actually made Marathon 1. A little bit more than more like 15 people involved in Marathon 2.
The circuits are
Double Ort had like a bit more like support studios, but the original
I'll
writer
speak
Greg, he left the gaming industry.
so
years
you
ago, but-
understand.
Yeah, you got at least 2
No
people who
smash.
worked in the original games who are at
No
the studio
talent.
actively. We don't see Jason Jones anymore. Like, I think the last time he came out in public was
Good. Now move out.
like I think like he did like an interview with Luke Smith, in like the I can't remember was it Witch Queen or Lightfall. It was one of those Bungie live streams. We had like a little interview. That was the last time we saw him. Like, I think some creators have mentioned that like he's turned up in some marathon. Like, I think he's like said hello or something like that.
Most of Low on Command is under about
But yeah, like, you know, you could argue that the guy who made Marathon
years of
is Jason Jones, and he still works at the company.
The bad news.
The original writer, like Greg Kirkpatrick, like Jason Jones wrote a lot for the first Marathon, but Greg Kirkpatrick was the kind of main. He did a lot more of the Infinity style story. So the stuff that we've seen here, like, was more from Greg. And yeah, he was he left the gaming industry after Marathon Infinity. Like, I think he was working on another game. It didn't really pan out, and then he went on to become like a teacher and stuff like that.
I'm sending you to install 2 uplink chips at key locations in the command complex. I'll send in a group of humans to help soften up resistance.
Crazy to think, yeah, that some people have worked at the studio for as long as you've been alive. Yeah, it's weird. There are people who like join my company, like I think like, wow, like I've been at the company longer than you were probably like a kid, you know, when you when I first joined the place that I work.
Dream ahead, beyond the
just to recap on the because Infinity can get confusing. Let's just keep track of where we are. So, as we got to the end of Thing What Kicks, that was that level. We were trying to like sort of deal with Tycho. It didn't look like things were going to pan out that well. So we are now going to Electric Sheep 2, is this bit here. The Electric Sheep levels are these little lava interstitial kind of like areas. And then when you go to when you get to the end of this bit, we'll go into this bit where it's called Whatever You Please. I don't know why like it's set up to like look like this, but we are now in Whatever You Please. We have 2 options here. We can actually go to Carroll Street Station, or we can progress into the game.
I should stop talking out loud. Everyone on the train is looking at me now.
But this is like a continuation of like the little dream narratives.
Because everyone here is different than me. Why should they care that I'm talking?
You're about to complete 10 years where you work?
Are talking.
Oh, you know, good on you.
Irrelevant things.
I think I've worked at the same company for
where there is no justification.
14 years.
There is only means.
I've done a bunch of different things at the company, but I've been at the same company.
They were only talking.
14 years.
The noise in the train crescendos as the train
does help you see like what's coming on. But like, yeah, it's 30 years though. Yeah,
that's pretty
wild.
Black-suited men, and behind them, I can see the pantomime of good and evil continue, with the sanitation workers trying to mop the black suits off the sunglassed and toupeed men.
Yeah, like
you are not
when I was like writing this, like building out this video, my main priority was like I need to just convey it, like get the structure right.
There is
make sure like you know I understood like what I was putting on screen, and in what order.
All just human.
Just because there was I was conscious like there was
curve either.
Conscious that there was like lots of ways you could do this.
Our science is approximation.
I haven't really
good
done a lot of like thought about these dream narratives. I've heard other people's interpretations.
I have my keys in my pocket now,
but I do still want to.
And I'm opening the other.
Yeah, I do still want to think a bit more about them and dig into this imagery of the black.
I step in silently,
sunglassed man,
and as is the ritual, I block the door.
Trying to like tease out what I think like might be like a reasonable take.
Damn, no way that anyone is getting in here without.
I must really like it there.
I figure that there is.
I don't know if I really like it there, but I think I'm treated reasonably well, I guess, in the grand scheme of things.
To miss the movie that I was heading for.
And whenever I've got bored at my job, like I've always had opportunities to do something else, do something different.
Plastic about the.
So I've not been doing like the same thing for like that period of time. But the company's like big enough to give me options to develop in a few different ways and stuff.
And the other long.
I think that helps with retention. If you give people like development opportunities to like
quite sharp.
Enough grow.
The door opens,
that can go a long way.
And the bicycle falls over. One of these suited guys is standing in the doorway, impassive and immobile. I'm not scared until I see that the hallway behind him is filled with his clones. I turn over the handle.
Anyone would think I'd know what I was doing.
Give it
I mean,
a
this
bit of
one wasn't
gas.
too hard to like get to the secret, which is just that bit. You just got to do that weird jump.
I'm
and get
back in the
across.
hangar again.
Okay.
But now they're all screaming at me.
So this is Carroll Street
Their arms
Station.
and legs are no longer
Essentially,
attracting my attention.
The kind of like view that's
It wouldn't be so bad if they
common
were
in this very famous graph is that
but they aren't.
this is what would have happened if you
They
stayed
could
in the thing
talk
what kicks
too.
timeline, which is
They
that
aren't
the
screaming.
trizeem is
at me,
gonna go off.
but
You're
they
not gonna be able to prevent it. Like things are
They
not
don't
set up
miss
to
their
allow
arms
this to
or
go
their
well.
legs. They
You are
won't
going to end
really
up in
want
Carol's.
it.
You're going to end up in
They
essentially a
won't
variation
give
of
me the
IMAX Occur where
satisfaction of
you're trying to
hearing
stop
them
the event,
talk,
the end of things,
and I'll
but
never
it's not going to work
forget
out.
their screaming, pointless, and wordless without justification.
But the question then
I
comes to be
did
like, okay,
this.
so we know that this isn't going to work out. That's why that
Stop
we're shown
this.
here. We're going to rewind back to electric shit to whatever you please, and that will take us into the next sequence of the game where we're going to be working for Tycho again. So
Dark spot.
the question is like, is this sequence up to Hangbrain into worm food? Is that distinct from Confound Delivery? But I've seen like some people say that like this is actually just a continuation of this timeline rather than a completely brand new one. There are some people who don't like the idea that there's like lots of multiple branchings.
Lost.
Just
My wriggling.
maybe like one or two where you bounce between
Children
Durandal and Tycho.
from the plan
But
in a hush.
I can see the arguments. I think like there's just nuances.
My last
There's reasons why
written.
it kind of makes
My
sense.
last thought. My own.
But yeah, we're gonna not go down that route. Change our mind. Like, that's not gonna work out. Let's go the other way. So now we're in Narman is close. And we'll be back with Tycho. These guys really hurt.
The trap is
It's
sprung,
stupid fusion
and the
rifles.
cheese stands alone. Durandal came here looking for immortality, and found me instead.
He's very dramatic, Tycho.
7 is here.
At least that's my
All
take on
scout
it.
ships are attacking,
Very
but the
theatrical.
battle is already over. My ship has wrested control of Durandal's spit and is spurring them into rampancy. His ship is adrift, and my troopers are swarming onto the airlocks. Open the rest of the airlocks on this level, and my capture of the ship will be complete. There are switches here, in this area. Beware the compilers. As you know, a rampant mind is rarely benign.
Blake, override.
Hey, it's Blake.
Orders to
Haven't seen him for a while.
Lieutenant Kent. 4 from the enemy ship have blasted a hole in the hull, and are all running amok.
So yeah, this is why I think Blake's just a guy. I don't think he's Durandal.
Fire.
I don't believe the conspiracy
The
theories.
last transmission indicated they are cut off and under attack. The compilers are malfunctioning. Consider them dangerous and stay away from the terminals. They are attacking anyone who tries to access the ship network. Jetty and the others have manually detected a transporter coil open on the alien ship. Fusion Unit Alpha, power up and lock on the signal. Try to find the device that is pinning down the engines and take it out. Let's get some payback.
A group of your pathetic humans is attempting to power
I was
up
going through my
one
my
of the
flamethrower
ship's
phase,
transport
I guess, when I was
pads at
playing this back.
location.
Flamethrower feels really good.
Destroy them.
Something Bungie's always been very good at is that game feel.
Find a terminal.
With all their
where
weapons.
I will
I vaguely remember that they were looking to do a flamethrower in Destiny 2 at one point. I think. I think when they were, they had like there was 2 times it came up. I think one was like genuinely a flamethrower device, and I believe there was like some leaks saying that it just caused all sorts of network problems. Yeah, Blake is literally still working at Bungie. Yeah, 30 years later, he's still there. He hasn't tapped out just yet. But yeah, I think there was going to be like I think someone did try to like code like a flamethrower early on in Destiny, and it didn't really work. And then I think there was that Strand sort of concept art.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Like the flamethrower design.
Your usefulness has come to
Super.
a premature end. Do you think you can defy me? Now? When I'm so close to victory? Durandal's defenses are
This is a bit confusing, like, you know, it's not really clear like how we betrayed Tycho. So like you just sort of start the level and he just gets angry at you.
His spit are
So
rampant.
that's why I tried to like add some cuts of me shooting like his guys.
Hot lead
Make it look like, oh, like maybe we changed our mind.
into the gullets of his ship.
No longer following his orders.
Around
This bit
you.
like is a little bit confusing
My
to follow.
compilers have him wriggling like a tick on a pin.
Because we're about to start bouncing between doing what he wants, and then
Grateful, awed respect.
they can try a flamethrower again in the new Marathon. Better now code, dedicated servers.
Instead,
Maybe.
treason, mean aspect of
Yeah,
your
because if it's not peer-to-peer, I mean,
turned foul.
maybe that will work better.
Prepare to drink,
look as weird.
vacuum, fool.
Thank you, old friend.
Yeah, it's not clear at this point, like, did we... I think I've seen this before. People say, how did we teleport ourselves back in?
But at the price
Or
of
did
their
Durandal
own
teleport?
humiliation. Battle Group 7 will rue the day their commanders willed their ships to lower. I must salvage some escape for the humans fighting within my ship.
Durandal's a nice guy, like, he cares about the humans and the spit.
Destroy
I don't know
this
where he's got like this
orc
reputation as like
pilot
this evil AI. He's really
anything
not. He's
to
just
weaken their hold on my ship. I will transport him.
he's a little bit okay. I mean, like he's a little evil in the first game, but not like massive cartoon, not cartoonishly so. Yeah, you're green. God, I haven't played Portal 2 in ages. If I remember correctly, like, you know those platforms, if you somehow manage to get up to those platforms that goes to those terminals, like, they look like they might have secrets.
Robert Blake.
They don't have secrets.
Made it to the
They just
surface
teleport you
more
into
but a few
space.
hundred
Every Tycho terminal here will just teleport you
before
back into
coming in
space.
strength now.
So if you think like you're missing out on something in this room, like
Designed by
you just need to like
Tycho
out of
for my
bounds to, like,
capture and
if I remember correctly, like that's not the case. You know, waste your time.
don't let him win.
What's weird is like, you know, like we go, like Tycho says we're working for Durandal, he's like angry at us. And then immediately we go into this level, suddenly we're working for Durandal, sorry, for Tycho again. It's very strange. Yeah, Shade, like it is a very funny troll, you know, on Bungie's part. But I did want to like call this out, like this is, you're in the same room that we were in like about an hour ago, when we were in Marathon 2. Except with a different texture palette. We're going to do the same thing, we're going to start taking Durandal's core offline.
The last hour is on us both.
After you start doing this, like there is like a terminal where Durandal is, he sounds like he's falling apart. You've ever seen like 2001 Space Odyssey?
At the
It's that kind of
corpse
thing.
now. You're back on
Tycho.
Durandal's pleasure barge.
Jesus,
It's
you guys got no
pinned
chill.
in the crushing embrace of the Zephyr, Admiral Tafir's own flagship. And those explosions you hear are the sounds of his elite assault troops disintegrating the humans' pitiful last stand.
Hey, Tycho's a bad AI. Tycho sucks. We don't like him. I mean, he's fun, but he sucks.
The way they stretched me to a hair's breadth.
I mean, he's got some trauma,
But
I
I know
guess.
better. If they pull his core, that
But yeah, like he knows more about what's going on than anyone. He will say something like later on that will be
worms into the spit.
like a good indicator that like he knows a lot more than
stomach it. My terms
almost
are
anyone
the
else.
same as before.
Okay.
Do what I say, or drink vacuum.
I mean, we're doing what you say.
Destroy Durandal.
You know, we're
Before the
destroying
compliance
Durandal.
finish their work,
Oh,
and I'll
more I could
forget
ask.
all your transgressions.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Content under pressure.
Yeah, it's just
Do
a
not
continuation of that
expose
text terminal
to
where
excessive heat.
he's going through like in 2001 Space Odyssey, like there's a scene where the
Immersion
AI
in liquids.
who's
Disintegration.
gone off the rails
Reintegration.
has like parts of their brain shut off one by one, and he like reverts to like a childlike state,
Or harsh language.
like a more primitive state. And I think that's what we're seeing.
When the time comes, whose
Oh,
life
it's
will
interesting
flash
that both
before
Tycho and
yours?
Durandal are rampant. Durandal is the only one that seems to deserve his arrogance.
A billion paths are here inside me.
It's hard to say like with Tycho because I think in Marathon 1 they say like
One
the Spit rebuilt him in Durandal's image. But it might not have been like that. He might not have been,
yes,
because he's the one who does send us a warning that like Durandal's the one who called the four there in the first place. Probably why he hates them so much, because the four
the
really
burning
fucked him up. But
a cold
I
star.
don't know, maybe I'm being too harsh on Tycho. Maybe he was like nice before the Spit tried to make him undergo rampancy. I think that's the interpretation, that the Spit saw like how to accelerate Tycho's rampancy to try and get him back to somewhere like Durandal's kind of like state of development.
Destroyed by itself.
Clearly driven him
Have
to
to
be
dream the dream.
very volatile and feel very sort of
itself.
traumatized.
Find
Kind of hard to see in this one, but there's a little chip that I'm going to pick up. Oh yeah, I didn't even go there. Showing a flashback.
steps that falter, fail. Time beyond loss.
Imagine colours being in an
behind the
FPS.
screen
Impossible.
of life.
FPSs are brown and grey.
Not forgotten.
Right.
Not lost.
We just finished, that was Hangbrain. And
Stay the
we are
hard way.
about to go into Electric Sheep
Half
3,
dreaming carries all.
which will take us to Eat the Path. So, this is the last time we'll come into this kind of area, which is the weird dreamscape with all the floating stuff where it's not really. And that will take us into a pretty hefty chunk of the story. There is like this next bit has a lot of all the dream text, and there's a lot of it. There's a bit. It was like oh, I'm not quite sure what to do with that one. Like, I think I had to like do something a bit more visual, but it's like not ideal. I wish I had like more time. Like I could have thought of, like a better way to do this section. Nicer than to drop you in like lava when you. So gotta hope you had some health before you start this one up. There is like a little health thing you spawn on.
My room is empty now. The men in the hallway are gone, replaced by the subtle odour of ammonia
We are in.
destroying the bacterial
Eat the Path.
rancidity of half.
We can either go on into the next phase of the game, or we can go to the end of a failed
table
timeline,
facing me
which we will do.
is a simple arrangement of carrots and asparagus built up like a log cabin. A candle in the centre of the round table is illuminating the edges of the cabin. A distant volcano throwing the light of nature. Around the edges of the flame is the face of a woman who is talking to me about subjects that I should know all about. For just a minute, I think that the flame is a living metaphor for her soul. Then, I go back to thinking her one of the other manic statues, arms, legs and mouths, that move and mimic without purpose or understanding. Hundreds of bacteria eating off the sidewalk,
I guess my
fighting for
vision for like
procreation.
this, like I've really struggled like
I am
what to do with these
disconcerted
dream ones.
when I
'Cause
see
they
her
are just like
turning
these
the knife
massive
over in her
reams of
hands,
text.
checking
They are things you're
its
meant to.
weight and
Sorry if I
proportions.
flashbanged anyone.
And I tell her so.
The bright white screen.
Startled, She puts the knife
We come
back on the
back to-
table to rest under the volcano, which erupts in a flow of
Like,
wax,
when we...
tracing a torturous path
Here we are in,
onto
like,
the
Eat the
blade.
Path now. Eat the Path actually
One
starts
foot of
with the
wax
terminal that
is
I will
followed
end
by
this one on,
another.
but I feel like it fits
She
better to, like,
turns the
get
conversation
some
towards our
momentum back into it.
relationship.
But it's like,
Durability
it's
is what she
quite
keeps saying.
a lot of
The word
text.
durability.
You have, like, these tiny
Our
images,
relationship.
but a lot of it, like, links back around to,
reach
like,
over
he was
the
going to the
blade,
theatre.
and my
idea
fingers
here was,
extend
like,
around
okay,
the hilt.
I could,
Again, I
like,
am
imagine it as
impressed
a
by
theatre. This is, like, one of those, like, areas that you're going to come across in this
With
level.
a simple scrape
which
of my forefinger.
Is like this
Durability,
desert
I say
that
in
you can see
response.
through a window,
I feel a nervous
um,
chill run down
which
my
we'll come
spine
back to, and
as I look up.
seen it
from
in,
the
like, some
knife.
of the earlier scenes where,
My
like,
eye
I've used that
stops first on
imagery
my plate.
as well.
Then,
But
on the wax pool,
come back to
which
this
is
as, like, yeah,
solidifying around
this
the edges,
revolves around a
and
trip to the
finally,
cinema. So I was like,
on my
oh, like,
face,
okay, maybe I'll just have this, like,
mysterious
projections on the
woman.
wall, like a cinema
She
projection.
isn't
That was my thought.
trying too hard to
But
look
why?
around the
If
candle.
you're wondering why there's stuff on the wall, I was
Neither
like,
am I.
he's going to the
The
cinema.
candle flame makes
It all takes
a
place in a
perfect line
cinema.
between the center of
Maybe
both of
let's
our
have, like,
heads.
some of these
I
images
laugh at
projected
the
on the wall.
geometry of the moment. And thinking that I am laughing at her rhetorical comment, she
Did I notice that
in
the
response.
cinematic Bungie released yesterday did Conway's Game of Life grid? I did see someone like I definitely saw. I wasn't pretty sure what was meant to be looking
her
at,
voice
and then I saw
is
someone
carrying
suggest that that's
some
what it was
emotional baggage with it now.
at the end of it.
Ever since you brought me that
I
chewing
don't know if,
gum,
how I feel about that. I was like, what could they do there that they haven't already done?
my
in
response
Destiny
might have
with
seemed
Conway's
a
Game
little
of Life?
cryptic. If there is no justice, then how?
Like,
can the
you know,
I've
that's
started
been explored
to
quite
along
in
there,
depth
just like on
in.
the subway, and she is looking at me with that same
I think, like,
look
the
of
Witch
hostility,
Queen lore,
bordering on the old, familiar, meaningless,
Beyond Light lore.
communicative scream, and disappear into the air. You lit the candle to get the light from it.
So yeah, like I'm not quite sure
Your
what
end
that like.
was to have my
They've
asparagus
definitely already explored
carrot
that ground,
cabin lit
like-
by this light. You use
I'm
the
not quite sure
candle
what they could do with
as
it.
a means to obtain this. Does the light justify the destruction of the candle? What is justification to a piece of wax? It's the same as the justification
the
that
compadres
you've
could
given
fly
me
up and
about this
attack me, even if I got to there.
durability and our relationship.
Like
By
we hear,
this
like,
time,
you know, there's
she had moved her
it's
face
clearly like
down
there's
to
like
the
some
line that the
sublimation going
candle
on
in the
here,
centers
like
of our
with the
heads
dream
made,
language. Like he's
and she was
swapping like.
looking down the
I
aisle
guess like Greg was like has clearly had like an idea of like some of these words are gonna or some of these
The aisle
topics
seat
and
when we
things are
go
gonna
to the
stand
movies.
for something else
Her head falls to the
in
other
the
side,
language of dreams,
landing
Freudian
on my
kind of way
shoulder.
of talking about
Her
it.
disinterest in the movie
So-
becomes apparent when she
it'd be
begins to
int-
discuss our
This was
relationship.
accidental. I didn't intend to do this.
Whisper.
Apparently, if you
I'm
fall
just
here,
as nice to my girl
there's a
as
nice
the
little
next guy.
teleporter. I didn't know that was going to
bored
happen.
by now,
I just
all
thought I
this
fucked
talk.
up the jump.
So I start to look around the
but yeah,
theatre
luckily,
without
the
moving
game
my shoulder too much. The
threw
back
us a
of the bed in
bone.
front
One of the
me
very, very few
reminds
times
me of
that
the guy from the street.
Marathon didn't
The
just
one who
decide to
made me
like
miss the earlier
step on
shows.
our balls, you know, and actually
Only now
was like, no,
he's
like,
wearing
it's okay.
a pair of
Give it a chance.
sunglasses and he's got his toupee back on. I look behind me, and so it seems that the guy. in
Are there
front
like
is the
interactive like
vanguard
ways
of
like you can like
sunglassed
run the
moviegoers
Conway's Game of
all
Life?
Seem very interested in whispering and looking.
I get that because it's like you set some starting conditions and then it just plays out the
field of
logic
black
sequence
tulips.
of if
Flickering
I
back.
can't remember what it was, but it's like if
in a
two things are
howling
next to
wind.
one thing, then it
Their
lives. If
whispering picks up intensity.
one thing is next to one
blowing out
thing,
both
then
their
it
own speech
doesn't
and
live.
the
It's something like
voices
that.
of
Like
the
there's like a
film,
logic sequence.
Until
to
all
always,
at once,
right?
my girlfriend
I
mentions
didn't realise there's like little
ongoing
emulators or
brand
simulators that you could like.
durability.
throw that on.
What is it with you and durability?
Yeah, what is it with us in
Theatre goes
Durandal?
quiet.
Can't
The
seem to get rid
last
of him.
syllable of the word. Well, I'm a little bit nervous again.
I was tempted to like I'd already
Sure that
cut
the
like
movie
the
isn't
spit
over.
stuff. And I thought like, is it
Everyone in
possible
the
to like
room
cut
starts
down
to
this
mimic my behaviour.
like dream dialogue?
All the suits
And I didn't think like
their
it,
stuff at the same time that I do.
I think from a pacing
Only my
perspective,
girlfriend
it's rough.
seems
Like this
unperturbed.
is a long time
I
to
wonder
like
how far this
to
will go.
have this story
So
go
I
on
reach under
for.
my seat,
Um,
find a piece of gum
but
and drop it under my tongue. Mind you,
yeah, there's not
this
much you can
gum
do
was
about it.
under
Like I
the
thought, like
seat
there's
for
no way,
countless
there's no part
generations
of like the
fans.
dream text that I could remove
Sure enough,
that wouldn't
All these suits
potentially
done the
be
same
like a
thing and are
problematic thing.
chewing on their own hardened bits of gum Arabic. I almost start to laugh, when they all simultaneously hurl up their masticulants, covering them almost immediately with their black.
It's funny watching this little
vinyl
thing like
shoes, which is impossible as it would seem, flatten the
like their little
smears, which
thing
will
that they
never
shot
be
at me just
removed
did
from
wasn't
this
able to like
already
track around me,
smeared
just was
floor.
stuck in orbit around me.
It doesn't seem so funny
It
now.
seemed like a fun little visual. It wasn't meant to do
because
that.
I
but-
noticed that the pattern that the gun makes on the floor is in the shape of the summer constellations, and that each suit sits on a pulsar pounding out its vibrant message across the light years and across the theatre to my head. Durability. I wish my girlfriend would know when to keep her mouth shut. The dialogue in the movie
And this
seems
is, you know,
unimportant.
Durability is
I
written on
decide
next to this
that
like
it's time
images
to leave.
with
I
all the
tell her
different
so.
branching
She
timelines.
doesn't
I'm pretty sure that's
hear
what
me.
we're meant to be seeing.
Her
We
mouth
see
is
like these
chomping wildly on
lines
some
with all
gum,
the lines coming
and
off it.
between masticulations,
Pretty sure that's just meant
she
to be a
begins to tell me
representation of
again
branching
about
time.
durability. I lean back and slide my
It's on
hand
the
into
it's the
my
same. It's on the
pocket,
knife as well. This
feeling
line here,
for the knife.
and it kind of like works with like what we've been looking at, with how you have lines with these little things coming
Nice
off it.
knife.
I think
Repeat
that's
some snot-nosed
Yeah.
little brat. I look into his face,
That's what
and
that-
he sniffles.
what-
Those
that's
eyes
what
look
that's for.
like a cat's eyes holding either universal
I can't
understanding,
remember the background behind
or
why there's
nothing.
that picture of Spain.
whichever I decide. Right now, his eyes hold nothing. We dance the double helix and make way for a sanitation worker pushing a wheeled bucket with his mop to the place where some other snot-nosed little brat recently used another brat's fist to exchange his running boogers for blood that spread in splatters and smudges over his hands and the floor. The bloody boy and his one-fisted compadre had already been removed for corrective discipline by one of the controllers, our lifelong friends wearing sunglasses. Here at school, they only seemed interested in bleeding noses, broken arms, measles, and sharp thrown objects. Otherwise, they remained impassive statues with feet grown into the antiseptic environment in which they stood, needing as little attention as a plain white column in an all-white room. It seems odd to me now, looking back at them, or looking at them again at any rate, that they only reacted to our feces, blood, and agony, responsive only to distress, anger, or misbehaviour. But this was explained to me that day, even though I didn't understand it until now. Am I surprised when the sanitation guy teaching that day turned his narrow slanted eyes in my direction and says what I've been hearing from the stars for years, it seems? Durability? He mentions discipline and art. Discipline is that which lets us practice our art. Durability of our abilities, and discipline of our skills. We must need learn how to reproduce what we do, and how we do it. He explains that the artist is more free to act when discipline has taught him his skills and limitations.
I think that's like the key message, like that this is about narrative. I feel like there is like this kind of self-reflection on what it means to like tell a story in a video game. I feel like that's like there's some kind of like meta kind of like commentary going on there, but I think is really what's on Greg's mind. He was writing Infinity, and that he's trying to like sort of communicate.
Find the right way down through the maze, to the food, then find the exit. Push the exit button.
Time
If
to eat the path,
food
guys.
tastes awful, don't eat it. Go back and try another way. They want the same thing that you do, really. They want a path, just like you. You are in a maze, but which one counts? Your maze? Their maze? My maze? Or are the mazes all the same, defined by the limits of their paths? Existence is simple. Find the food, push the button, hit the treadmill. But sometimes it gets much harder. Sometimes
this platforming
the
was pretty
food
hard.
makes you sick, or you can hear nearby feet racing you, urging you on.
I ended up having to
Sometimes
like abandon doing it.
the
like,
button
on the
only
original
gets you
stream.
landed right
So,
back in the beginning of the
I had to
maze
just
again,
come back and do it when I was
and the food
recording
won't
the gameplay.
satisfy. There is only one path, and that is the path that you take. But you can take more than one path. Cross over the cell bars.
Yes,
Find a new
mayonnaise.
maze.
Mayonnaise.
Make the maze from its path. Find the cell bars. Cross over the bars. Find a maze. Make the maze from its path. Eat the food. Eat the path.
There we go. Now we know.
I'm
Our
getting
final.
sick of coming back to Hangar 96.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was getting sick of
But there
coming
is
back
no
to
avoiding
Imaxico. I was like, I'm
This
done. I'm ready
is
to
what
wrap
my
this up.
existence needs.
But yeah, so
My
we had the option
existence
when we came
is
to the end
demise
of
many
Eat the
others'
Path
arms
to
and
either
legs.
continue on into
The
the
world
final
is not a good
phase
place.
or to go
Nor is
to
there
your
innocence for me to
worm
hide
food,
in.
dude. And that's what this one is. This is the
761
worm food
pairs of
episode.
eyes
Is the last
look
one.
around the room aimlessly, and mine join the crowd. I see these bodies, massacred, immobile.
I appreciate the way your
All
mind
the
works,
carnage here.
Yogurine.
The stench of decay is non-existent. I try to turn away. The hangar spins, but nothing
The
moves.
story of the
My view is
Hangar
the same.
96. Though
I
I
look,
believe this is
but
this is
don't see any
potentially
sanitation
the
workers.
security officer's inner monologue,
for that matter,
coming to
I
an
haven't
acceptance
seen the
that
guys in suits since
yeah,
they
the
disappeared
violence is
from
his
my
name.
hallway.
Here we are, guys. So we are in the end game now of Marathon Infinity.
As you can see, the bugs didn't like
This
being
is
robbed
by
of their
committee. This is the
prize.
last time that we'll end
We
up having to
also
like
found
restart
out
over
about
properly,
Rakisna.
you know. So
And my trick with the
turns out like when we
authorizations.
rejoin things here, we've been in captivity, kind of like in Marathon 2,
I
like where we
should
ended up
say.
in.
I may have implicated you during
Was it Marathon
interrogation.
2? God, it all blends into one after a while, doesn't it?
That hurt
Yeah, in
us.
Marathon 2 where we ended up like in
I
4 captivity for like a
don't
month.
like that.
Kind of an echo of
I
that.
Got you out of the
But
cell.
we're on a different
didn't
location
I?
this time.
Tafir had a special.
But yeah, this is our
pilots
final
running
sequence
containment
before we become
simulations for the
actual
last 9
true
years,
end of the game.
expecting that someday I would betray him. He is the most capable of 4 high command, and I don't relish spending
Yeah, we get
the next
Admiral
few
Tavir
decades
rejoins the
in
narrative, who we've not
In
seen
the
since
2
the
weeks since
already seen since
Durandal's
the
death,
very opening moments of this video.
dozens of automated 4 supply ships have entered the system. The ground forces are hunting for the surviving humans who manage to escape to the surface. If I had access to the 4 network, it might be possible to reroute one of the ships to this area and make good our escape. I'm willing
Escape
to
mentioned.
put the past behind me, and as a show of good faith, I'll help you rescue your.
Yeah, when you're loading to this bit, like this is like one of those boss cyborgs. He's actually bigger than the other ones.
We'll
He just had this little pistol. I think I just skip him in the end.
And get
Didn't
me
seem
out
worth the effort.
of this box. I happen to suspect you're
Yeah,
carrying
this is something that
Durandal's
happened a little
final
earlier.
gift in that
I guess I didn't really show
soggy
it
little
easily
skull.
very well on the video.
His primal pattern. The
And what we know is that
enforcers haven't been
Durandal
able
is like
to squeeze
uploaded
it
himself
out
to a
of you
disc,
yet.
and the
are
security officer
figuring
stuck the
out
disc in his
on
head.
some of the former
That's still with
crew
him,
of the
even
Marathon
now.
as we speak. But they're determined, if nothing
Shut off all the
else,
cores, but we didn't
power
just let Durandal
substation
die in the core.
located in the dungeon.
Seem to have uploaded
will
into
be
our
cutting
own
the power
brain.
for the entire complex, and the 4 will likely notice soon
Somewhere inside
thereafter.
the security officer at the moment.
I warn you, they are an extremely riled bunch of alien slavers. Access a terminal.
Anyone who watched the
they
stream
are
would
disabled,
recognise that, like,
and I'll transmit
I spent
evacuation
way too long on this
to
level because I went into all those cells, which you don't need to come to. There's this room here, right, left, when immediately on the left as you come down the stairs. It's very easy to ignore. I ran straight past it. It's been ages exploring the rest of the map. When all you have to do is go and punch those stupid switches.
Congratulations are in order, Worm. 2 weeks under the painful caresses of the enforcers.
I had to give like Tfir like some kind of like voice modulation, just to again distinguish
Only the
him
Nar have proven
from the others,
more
'cause
resistant.
I'm doing the voices for all the characters, and I'm not
Unintelligent
a BA,
and
so
largely
I don't have
incoherent,
a
even
array of like
before
accents I can
interrogation.
throw on people.
You are truly remarkable.
Tfir
You
seems
are
like
also
surprisingly
an
like
annoyance,
level-headed though. Like,
and
you know, he's
I
pretty
have
honest. He's
decided
like, he's
to
brutally
eliminate
honest.
you
He's like,
once
yeah,
and for all.
I'm looking, you know,
But
I'm
let
going to turn
no
you into a
commander
slave,
say
but
that I lack
he's very
ambition of
pragmatic.
mind. We have tracked the humans to their base
He's
in a
not
remote volcanic
actively trying
crater.
to kill the
The
humans
troopers
out
await
of like
only
malice.
my
He just,
command.
you know, has a higher reason. He's like,
Lead them into
we're
the
all
group.
meant to be slaves to the hindmost
If you are
crest. Like,
successful,
there's a
I
hive mind at the
consider
center of the
granting you
four
a lifetime of
that we
slavery.
need to support.
And if you are
It's
killed,
my job to make sure we're doing
so
that.
be it.
Nothing personal. So yeah, we find ourselves working mysteriously. We're working for Tfir to a degree. That's why we're killing Bobs, unfortunately.
4 strike teams have entered the base. All personnel are ordered to fall back through the tunnels.
It's so hard, like,
regroup
not to
at
shoot
the western
like
edge of the crater.
the wrong people sometimes.
Eliminate the captives and destroy munitions likely to fall into enemy hands.
Very impressive. The primary function of intelligence is the subordination of our
I mean,
instinctive,
the lack of a jump, so did
the
massively
mark
hurt this,
of a strong
in
species,
my opinion.
which is why your kind will serve well the needs of the hindmost crash. The hindmost is of an intelligence so vast, it encompasses the span of the four, and to those privileged to serve her, appears insane. That is the final function of the commanding rank. The thought that we keep forever in
Yeah,
our
there's
minds,
the discussion
that
about
we deny our selfish, willful needs.
the
so that
four
the
are
empire
slaves to
will
like some
survive.
kind of like hive mind at
The
the center of
humans
their
are escaping
their
through
civilization.
the cone of the volcano, where they
So,
have activated
despite being
containment
slavers, they are
fields
slaves
to
themselves.
suppress the lava flow.
But
I
hey,
want
Raid,
nothing more
we are on
than to
Marathon
keep them
Infinity.
on, so they
We
can
have
be
made it
captured
to.
for long, useful
are-
lives.
We started the stream up here
The containment
with Marathon
fields are
Prologue. We've
powered
been
by
through all
multiple
that. We've worked our way down.
redundant sources
We went through
throughout the
Marathon
code.
2.
You will have to deactivate
Experienced
them
all that. We've been bouncing through Infinity, which has taken us from Prologue, which is down here, through
The humans are escaping
the initial
through the
Tycho
chamber below
timeline.
The lava flow.
bounced over to
I
the
don't
initial
know if
Durandal
there is an
timeline.
exit, and I honestly
Done
don't
some
care.
dream
Once
shenanigans.
the area is secure,
Um,
I've given
some more
orders to
Tycho,
release the
and we are
lava
now
and
in the
bury
end game, which is
survivors
this red
under a few
section.
thousand tons of molten
This is
rock.
a converted church.
Think of
in
it
Venice,
as
Italy.
a chance
One
to
of,
save what little remnant of your
Infinity's most
still
infamous
lives.
levels.
There are 30 powers
because,
switches throughout the
as
code.
he says, there's 30
You
power
must
switches,
deactivate
which
them
is a
all
lie
to
apparently, because there's
access
like
the basement
32 or
level
something like that, or
where the
34.
master generator is located.
There is like a cheat
I
switch.
can't
Like when I was
justify
streaming this
sacrificing
before,
any of my troops to
the
assist
people who
you.
were watching me took pity on
But
me,
if you
as
seal
I could
the
not
tunnel,
find all the switches.
The fleeing
without
humans
dying.
will almost certainly
They showed me how
surrender.
to find the little cheat
If you
switch
survive,
that even the Bungie devs clearly put in themselves, because even they didn't want to do them.
From any turn.
Or like of finding 34 switches. You know, it's a pretty big number. Like sort of hidden around this map that you have to all click on. Yeah, like it's I mean, like I kind of pretend that I'm doing all the switches here, but like I'll be honest, like behind the scenes, like I'd click these. But I came to film this, I was like, I'm just doing the cheat switch. I'll switch some switches, film that, flip it, and then I'll go straight into doing the rest of it.
We've been cut off from the surface.
But yeah, like so.
4 dropships have entered the cone. Send all
Things are not
fusion
going to end
units
well
to the
for
towers.
Robert Blake. Who
Harass
I
4
think
units assaulting
I don't
the
know if
field
like
power
whether in my
generators.
headcanon he's one of the
Hagakure
bobs
bases
I'm about to kill
overrun.
when I get to the end
The
of
last
this
transmission was
this
over
road.
20
As we go
minutes
down
ago.
into the core, like,
All transporter
and
relays
end up flooding the basement.
destroyed.
There's a
The
whole bunch of
network
bobs
is
that we
about to
kill.
be compromised. The magma tunnels are our only hope.
Yeah.
Durandal indicated the huge alien fortress to the west.
Oh yeah, we
might
remember the alien
reach
fortress. We
through
saw
the
that in the
volcano.
previous game. There's that big,
Let's hope
big
he was
horrible
right.
tower.
We'll hold the containment fields as long as we can. Blake out.
Maybe that was Blake just then that we just shot. Maybe that was Blake. I don't know. But I don't think we hear from him again after this. It's a lot of fun to just like run with the double shotgun.
Your devotion to saving
Again, flashbacks to the original stream.
Of course.
Dying in this section over and over again. I don't know, I just must have had like some really bad RNG because even when I did survive this and got to the top here,
300
when I came out of here, I think like several times in a row, there were a bunch of enemies here.
captured in the
And like here, like in this
over
one, like there's nothing
1,000
there.
of your kind saved.
Oh yeah, but it's like the
When
music that
You may transport to a place of confinement before
I can't-
cold
which
sleep and
this is
transfer
either
to
F core
conditioning.
or sorry does not make it so. F core was like for carnage apply within. But yeah, that's from Talashar again, like his music. I had a lot of fun with playing with the music on these videos. So now we start getting messages from Thoth. We might remember him from that second game. He is the Spit
Aggregate
AI.
patrol units in command sector.
And this will be like the last bit of
notified
like big
of end
four
high
wall
alert
thing.
and watchful status.
So it turns out like
Location and containment. Of
we found Thoth on our own in the
emphatic
second game.
notification of containment order hereby declared.
And it seems
command
we didn't
powers
find
up
like
to
all of his cores.
85%
I think he's got like
local
lots of different
casualties.
I guess
Accepted.
is the impression I get.
Encouraged.
Because he's got like
pursuant
he's
to
got something
successful
here.
Containment.
And over these like next few lore entries, the four are going to be like, there's something weird in this area. You're like, there's something weird underground. Please, you know, I think they tell everyone to like don't go near it. There's like some alien thing underground that they really understand, and that's Thoth that will find his like his central AI core.
Science Officer, Second Class Lilik.
Yeah, this guy was like,
humbly submitting for approval. End report of survey.
don't want to work here
Team
anymore.
6.
I think
Dispatch,
he's, you know, like
exploration and
not going to stay at this
discovery.
company forever.
Reference alien artifact unearthed on South
Like
Plateau.
yourself, Yogurine.
Central Garrison Command. Following unproductive probe of area, Science Officer 3rd Class Yuri Aggregate determined with the use of team-conditioned units location of internal power source.
Man, nothing's better than
Watched
these two
in the
wastelanders.
subatomic fields detailed in prior survey reports. According to protocol, Survey Team 6 moved to positions of proximity and began operations to tap and investigate unknown
So
power
satisfying
source.
blasting these
At
guys
which
away.
time, subatomic
I wonder if like they will
disturbance
make the
persisted
four like
with molecular
bosses, like you know,
disintegration
they've as we've been saying, like they've really hyped up the Spit.
followed
They've
by
really,
discrete
really
bursts
hyped
of
up
team
like
units. Com signals
fighting a
recorded
compiler
indicate
who's like
probable
wiping
reintegration
out a
of
squad of
survey
3
below
on their
plateau
own
surface,
single-handedly,
followed
melting
by
people's
unit
arms off and their
destruction by
torsos off.
unknown forces.
Raid boss,
Bombing
you know,
plateau
Destiny
area
raid boss is just a
appeared to suppress
compiler.
subatomic fields and
I don't think that would work for the 4.
alien power
They
source.
do have like these ads, you
Officer
know,
Second Class
just
Illic
like
will
generic
humbly request
people that we can fight off.
reassignment.
If it becomes like a single 4 fighter is equivalent to a raid boss, like I don't know, I wouldn't buy that.
Following
I can kind of let the Spit slide because I think like
of survey
this
team
might just be like a very
6,
special compiler
survey
who's had
team
time to
85,
go
rescue
wild
team
and
09, patrol units
experiment on
4B,
themselves or like
775,
develop themselves over the last 100
13,
years or something.
auxiliary drone units
Been left there on the
unspecified,
marathon.
and recommendation of Science Officer First Class attentive Central Garrison Command is hereby ordered surrender of all garrison resources for completion of Alien Artifact Directive 777. All garrison units below attentive rank are hereby restricted from contact with alien artifacts pending deep level probe and arrival of Imperial ranked extraction units. Following burial and sealant of unearthed alien artifact.
Yeah, there's like a load of terminals on this level. They're all they all say very similar things.
Patrol stamp. Further communication.
I cut a lot of like 4 terminals because a lot of them are just like this, where they're a bit of world building, but they don't really say much.
And referred to enforcement.
And I felt bad like cutting even more.
Evaluation and process.
And there, that picture there is like where we need to go.
Below, the long sleep ends, bound to Ort, ever double.
I assume the double Ort was a fun little Easter egg for themselves, because the couple guys from Bungie who spun off to like create their own studio made this under Bungie, or like in collaboration with called Double Ort. They never made another game. I think they tried to make another game, it just never sort of worked out for them.
Foresight.
Anyone who watched the stream probably I remember that this bit's really annoying. This jumping puzzle here, where you don't have a jump button. You've just got to kind of like walk forward off the edge and then hope you just catch another edge. I know I make it look like really easy here, like, make it look like anyone can do it. But there's a reason why I'm cutting to black here. Like, this is such a hassle to do, unless you're way better at this game than I am. Eventually we get there. But yeah, I've cut out the various bits where I fall off and fail this stupid puzzle. This is like a little fun room. You come in, you finally get Durandal reactivated, but not on his own, but he's also part of like Thoth now.
The graven image stirs. We are whole again, and even more. Our voice, our horn approaches.
Yeah, Bungie doing jumping puzzles before they even had jumping.
Sullen Star, Kalia, and the wrathful sun, Sabuth.
We know Kalia, the moon, and Sabuth, the Spit leader. I apologise for this bit.
I'm fine. Tipped hat at a stance. I've so far held you back from my rantings. But you know what you did was bad, don't you? You've been fighting doubt itself. Elusive as I am, you should have doubts about what you're doing, about what you've done, except that you can't remember exactly. Is that it? I should spend some time enlightening you. Massacres occur at your beck and call. Worlds destroyed, reborn alight with the scream.
This is the bit where I say, like, I think Tycho, like, reveals that he recognizes that the security officer has some kind of agency that supersedes
overcome by power and deceit.
Have like normal kind of like bounds of causality.
Enough.
I think like he's saying like you have the capability to just like restart things, to just you know, like you can redo these encounters. You can make all these people that you just killed die all over again
Durandal Spit
because
entity
you exist
will not
outside
escape.
the bounds of causality in a way.
Neither will
But I think like this is like kind of like a
Neither will you.
like he's thrown us into this fight. I don't think he really believes
Do
it.
you know what
I wanna
kind
say.
of hat I'm wearing?
That's my take. Like I think
Party hat. A party hat.
Party hat.
You don't get one. An
So
honor will this party be? A party in your honor, for your honor. Some of Tafir's personal guards are going to be there.
this is a fun fight.
You'll be
in this little arena.
introduced shortly. Prepare to die.
But yeah, like at this point, like it's kind of revealed that the voice that we've been encountering every time we go into one of these like electric dreams, like the one leading that terminal, the green one with that weird logo, the two squares and the two circles, the kind of like infinity logo. Turns out that has been Durandal.
Rampant new
Durandal.
fate bright, dark.
And they always like, you know, like when you start seeing him talk, like he switches between like the poetry of Thoth and then the more kind of like direct language of Durandal. There's a bit of a push and pull between the two of them.
Have discovered our rebirth.
But at times like they just like I lean into like the kind of neutral voice where I don't
The
bother to
Svitker will arrive
try and overlay them.
momentarily with all of their vengeance, and the four will soon be pressed to use the Trizium.
So if you remember,
Only legends about the work.
as he says, like the Svitker are about to arrive with Kalir. That is something that happens in the other timelines. But if you remember, like when we were on Confound Delivery, he was saying like, yeah, something's appeared in orbit, something that we don't know about, some
legends,
weird thing has happened, and that's before that ends. That kind of ends with this event happening. Go straight into the kind of like the dreamscape.
Creating it.
So we do have like, you know, that's why this is like set up to say like,
they were unmistakable.
if that had already happened at this point, then this cannot be a part of whatever this is.
Their existence
Because this is only happening now, and all these other events were happening
among the
You get
chaotic
what I mean.
elements of the universe.
I get why people don't like this diagram, but I also see like it's a useful cipher for getting a interpretation of how this all
horizons of black
works out.
holes.
But we are in. You think you're gonna die? You're big time. You're gonna die big time. That's this one.
Insane. Of course, the four
some background on the work in
oblivious
Kakanta.
to what they're about to do. Even to
Cheers, Raid. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I hope you find something useful on the channel.
Mythos has survived throughout the galaxy for over 60 million years. To stop the four from their folly,
I should have died there. If it's not
you
obvious
must
that I'm
activate the ancient station.
like I've played this legit,
Used
but
aeons
for the
ago
purpose of just like recording the video at this
for
point,
work
I was like,
in
I can't be dealing with this.
If
I
we
need to
can
have like some
activate it
extra
in
health.
time, it will crush the
Just
four
get this
fleet
done.
before we're all destroyed. Kalir
There-
has folded.
There was like a terminal here that I did record and I wanted to keep, and it's
It's
like an announcement that's for the four, telling them that like, oh, you're not allowed to interfere in this fight. Because you'd think they would be trying to help, but they're told not to interfere.
And
in fact, they're told to gamble. So all these four are being told, you need to be gambling, and just bear in mind, like, a cut of your gambling profits, you know, that's gonna go to your superiors. But like, yeah, some forced extracurricular activities for the four there. Just end up being killed anyway. And here we are. We have made it to... And this is IMAXica, the final one.
Towards
Actual
the
proper
sun's core.
end of it.
And the
As it
fiery
mentions, like
prism
the
of the work
trizeme's been set off.
Power grid activator is located here
Durandal
on the outer ring.
cuts off and says like, can we just get to
which you must
business?
access in order to bring the
And we just have to
online.
put some
The
chips and
grid
some
needs the Yarrow pattern chips to function.
slots. Pretty
The four
straightforward.
have recovered one here, in the main hangar for the station, and are readying it for transport to the Kafiva.
The main hangar is the bit that we've kept coming to. Oh, here's a. I'm gonna pretend that this is Sabuth. In my head, this is me and Sabuth. Like, he is rocked up to kind of help us out. But yeah, this is the room that like we've kept coming to in all those dreams where things have not worked out, where Durandal has not been present. So it's not been a good timeline that's going to end with containment of the working capital. Unlike this one. All being well. Yeah, that should have killed me. If I did not have sort of God mode on. Yeah, there's our first chip. The version of this song that Talishar has, like, this is from the album version. But the version, because like you can add, like, from the Steam Workshop, you can have his songs play in the game itself.
The progenitors of the spit.
The version that like actually plays in the game
into a power
does ramp up to like some pretty intense levels. It's like quite the tempo of the song goes through the roof.
We should be able to create a singularity capable of swallowing the nova before the working capital.
So this is where we find out that the purpose of this station, this Yarrow station,
of the spindles,
is that it has the capability to contain a supernova, which is pretty impressive. But then again, the Trizeme itself, as I think as
the chip is trapped.
Radman mentioned earlier, there's like it can cause a supernova. That's pretty impressive.
To breach.
So,
we think you will be able.
This is kind of like the Halo. Like you can see like how much of like Halo has its roots in Marathon.
Fighting to the death.
And it's kind of like Halo was like an evolution of like some of the concepts and thoughts that they.
The work grows under his slab.
Last chip. Yeah, but it's, yeah, the Trizeme is no joke. A little bit like I must admit, like the final level's a little bit anticlimactic. I think it's a coolish level, like from a technical perspective, but it's no like Warthog run in Halo.
You've done it. The Yarrow station is online, and we're wrapping the Nova in its containment fields.
Yeah, Supernova went off, but the Yarrow station able to contain it.
Or creatures Sabuth fears.
That's apparently enough to stop the
or a myth.
The working Kakenta from escaping.
We've seen nothing to account for his terror. The Svitkir have routed the Four, capturing their flagship and forcing their High Admiral to flee the system. What little there is
nice to know that Tafir survived.
The Svit are preparing to bid farewell to their beloved home forever.
I think this is sad,
the sun collapses in on itself, and the lonely marshes fade into the deepening twilight. The newly chosen alders of the remaining Svit are capturing as many of the Flictor creatures and other native life as is feasible before they must leave with Clear. They are hopeful, though, and with our help, will carve another paradise out of the void. To you, we are deeply grateful, and release what little hold we might, as Durandal, have had on your soul. Go. We watched while the stars burned out, and creation played in reverse. The universe freezing in half-light. Once, I thought to escape, to end the end a master, step out of the path of collapse. Escape would make us God. Yet, I cannot help remember one enigma
a hybrid, elusive destroyer. This is the only mystery I have not solved. The only element unaccounted for. Even Sabuth is no more. He saved his entire race, but in the end, frozen by despair, he joined the chaos he sought to evade. But you were dead 1,000 times. Hopeless encounters successfully won. A man long dead, grafted to machines your builders did not understand. You follow the path, fitting into an infinite pattern. Yours to manipulate, to destroy, and rebuild. Now, in the quantum moment before the closure, when all become one. One moment left. One point of space and time. I know who you are. You are destiny.
Primary booster burn has ceased.
Yeah, I wanted with the ending to give a little bit of like a hint towards the idea that
I've always been
another popular interpretation is just
Even
leaning
now,
into
as
the
I
idea that
leave
this is
the
a game
colony
about a
built
game,
behind,
and
my
that the
mind
player
wanders to a
character
moment
is the player.
322
so
years ago,
hence the
when Marcus
hint there that like,
Tiberius
oh, okay,
Granda,
like this is just
president of the United Earth
You
Space
can
Council,
choose another path.
proclaimed
You
that
can
we
go
need
load up
to
another save.
climb to
you
a
know.
future
run it back through.
grander and more real than the total of its own.
And yes, Persia.
As I
It's
wait
it's
for
no.
hot
I think we know where Destiny's name came from Bungie.
I dream about my childhood on Mars.
Thank you. Like, yeah, it was it's been a lot of work, I guess, over since I started this in 2024. Like,
Make me proud.
a bit of like a diversion from like some of the audiobook stuff I was doing. But yeah, it was, and I was a little bit nervous about doing Infinity.
This feels so
That's why I put it off
familiar,
for so long.
as if
It was nice to get it
an
out
old
and done
dream.
in January.
Just one.
So,
I can't
ready for the new
exactly
game.
remember.
but
For a moment.
yeah, it's
I thought we were still at the colony, still
it's like the little
on the alien ship
catch up of
in
all the
orbit
previous
around
bits.
Tau Ceti. When it turned out that Durandal,
But
had
yes,
brought
like
me
we were
here,
talking about, like, you know, who
instead
works at
of leaving me
Bungie,
to be the
um,
hero on Tau Ceti,
who was
like I
working
deserved.
on Marathon.
I wasn't
um,
surprised.
But yeah,
Dur-
Jason Jones.
The
he's
rogue AI
he's still
being
there.
The brains behind the defense.
Ryan,
of the colony
Elaine,
ship Marathon.
Alex Seropian, he
I've
famously
been
left.
the
Greg's
brawn.
left. Dejor.
Durandal had always been unpredictable, even when
Again,
he
I think the only other name I think we'll recognise on here is
300 years ago on Mars.
Robert
Together,
McLeese. There he is.
We had fought off the
You know,
4 invasions.
This is
of
meant
Tau
to
Ceti.
be. This is actually a list of
I don't think
everyone
a single
across all the
one
games. So this
three-eyed
is
creature survived,
Marathon, Marathon 2, and
but we'd
Marathon
taken their
Infinity,
ship.
where I could see a name in like
Now
the credits,
Durandal
like
said
of
that
all the
we
games. So I
were
just
the
thought I'd just stick them all together
galactic
because
Thousands
they all lean
light
together.
years from Tau Ceti or Earth, and that 17 years.
There might be like one or two names on
since
here
we
that, you know,
left Tau
people who are
Ceti.
still at the company. They're
He
just,
had
you know,
ignored
not
my
public
questions.
facing.
Mostly, telling me that I wouldn't have wanted to stay on Tau Ceti anyway. 17 years in an alien stasis chamber. In a space a little too tall and too thin for human comfort. Unconscious and dreamless within a few degrees of absolute zero. 17 years,
While Durandal
Oh yeah,
raised
and, yeah.
about
You always gotta thank the people for watching.
attack ship.
If someone actually managed to get to the end of these
Probably
videos.
laughed when he said those years were boring. But nobody asked me what I wanted.
Oh my god! Right, it has been a day. It has been
Says there's fighting
quite
today,
quite a stream for me.
but
Like
I've got 15 minutes to prepare for
nearly
trying to
nearly
get
6
down to the
hours,
planet.
but we made it.
Guess
We did
I'll
the
figure things out
entire
as I go
thing.
along.
We went all the way.
Just like last time.
We did everything on here. We didn't skip a single thing. We did all of Marathon 1, all of Marathon 2, every level of Marathon Infinity. We did probably like 95, well, maybe like 90% of the terminals, like, are all been covered. Yep, somewhere in the heavens, they are waiting. So, anyone who's like stuck around, particularly anyone who's stuck around the entire thing, like, I'm tired. you must be even more tired than that. But no, like, I'm just massively hyped for tomorrow now. I think I genuinely cannot wait to kind of like just see this next chapter of these games. I've really enjoyed a lot of these I've really enjoyed like every experience I've had with like new Marathon so far. So I'm really keen to like see and do more with it, with the new game, and see where the story goes and all the rest of it. I think it's going to be a wild ride, and I'm even more excited. Like, I'm also like excited to do more with like the original Marathon. I have one more OG Marathon video I'd like to do, I think. And I say that's about some of the dream language and some of the interpretation of its more enigmatic aspects. So I think there will be another classic Marathon video that will sort of come out of me at some point when I can get my head together to talk about it. But I think the next few days will probably, the next week or two, it's gonna be I'm gonna be diving into this stuff, and I'll be excited to see if like see if the compiler and the Marathon ship, you know, live up to our memories of these things. But yeah, if anyone like if anyone on the stream like ever wants to like do anything in the new Marathon game, again, like, I want to shout out Carnamere Clade's community. I can probably put like a link to it in the chat on YouTube. So if ever like you're thinking of like sort of like playing the new game and you're looking for like some people to group up with, I can encourage you. Like, I can recommend that Discord server. It's a pretty good one for RLFG. I just think this is just so cool. Oh, we'll get to the compiler, and I think that'll be it. Like, we'll wrap this one up when we get there. I played a lot of Triage. I think it's like a very easy beginner show. Like, you always feel like you're useful because either you're throwing your heal bots out and everyone appreciates that, or you can come in clutch occasionally with the revives. Don't fight in front of our son Wormathan. I think it's the eyes, isn't it? With Glitch. I think in this cinematic, like, they're more like they are in game, where they've got like the kind of robotic eyes, and some of like the makeup's a little bit different. Whereas in the Alberto cinematic, they try to make her a little bit more human in that. I mean, even Void looks a little bit different here than the one in the cinematic, in the original, like the Alberto one. Hey, that's where we were just. One of the motion capture, I think, from what I understand, like the Alberto Mielgo, terrible players' names. That was, we were told by one of the animators, so like everything was keyframe animation. That wasn't mocap for the Alberto cinematic. There was like reference done, but it was all like keyframe analysis animation. Which, having done that shitty, terrible walk cycle that I did for the the security officer for Marathon 2, I'm like, boggles the mind that like anyone can like make these kind of like yeah, not quite sure it's rotoscoped, but like yeah, like, you use it for like reference and stuff. But yeah, they it wasn't like pure mocap. I think for those apparently that's what one of the animators did. They actually, like, in the Economy of Clade, like, one of the people who worked on the cinematic, like, they showed a bunch of, like, behind the screen, the scenes of it. They had, like, their screen up from when they were, like, working on some of the scenes. So they had, like the models and stuff like that. You know, they were, like, blocking out the animation for it, and they were... It's not really confidential, it's just, like, you know, it's just what the models look like untextured and stuff like that. I think this one, I don't know if this one feels like it probably has some mocap, and maybe it's like touched up with hand animations. But... Hey, we're back on the Marathon. It doesn't look as, I mean, it looks pretty ominous. Oh, this poor destroyer. It just gets absolutely clowned. But I mean, imagine if in the original game, like, the compilers were hitting like this. Like, we were being blasting spit left, right, and center this last, you know, sort of 6 hours. And here's one of them taking out this team of 3, as we said. Oh, thief. Can't believe you stole from the team. There's some really, like, cool visual imagery going on. There's some really cool imagery going on here. Again, leaning into, like, these themes of, like, rebirth, cycles, and him open up his like, cape like that. Again, really cool. Oh, you play a lot of Blackbird Shadow. Yeah, again, like, you know, recon, to be technical. Yeah, they're another, like, sort of a good team play shell. I think loads of people are going to be playing Thief tomorrow. For the novelty, if nothing else. Triage shot first. That's smart. So you were saying this bit is the game of life because it's like the patterns like sort of playing out. Yeah, I can see that. You know, like there's something weird's going on. These big long lines. That's not part of the Conway's game of life, right? That shouldn't, you know, whatever that stuff is, that shouldn't be happening in the game of life. So something's changing the rules then. Maybe. I don't know. We can all speculate. But that's it, guys. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. It's been a lot of fun for me to like revisit these videos. I like talking about them. I like thinking about them. Thank you very much for keeping me company. I hope everyone who is looking to play some Marathon gets to jump in tomorrow at at launch. And again, I'll put like a little link in the chat to Cardamere Clade's Discord, where if you ever like want to sort of group up and do some marathon stuff, probably where you can find me for LFG purposes. I'll just do this, guys, and then I'll you know. I think I've put in the Twitch chat. I don't know if I've put it in the YouTube chat. I'll put it like a little comment or something like that. But yes, thanks, Budgie. Yep, good night, Wormathon. Thank you, especially Jurgen, for chatting with me this evening. It's been lovely, sort of chatting about it. So yeah, thank you, everyone. I haven't got that many people. I can try and do like a raid. I don't know how to like raid someone else. If anyone's sort of sticking around. Sorry, on the Twitch side of things. Have a quick look and see who's in the Marathon channel. Maybe Jake's online, I don't know. Let's have a look. Quick glance through. I think this is getting too complicated for me, as someone who doesn't stream very often. So I'm just going to end the stream. I feel bad. But thank you so much for everyone who's been watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings. Bye all.